Hello, and welcome, friends, to the Chapter 10 Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Reviewed and Ranked podcast series. I trust we are ready to dive in today. Let's start with our official rankings. And here they are. As you can see, we are beginning with our official rankings, and not our individual scores today. We will just go like this. Number 1 is Dawn of a New Era. Number 2 is The Planet Stirs. And then number 3 is The Watchers of the Veil. That is this one. Thank you very much for that. And we will go back to the panel. Hello, everyone. I am filling in for the Warrior of Hype. Excuse me. Pardon my laughter, but hype. I am familiar with the word. A construct of the mind. In anticipation of what we desire. But what if that expectation does not meet the result in which we receive? Does that not mean that disappointment will also live on within our souls and feed our great mother, a hollow egg devoid of yolk? The bigger the hype, the brighter the light. Beware the shadow. We heed this warning and ponder our next steps. We will return with the planet, and we will return with an answer at the end of this video. And now, our brethren, the Warrior of Hype, has flushed the toilet and will be in soon. I would like to introduce the panel until he gets here. Above me, the Excalibur brother. Hello.
What's up?
Wonderful.
How you doing? Good.
Wonderful.
Hello?
Wonderful to have you on the show.
Appreciate that.
Excuse me. Pardon my laughter. In the green room, he announced himself as the Dragoon King. I'm sorry. Royalty does not exist. We are as one in the grand confluence of the souls. Nothing greater, nothing lesser. So therefore, the Dragoon Lee.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk with Daniel to that one because I thought I got promoted to a king, but I guess we'll I could be just the Dragoon Lee. That's fine. Thank you for having me, Mr. Planetologist man.
My name is of little consequence. You may call me Fellow. I am nothing but a son of our great mother. Thank you for allowing me to fill in. And now, the Warrior of Hype.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Woo, baby! What's up, everybody, and welcome to Chapter 10. Let us begin, because let me tell you, it's going to begin with the most hype thing you can possibly imagine with this chapter. We're taken to the skies, and we're getting that sweet freaking music playing, man, as it's happening. We're going to take to the skies. In fact, I'm going to have to get that window capture going, but we are in the Tiny Bronco. We're flying in the skies above Cosmo Canyon for the thrill of flying. Sid is going through the canyon. Freaking, oh man. There's no other reason other than to show that it's for the thrill of flying, right? What did you guys think of being, when that camera turned around and that camera, like, you're like, wait a second, am I about to freaking fly? Like, I remember where I was I remember where my wife was. I remember looking into the kitchen and just smiling. I didn't say a word, and she looked over at me, and I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, just looking at her with these glaring eyes, like, I love this game, right? And then, but it was a little restrictive, so there was that. What did you guys think of? That?
And I felt like it was a great little taste, is what it felt like. Felt like little tease of what's probably to come in part 3. Yeah, man. I loved it. It was short and sweet, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say real quick, it felt very Regalia, like remind me a lot of 15, how the car sort of it guides on its own and you just can influence it a bit. Mm-hmm. I'm curious if that's how the Highwind's gonna play. Ooh. I'm not sure yet, but dude, that's not for now. Yeah. I'm curious if it's going to be a guided thing or if it's going to be full control. So I'm curious, like if this is a taste or is this actually like what to expect?
This had to have been a taste. I know that the developers have come out and outright just said it. You will be able to fly around the world in the Highwind. Like that was an almost exact quote. I might be loosely quoting that, but it was very clear that they said the Highwind has to be an important part of part 3 and you will be able to fly around the world. Another like interview came out and it was them talking about how that's going to be difficult. So like they were just like, we've come across some challenges, so I'm very, very curious of how that's going to be, but I can guarantee you it can't be on rails like this. But this was a nice little tease, I feel like, and it made me smile nonetheless. Like I was smiling when I saw when I got to do this.
Oh yeah!
A big shout out to Alex Maddox. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for tossing Gil. When the Cosmo Canyon music started after Sid left, I literally cried. One of my favorite tracks on the album, along with the battle theme. That's what Alex Maddox said. Yeah.
I love this region's theme. It might be my second favorite. Nebel's we'll get into that, when we get there, but Nebel's but this one, oh man, at the time, since you see this one before Nebel, it was my favorite. I loved this theme. I loved both its battle version, just its ambient version, the Chocobo version. Traveling in this region, at least with the background music, was the best for me up until this point. I love everything about traveling in this region and when listening to good tunes and enjoying flying around. Yeah, so.
Well, we also got
putting off the heels of mushrooms. Just gotta throw that out there. Listen, man, we know I had opinions.
No, where do you go?
So, this region's dope.
Yeah, this one was awesome. You know what? I don't know about you guys, but Yuffie getting airsick. I know it's like, hey, it's part of her, right? It's who she is. It's really starting to get kind of annoying. like for me, it's getting kind of it's getting kind of. I'm like, oh man, can you please?
Where's your compassion, Dan?
Yeah, where's my compassion? I need this. I need it. But no. So I love how Sid says Shinra don't own the skies, and like Barrett, of course, is all about it, So he said they're gonna get along just fine. The two characters that cuss the most in the original game.
They're also the same age, but everybody calls Sid old. I think that aren't they both 35? They're just these two, 35-year-olds just chilling in the party with a bunch of like 20-something and a couple teenagers and a cat.
Yeah, yeah. They made him a little bit. They made him a little bit younger. At least it seemed like for Sid, like he doesn't look as old in this game.
Yeah, I mean he looks like he's 35, which I guess is good because that's what he's supposed to be. Even though the manual in the original game's like, oh yeah,
this old man, this old man,
age 35.
Damn, man,
bruh.
Never felt older.
Sorry, I got a little time before I'm old, I guess.
We're going to make a detour. It doesn't look like the video here is going to make that detour. Actually, yeah, it will. It'll make the detour. we're going to go over to the Chocobo Ranch before we get to Cosmo Canyon, right? Because it is the first thing you see along the way. It's like, hey, Chocobo Ranch, this way. So here we go. We're going to go over there. Shiny like a melody in my head that can't get out. Got me singing like na 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 talk. Na 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 talk. In Hinduism,
All right, then.
Shani is connected to Yama, the god of death, with whom he shares a close relationship with. Together, they represent the inevitable cycle of life, death, and rebirth.
Whoa!
What? That
Title drop.
Wow! Represents also karma
Very
and
nice.
justice. Every action has a corresponding reaction. It is not coincidence that this character's name is here in this chapter regarding the injustice of the Gi being cast out of the cycle of life and death. So this little side quest character who lost her will to ride a chocobo, her name is very important. But I imagine that Excalibur Brother or over here Dragoon King will have a little bit more on this side quest. What do you guys say about that?
Is there
Wait, which side quest?
Is this like
a
are we
bonds of
starting?
trust?
Yeah,
Yeah.
bonds of trust, right?
You could jump right in. Yeah. Oh, here's another little note for you. Since you pulled up Shani's name, so we also
Shiny
have
like a
Apony.
melody in my head. I'm sorry. Okay.
Nah, you're good, bro. So Apony is the chocobo, and Apony, interestingly enough, connected to life, death, cycle, rebirth, means butterfly in Blackfoot. So you have this
and a
butterfly
butterfly.
effect. Yeah, so
Just rebirth.
interesting little connection there. I didn't know you were gonna do research on the name, so that's a cool little synergy.
Yeah, that's awesome. You
but yeah,
connected with Apony as well. That's cool, dude.
Yeah.
Like that.
I got a lot of notes on this one, so if Lee
Okay.
wants to jump in and go first, go ahead, bro.
Nah, by all means, bro, go ahead, because this one, I mean, I had a couple of notes, but nothing. Sounds like you guys did way more research than I did
Oh, bro,
to this
nah.
one. So. No,
It's
go.
really-
By all means, I'm interested.
It's really simple. So, first, I just want to say it's interesting, right, that Yuffie does not get motion sickness on a chocobo when she's
Yeah, I thought that was
notoriously
strange.
susceptible to it everywhere else. So, I feel like this is sort of reinforced throughout the game. Like she sings chocobo themes when you're on Chocoback and stuff like that. But another thing that they're doing, so future memories here, it's setting up the chocobo precedent for Yuffie, which will continue through in Nibelheim, where she does the chocobo sage side quest. So this makes me wonder if they're kind of setting up a whole chocobo direction for her moving forward. That's just a little subtle thing that's happening here. And on to like the subtext of what we got here. So after the various glide objectives have been reached and we speak with Shani, and her chocobo is like clearly trying to talk to her, Yuffie asks Cloud to interpret. And Cloud is reluctant but plays along and interprets the chocobo's speech for Apony to Shani. And this is the first time, actually, that we see Cloud is going along with Yuffie's little like teenage antics instead of refusing or replying with sarcasm.
Yeah.
So it's like a little moment of growth there where he's kind of like he's finally buying into what she's doing or playing along. And so we learned that Shani had a racing accident. She fell and was rescued by the chocobo. And so there's a couple observations I made here. The first is this sort of mirrors Yuffie early on. Like she was constantly in need of help from the party, first and under Junon, then in the Shinra 8. Eventually she's able to sort of return the favor in Costa del Sol in the Hojo fight. And it feels kind of like Yuffie is trying to like sort of pass this lesson of reciprocal trust. I mean, the mission is called Bonds of Trust. Yeah, and there's another interesting detail here. So maybe a bit of foreshadowing for part 3. So it specifically says that Shani fell during the race because she lost focus, thinking about all the ways she was going to spend the prize money, and I couldn't help think that this sounds suspiciously like Yuffie's theft of the party's materia that's coming up. She's so focused on the prize, she doesn't think about consequences. Yeah. And so bonds of trust, I think the bonds of trust are really going to be tested more than ever with Yuffie in part 3. And I think this is sort of a little bit of foreshadowing maybe on that. So it's a pretty simple quest otherwise.
Dude, awesome. And also worth mentioning right now is how you catch Apony is you have to use the mine carts, and I would say this is probably my favorite chocobo wrangling section, just because it felt like it was a challenge. I had to use some thought in order to do it. Of course, the same complaint that I had back in Chapter 3, I wish we could push these mine carts a little bit faster. You know what I mean? Like, just a little bit faster. It was a little slow. But it was it was still a nice little, almost a puzzle in order to do this. Look, as you can see, watching IGN Guides right here. This is coming from IGN Guides. Excuse me. And even they kept on like getting caught a little bit by this chocobo. So yeah, that's about it for that side quest. I appreciate your little analysis there as well. So now we are going to go on the way to the Vale. But first, before I do that, I would like to read subtext to Tossed Gill. Thank you so much, subtext. I appreciate that. I forget the exact quote, but the Gooch did tease special high wind gameplay. I'm guessing air combat and or high wind only missions. They'll go beyond. Yeah, man. I've been saying this for a very, very long time. For like, I don't even know, for a long time now. Whereas like the skies will have to be its own region, I think, to give us a reason to be in the skies. I think it would be freaking cool if there were like some of the missions in the skies were like dogfighting missions, like where you had to go fight other Shinra. We saw a tease of those in Chapter 4 of the other jet airplanes that they have. That would be pretty fun to battle, almost like not Ace Combat. No, it is Ace Combat. That's what it's called, right? Yeah, Ace Combat. That kind of style gameplay with the high wind. I know that it's not like super like good at maneuverability, I imagine, but yeah, it would be really, really fun. And then of course in the OG you do upgrade your high wind, so giving us the ability to upgrade the high wind as we go instead of just one big gigantic upgrade, that would be cool. So there's so many things with the high wind that I think they can do. So if you have an idea, comment. And I'm actually in the process of scripting out a video for the skies. So I did underwater in part 3, and now I'm going to do the skies above. So chime in the comments if you have any suggestions or ideas about what they can do with the high wind, and I will try and put that in the video and credit you if I haven't already come up with the idea, if you know what I mean. You know, if it's not in my script already. Anyways, so we're on the way to the Vale. Kate Sith asks about Sephiroth. That was like, he goes, tell me about the Sephiroth guy, he's supposed to be dead. And Cloud says he wants to save the planet by sacrificing everyone on it. So yeah, this is kind of a theory that has been going around, right? Like where it's just like Sephiroth wants to I don't think Cloud's exactly right about it, by the way. Like, I think sacrificing everyone on the planet might be the case. What do you guys think? How do you guys interpret this this conversation? Because I'm curious. I have so many places I want to go with it, but I'm trying to reel it in with future memories and everything. But yeah,
I don't know. It's kind of hard not to.
Yeah, that's right. You were going to go into a theory cast.
Yeah. It's just, I find it interesting that this is the interpretation Cloud has. Like, I don't know if I necessarily have an in-deep analysis.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Why does he think that? Why is his interpretation of Sephiroth's mission to save the planet, but at the cost of everybody? Like, has Sephiroth really pulled back the layers enough of his plan to Cloud for him to get this, or is this like an unspoken thing that Cloud's just pieced together on his own? That's what I've been.
Because at the beginning of the game, he says he wants to reclaim his birthright, and stuff like that. So it seems like he has a really good understanding, at least in his mind, of what Sephiroth is trying to do.
But what's strange about that is that if he's reclaiming his birthright, then he wouldn't want to wipe out the planets. I mean, I guess unless there's no ancients anymore, because that comes from Sephiroth's misunderstanding of his own origin.
Do you know what's cool about this is this whole chapter is very much like the meat, right? This is the meat. We got the meats right now. We are Arby's. We got the meats. This is the juice this is the core aspect of Final Fantasy VII, I think. Well, at least definitely for Rebirth or the remake trilogy, I think we are talking about the core aspect of this is the cycle of life and death, and then the ominous warning, or whatever you want to call it, that eternity is not something to be desired. And I think like breaking that cycle is not good. And I think that's what this whole entire chapter is about. So let's keep on moving forward, because we're about to get to the part, all right, where Red's true self comes to life. Now, if you were paying attention, this would have been really easy for you guys to, like, I mean...
I was thinking about you when I did this part again.
I mean, I don't know why you're thinking about me. I knew this, like, from the very beginning. Like, the first time I heard his voice, I was like, dude, that's totally Red's young voice. It's crazy. Like an Under Junon N, I was like, that's him. You know?
That's totally him.
That's totally, that's Red, man. Like, this totally did not come as a shock to me.
Dad, can you tell me the moment that you first time experienced this? Because I want to know.
I experienced it with Barrett. Like Barrett. I am feeling what Barrett's feeling. like Barrett goes, "What the hell was that?" You know what I mean? Like, that was me. So yeah, there it is. What in the hell? Hey guys, it's me. But.
I don't know. I think for me it was just like, okay, we're finally here, you know, because I came from the perspective of I saw this coming because I thought that was what they were doing, but I guess, you know, there was some different interpretations of the voice up to this point. So anyway, from my perspective here, we're finally getting Trinidad. Now, I asked this a while ago, and we decided to wait until now. Mm-hmm. I want to know your guys' opinion on his voice, because I love his voice. I love the new voice that his true voice. You know, I love the true voice, and I love his, his faker voice. The Red voice and the Nanaki voice.
The Red voice. Yeah, we can call it that. Yeah, I like that naming convention there.
I love Nanaki's voice.
Excalibur, you go.
So the first time I heard it, and like at this moment, right? Because obviously we've heard it a few times up till now, but it was a little bit jarring. But I can say that it grew on me pretty quick. And this time around, I feel like it's grown on me even more. I mean, it just feels like him. It feels like who he is. And so at this point, honestly, I love it.
You love it? That's good. I'm glad that there's two, because I'm not bringing the whole thing down. I don't like it. I don't. Really? Okay. I don't like it, man. So
no, all right.
Shout out to
why.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Complex, who also, I wanted to make sure shouting out he also asked the same question. How did you feel about the voice in all caps? No, like when I first heard it, I was like, I'm Barrett, and literally just feeling everything Barrett. Like, what in the hell was that? Like, what? So I knew in the original game that he was more youthful. When he gets home, he's running around wagging his tail. They try to convey that as best as they can in the OG, of course, without voice acting. So I kind of knew that was going to happen, but I wasn't expecting it to be so jarring, in my opinion. Like, for me, it was almost too jarring, and I feel like they swung the pendulum way too far, where he's supposed to be about 15 or 16 in human years. He's 48 years old in his own years, so he's lived for 48 years, where I feel like you still have 48 years of experience and knowledge. So I feel like you shouldn't be talking.
Does he though?
Like I don't know, right? Like, I don't know how his species works, right? So does he have to wait until he's 20 and before he can talk? Like, what are we looking at here?
All right. The only reason I challenge that is because I feel like the impression we have of Nanaki versus what we actually learn about him this chapter is two very different things. I feel like we think of him as this experienced, wiser, and he does know things. It's not that for a lack of knowledge.
Oh, no.
Perhaps he's developing wisdom, which we explore later, but we learn when you're looking at the hologram of him in, the planetary or whatever up there.
Yeah.
Buganagan says that prior to, him leaving, he didn't really leave much at all. I feel like he was a very sheltered, homebody individual. And I'm not saying that being sheltered or homebodied makes you immature or anything like that, but when you're surrounded by peers and family your entire life, like his community, I don't think that, it's not going to nurture him in a way where he needs to present himself as, I feel like that drastic change that you mentioned, I feel like the impact of having it be so jarring and polar opposite ends of this pendulum is that it's really driving home the fact that what you see is not what you get. And it's got to be clear. And to me, we're looking at somebody who, at this point, we were peeling back a lot of his confidence-related issues, and we've speculated that the reason he put on that voice when he first meets the party is to come off, tougher, stronger. He even says at some point, he goes, I didn't want you guys to look at me as a dog. I want you to look at me as, like one of you. So it makes sense to now how he got so good at putting on a fake voice. That's impressive. He should take up voice acting. But besides like I like to think maybe he practiced in the mirror or something. He was like, this is my voice to impress Danae. But no, I think that I like the because it's a good word that you said, jarring. And I feel like it is meant to take you back. And I can understand not being keen on it, but I think for me, the Nanaki that we get after this chapter is better when he's that youthful, at times immature.
So I can agree. I can agree with that. And like again, we're talking about a different species. We're talking about different ages and like how that all it works. He is kind of a puppy or dog, like where that's kind of like they are energetic and they're all, youthful and stuff. Yep. So I get that, right? That could be all of those factor in. I'm just looking at it thinking like, man, they swung it so far, man. My man turned into Sora from Kingdom Hearts. Like he's like a 10-year-old. like we're going way back. Like I feel like a 16, 15-year-old. They're not the most mature people, but they're not like.
Really?
I don't know.
He was pretty spot on for a teen.
You think so? Maybe it's been so long since I've been that age. I don't remember anymore.
I think back 10 years ago.
I don't remember, man. It was half my life, over half my life ago.
Man, I think it depends on the teenager. It depends on the teenager for sure.
Yeah. All right, so
I just love how cocky and arrogant. Like I love the new battle dialogue too. There's one that I quote all the time where he's like, "Am I good or am I good?" Like I love when he's gets
cut
like,
loose.
Yeah, I love when he's just he's getting snarky and confident. I think it's cool that ironically, like the confidence facade he put on after he peeled that back. We're now getting to see him actually be genuinely confident in just little micro things like that, and what we're going to see later in the chapter, which I can't wait to dive into.
Yeah.
So,
Block Sheep says the Nanaki's voice grew on me on the second playthrough, and he said I hated it on my first run, and I gotta agree. I almost did not like it. Actually, no. Let me be honest. Just be honest. I didn't have him in my party for the rest of the game because I didn't like his voice. Like
really?
It was that much for me that I just didn't play as Red anymore. Like I didn't want him in my party because I actually didn't like that. Here it comes. Am I good or am I good? I was like, oh man, would you stop, please, bro? So like I got him out of there. So that was just a personal thing for me, with like personal preference. I was like, I don't know if I like this. The second playthrough around, I'm like, all right. I get it. It's his personality, so you can't hate him. You can't hate him for his person. That's who he is, man. So like for me, it didn't really grow up, but I like what Major Trenton says here. So I'm gonna bring in Major Trenton's question from the survey. We get Nanaki's voice reveal in this chapter, but do you think in part 3 we see him grow and go through another change after the death of Bugenhagen? I love that, like. That idea, Major Trenton. I really, really like that idea. So I think he's going to mature. And if there's one thing that I love in a story, I love a coming of age story. I love you can see the growth, you can hear the growth. And that is, if you would be able to hear his voice kind of change, maybe he does go through puberty at some point. I don't know, but like, I don't know if that happens for these dogs. But like, I'd love for his voice to maybe get a little more, I don't know, matured. That would be really cool, especially after the hardship of losing Bugenhagen. Not like, I don't want him to go straight up like depressed or anything like that, but I'd like for him to kind of, I've seen some things, you know what I mean? Like I feel like
his voice would have to be similar, otherwise then we'd have an even more jarring thing. Like, did he go through puberty again? But at the same time, you could make it where he's less, goofy and less snarky. You could definitely
if we're going off the theory that was Red 13 who's voicing the narration of the story so far, and he's telling his kids. I mean, eventually his voice does change into the voice that he was
that's a
imitating.
theory. I thought it was him. Saying
well, it was him, but like the theory was that he's talking to his kids. 500 years in the future, he's telling his kids the story. Mm-hmm.
He's not talking to us. He's talking to somebody.
Yeah,
that's interesting. That's actually I never heard that before, so that's actually pretty cool.
yeah. It's like he's telling his kids like in the epilogue.
It's
like the story of the planet.
That's cool.
All right, he's back. So, all right, yeah, all that stuff. Thank you, Major Trenton and Complex, for writing in. Bugenhagen about to have a Yoda death is what Toolman says. I appreciate a good Star Wars reference. That's good.
So Subtext said something I was kind of thinking too. So he said it would be cool if we met somebody in Cosmo Canyon that had the red voice and we connected that he was mimicking someone he knew.
Yeah.
So a thought that I had was, so who is his idol, right? It's Bugenhagen. But Bugenhagen doesn't sound like Red, but Red is trying to sound old and wise in the way that he can. So in my mind, maybe there is a connection there. Maybe he's doing that because he wants to get the same level of respect that he shows to his most respected elder.
I like that.
So just a thought.
He's definitely not trying to sound like Seto.
Well, he'd be quiet. Oh man.
Too soon.
Too soon, bro. Yo, all right. So after this, we go I went ahead of myself. Let me go back.
There is something else to
talk
about.
There's wanted posters. Yeah. The wanted posters are different thanks to Reeve. And of course, Kate Sith kind of like acknowledged, yeah. He's like, it worked. So I like how the music is also maintained, right? With that beat, right? The boom, 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 boom. But we're not getting it yet. We're not gonna get it yet. We just get boom, 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 and we're not gonna get it. And then when that cutscene's over, the wind pipes come in, and you're just like, ah. I can see why Alex, like he said, he cried when that music kicked in, and man. Yeah, right there's when it kicks in, right when the cutscene's over. So, a couple little fun facts in between, but do you guys have anything about the posters?
Not about the posters. I got a couple notes about some stuff that happens right when you walk in.
Go for it.
Not the posters. So, someone comments on Nanaki's scar, and so, they say something like, whatever he's been through, must be rough. And that's not a dog joke, but bro left looking like baby Clifford and came back looking like Simba's uncle, man. So like people notice.
No, there's the animal jokes. There's the dog joke.
So that's one thing. The other thing is like right when you come in, like people are just casually peddling amulets with the souls of their ancestors.
Yeah.
Like totally commercializing like the sacred. And it's kind of interesting. Like it's a big flip from what I expected for sure.
You wonder, like, of course, there's the real ones, and then there's the ones down here that are like seeing this as a tourist attraction, and like taking advantage, capitalizing on it, making money off of it.
Like those people that are like, the planet guides you to my store.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, bro, not today.
There's so much interesting dialogue from the NPC.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'm throwing in something that because it makes sense for the talk about the shops and the stores. Something that's a little bit further on, but Yuffie says, "Can you believe that the materia is not even real?" That was something like, so all this stuff is not even real. So that
makes you wonder what happens when you're buying materia from the shops.
Yeah.
Like, what are you using?
What do you mean it's not real?
What do you mean? What do you mean it's not real?
Oh,
I just killed a scree with it. It's not real.
Yeah, so much interesting NPC dialogue. I've made note of some of them. Of course, there's the very famous one that we're going to come across that we will talk about, of course. Now, the Sildra Inn, nice little callback to Ferris's dragon from Final Fantasy V, Sildra. That's the dragon that helps you out, or helps Ferris out. So really cool. That's what this inn is called, Sildra Inn. And then let me throw in some NPC dialogue here before we talk to him. Some NPC dialogue that I picked up on is that the bonfire symbolizes the life of the planet and never goes out, never extinguishes. Yet another NPC somewhere around here says there's a sister event where the flame is extinguished. What? So there's the River of Lights that's happening tonight, and everybody's talking about it, and then they were like, oh yeah, the bonfire symbolizes the life of the planet, and it never goes out, never extinguished. But then there's somebody else who says there's a sister event where the flame is extinguished, and I'm like, is that at the end of the world? Like, what?
Right? Is this a Gi reference, or like how how intertwined are these lores?
Or is this just? I don't want to sound like a planetologist skeptic here, but a lot of what they say sometimes contradicts one another. Like some of their teachings feel like one person saying this, and then somebody saying that. It's like, what am I supposed to believe with you people? Like, what are you?
Oh, he pulled the "you people" card.
I
got feelings about
what
this
do you mean?
What am I supposed to take away from
you? Want me to go get fellow son of the great mother?
That guy denounced my royalty.
Yeah. I'll go get him. He'll be back on. He'll be back on the show. He's coming back on the show. I'll get the son of a great mother.
No, but the son of a great mother. No, what? I don't know. I'm kind of half. I respect the planetologist, but on the other hand, I'm half with Yuffie on this one. With her sentiments. I kind of am like, I kind of agree with you here, sister. Like, I need to know why. I don't know. But I was fascinated by a lot of what they had to say. Also, did you guys pick up on what they were talking about with Avalanche? And, I thought that was interesting.
What'd they say?
How
fill in the audience.
My little notes here. In the public's eye, there's somebody quoted saying, "In the public's eye, planetologists and Avalanche are one and the same." And we learn during the ceremony that, or at least you can learn from some like side dialogue, that it was youths that left. Youth of Cosmo Canyon that went and founded Avalanche. And this also probably makes a lot of sense as to why Barrett is so interested in their philosophies, at least initially going in. Kind of funny that by the time of the ceremony, he actually changes his mind a lot on their beliefs. But he, we learned that, and not only do we learn that Avalanche, was founded from the youths of Cosmo Canyon, we also learned that Cosmo Canyon isn't exactly happy. Like, the residents aren't happy that they're being chalked up with them. But some of them seem to be proud of it. So it's cool that we're getting a diverse public opinion here. And if you notice, a lot of the people who don't like it are the older people who probably weren't keen on these guys stepping out of their norm and, paving their own path.
Which is represented by Bugenhagen, like himself, where he's talking about like my old eyes are stuck in the old
planetologists ways. Are a very passive people. Like, they like to think and reflect on the happenings of the world, whereas Avalanche is a very action-oriented organization. They're the type that are going to act in favor of the planet, whereas the people of Cosmo Canyon, like the older planetologist folk, they're more in service of letting the planet sort itself out. They have faith that the planet's going to work it out, whereas the people of like Avalanche believe we need to help the planet out. So it's cool that there was a rooted philosophy here that's split into two paths.
I just really want to shout out Tool, man, because look, I know that you went out and you got that spear, and finally somebody is appreciating the spear. Okay, like all right, he says, I will never get over the Dragoon King casually having a spear in the background. All right, man is ready to go on a hunt. Hunt a mammoth at a moment's notice.
Spear.
He was so proud of it, Tool Man. Like he was so proud of it when he got it. We came up with the name Dragoon King. Like we like collectively had to come up with it. The next day, this man had a spear. Like he's ready. He's like, I'm ready. I'm ready. Man, the whiteboard behind him was actually supposed to be where he wrote the Chocobo Calvary.
Yeah, that's what Chocobo Calvary. You can't even see it. And then I realized this thing's so small.
But you got
now. I use it. Yeah, I use it for games now. Like if I'm playing games on my PC and I need to take notes, like if I'm playing like horror games with my friends, it's like, all right, we need to go here. And then...
I need that for Rocket League for sure.
I was gonna say,
sorry, a little detour there. So also they talk about
somebody appreciates it.
Yeah, I had to shout it out, man.
Thank you. I didn't even see that.
So there's also somebody who talks about Professor Gast and how Professor Gast visited the Vale often. Somebody who was very interested in the Cetra. They were appreciative of somebody being there who was interested in the Cetra. So then somebody says, look inward, the universe of the soul. I just wrote that down because I thought that was an interesting, like, thing to note. Well, because we talk about worlds and we talk about that they're not actual worlds. Yep. So if there's a universe of the soul, a universe has to have worlds, right? So I just thought that was something to note. You got anything else?
I'm now
like any NPC in this area, because then we're gonna move on. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to point out because I wrote about I actually wrote the lyrics. Somebody was talking. Was this Block Sheep? Yeah, talking about the Advent Children's song that's in the Sildra Inn, and that when I first caught that, I always stop there. It gives me chills. It's one of my favorite Final Fantasy songs. Period. The Promised Land. And I actually looked at the translation. Now this is on the wiki, but it's the unofficial translation. And I'm gonna just read the lyric. It's very short. It's like
go for it.
Like what is it here? Like 12 sentences. It's pretty short, but I'm interested in how you guys think about the lyrics and how this ties into Cosmo Canyon. Mm-hmm. So the Latin lyrics translated unofficially translate to, why do we cling together? Why do we give punishment to lesser hearts? The planet did not forgive us. Did not forgive us. The planet did not forgive us. Did not forgive us. The pulse of veins flow through the earth. A faint, faint pulse of a heart drawn to death. And then the next part, my girlfriend wrote the lyrics here, and I can't read what this word is. Agentile life returns to the planet. It is necessary to sacrifice souls. Why do we cling together? Why do we beg for forgiveness in the Promised Land? Now, from what we learned, and I know that we were saying like NPC dialogue here, but then where that ties in with the seminar later, I found this interesting because we're seeing, again, a lot of this chapter is talking about diverse opinions or changed opinions. It's a theme throughout the chapter, like Bugenhagen later in the side quest admitting his ignorance and stubbornness. We're looking at people who are flocking to Cosmo Canyon. During the seminar, after you do the seminar with Tifa, there's an NPC dialogue. I just want to bring it up quickly because it ties with this, where a woman mentioned that her husband died in the Wutai War, and that she wishes that we could communicate with the live stream. And there's other people that are similar who are talking about hardships and end times. So it's clear that a lot of people are starting to feel the weight of things to come.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm curious, like, I thought it was a very interesting choice to put the Promised Land, like, of all songs, to have the people, like, when I first heard it, I'm like, what a neat little Easter egg. And then I'm actually listening to it and I'm reading the lyrics and tying it into where we know the story goes and what this chapter in Rebirth marks for our party and what we are learning. Like, we're discovering truths. A lot of this chapter is about understanding multiple sides.
Oh, yeah.
And here we have people, flocking because they feel the end times kind of coming. And they're just, I'm just wondering, like, did you guys take away anything from that? Yeah, Dan.
Go ahead. Oh, no, go ahead, Wiley. I'm pointing up.
Oh man. So
like
I'm just thinking about it. Like I really want to get a look at that and sort of analyze it further, but like off the top, it kind of sounds like the contrast between like the Cetra and the Gi. So you have talk of the promised land, but you also have talk about sort of like this yearning for death or like deserving it almost. So there's an interesting like I guess dichotomy in there, and I don't know if this is like some sort of like planetology apologetics, or if it's like from an older cultures, like the Cetra and the Gi. So I don't know. It'd be, like I said, it'd be interesting to have it in front of me because I tried to pay really close attention as you were going through it, but definitely this deserves a closer look, I feel. So
yeah, and like what you're talking about, like you said, it reminds me a lot of the Gi, and like the fact that this chapter is so much about the cycle of life and death. And then, like I said earlier on, where it's just like the cycle of life and death, breaking that cycle, not being accepted by the planet. I know that Toolman shouts it out, says Geostigma is what the song was about in Advent Children, of course.
And it's tied into this chapter heavily.
Yeah. So
at least from what I interpret. So continue.
No, I mean, like, I think that's super interesting. I honestly did not know that the promised land like translates into that. Like that's
the reason I also thought about it is because a lot of what planetologists say and believe is that the planet would never forsake them.
Right.
So you have a choir here singing about
the planet did not forgive us. The planet did not forgive us.
And this builds up perfectly to Advent Children.
There was nothing to
that's what Geostigma is.
Yeah.
The rejection of what, like the planet is wounded and it's afflicting the people, and the people are now dealing with that. And I don't know, like I took a note here saying that like the planetologists say the planet would never forsake them and that the planet will keep calamity at bay. This is something that is also emphasized at the festival, but you do hear an NPC say it earlier as well.
Yeah, you get it in a side quest too. Like it's
everything
it's
everything that they say there, we know is contradicted by where this story goes by Advent Children. The planet, in a way, did forsake them, and it did. But did it forsake, or was it the people that forsake the planet?
Yeah.
Like it's a weird dichotomy here. Like, what led to what? So
did you just say dichotomy? We'll return to that when we get to Bugenhagen later in the Cave of the Gi. Oh yeah. So let's talk about Bugenhagen now at the where Red 13 is going to right here. Let's just go ahead and play that. Gosh darn it, where was I? Red is revealed to be 48 years old, and he talks about his good-for-nothing father. He gets all somber after talking about his father, too, and kind of walks off. I love the softer piano version of Cosmo Canyon here. Before Rebirth came out, I was most, excited for that Cosmo Canyon as my, most anticipated music was Cosmo Canyon. I love that from the original sound. Some days, Cosmo Canyon on the OG OST is my favorite, and it beats out Aerith's theme, some days it does. Sometimes it beats out freaking...
Probably one of my favorites.
One-Winged Angel. Right, sometimes I'm like, dude, I want Cosmo Canyon. So I was really excited for it here. But honestly, when I heard... I agree. With Alex, it made me feel... I was swelling up inside. Like, oh my god, there it is. I love it. They chose the right time to hit that windpipe. But for some reason, I'm like, it's not hitting like the OG for some reason, but I still think it was a beautiful piece. I still think it was really well done. It's just the OG still the GOAT in my opinion when it comes to that song. But I love the piano version. What do I gotta check out?
Then you got it at some point, maybe after the podcast. Check out the Smash Bros remix of Cosmo Canyon if you haven't heard it. It's the best
Oh.
version of the song, which is crazy to say.
It's pretty dope.
That version of the song is beautiful. So I got, you're talking about which they're all beautiful. I don't think there's a bad Cosmo Canyon out there. But if you wanna hear the slept on best version of the song, it's actually the Smash Brothers remix. I can't believe they went as hard as they did.
I will wake up and
that
listen to
out.
that. Yeah, I must be sleeping
got
on
it.
it. You know what I mean?
Wake up and listen.
Wake up and listen to that. I've been sleeping on it. So Bugenhagen
right.
compares the dust collected on the globes up here in the Cosmo Observatory to the people that live on it. I thought that was interesting. Like dust collecting on a globe is like people.
That made me laugh.
Yeah.
I also like that he called the books that Cloud topples over the devices that test the gravity.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, yeah, those devices test gravity.
Can I just say the view up here, bro? The view of the canyon, bro. Like I love cannons, but you know what? Oh,
I love canyons.
I love canyons, bro. so now we've got it all from cannons to canyons.
Would I do the supercut?
I don't want to hear no innuendos about canyons and cannons. But I have had this plan for a while now. You're welcome.
It's called come back around. You had to wait so long from chapter 4. Yo, when I do the supercut of this, it's gonna say I love cannons, and then I'm just gonna supercut right to I love canyons. The shirt reveals are always great. Do you go out and buy these shirts for every episode, or do you already own them?
Oh, a lady never tells.
Lady. Oh, so wonderful. Yo, when
Bro, don't ask me about my canyon shirt, okay?
Don't ask me about. Oh man! All right, so when you're in the,
I just would say it would be very strange to have both of these at the ready, but you know what? A lady never tells.
He never tells. He doesn't know. We don't know. He had both. I'm just gonna assume he had both. When you're in the observatory, an interesting thing to note: when the Mako detector, the first ever Mako detector built, it does start to emit some sort of static response when Cloud gets near it, and Bugenhagen kind of shrugs it off as it's broken, but I think it's working. And when Cloud approaches, it starts to
trip the sensor.
Yep. Yeah, I thought it was an interesting thing there. Did anything else happen in the observatory, like when you're inspecting anything? Did I miss anything?
Oh yeah, I got a note. I got a note up here. So when you look at this giant telescope, right? Boogie says you won't find a larger telescope on the planet. With it, you can see to the edge of the galaxy. All right, Dan. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Hey. All right. You can see to the edge of the galaxy. There's no better way to view the stars than through this scope, but the lens could do with some cleaning, and this feels like a straight up metaphor for Bugenhagen himself. Like vast experiential knowledge, but a lens or perspective that could use some correction, as we're about to see in about 5 minutes here. So it just felt like
Love that.
Not necessarily foreshadowing, but just like a straight up metaphor. Like this is the most powerful viewing apparatus that they have, but the lens is dirty. And I don't know, if you guys are like me, you expected something big out of Bugenhagen when you first got here, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but that's the note I wrote on that. Felt like a metaphor for the old man himself.
I love that, man. That is good. And Boogie's eyes are a little cloudy as well.
Yeah, they are. Old Boogie.
Especially when it comes in like with sharper eyes and they zoom in on his eyes. And then he even says, I've gone blind to it. I've always wondered if Bugenhagen is actually blind. Like,
might be.
Because his eyes are kind of faded out there. So I don't know.
How old is he?
He was like 100 and something in the original, wasn't he? Like he was.
Yeah, he's like $130 or something like that. He's old, man.
$130.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's really, really good, dude. Love that because, telescope's supposed to be able to tell you everything about the known universe. And then here we are where Tifa is where they're going to hear the sorrowful dirge of the planet is what Bugenhagen calls it. But Tifa says, no, I'm pretty sure that's the voice of a weapon. And Bugenhagen
Yep.
says, fascinating account were it true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Savage.
Yeah, pretty savage.
think-
Savage,
okay.
bro.
Now I know we get resolution to that statement in
Yeah.
a side quest.
Mhm.
No, we get it at the end of the
Yeah.
Seto. But yeah,
Yep.
I think
You
in the
get it
side
pretty
quest
quick.
as well. Like I think that side quest
I feel like it's
also-
more resolved. I was about to say it just adds on to it.
Mhm.
I know that
Yeah.
Bugenhagen admits, but like he really talks
I got
about
some
even
deep
to the
notes.
yeah. I'm
on
gonna
this
shoot you
one.
for that.
Well,
But
yeah,
before
when we
that, I just
get
wanted
here.
to say I think it's just interesting that he's how dismissive he really is. And we understand that it comes from a place of, as he said, fear, and also I think just not necessarily buying all that the Cetra had to say and
Mhm.
believe. It seems like planetologists don't always see eye to eye with how the Cetra view the world, which
Right.
is interesting because I mean that's what he says later about it. He goes, "When I first read of weapons, it was from Cetran tomes," and you know, I think to me, I hear that and he goes, "Okay, yeah, like." Oh, the Cetrans believe that, and like, where are they?
It's
Like-
it's interesting. You know, I'm gonna bring in some fan survey questions. So
Yeah, go for it.
let's see. First of all, Bugenhagen seems a bit offended that someone corrected him, is what I got from it, where he was kind of like, "Whoa." Oh crap. I think it's YVS 3. Gosh, you even wrote this in the comment and said this is how you pronounce it, and now I don't remember it, but I just called it Yves Selly. And that's like that's
I
totally
remember
not that's not it, but I'm going to call it anyway. Yves Silly. Why did you think that Boogie wait, this is get upset. Well, okay, why did you think Boogie got upset with the party for their questions or statements about the weapons or their thoughts over the matter? And then New Shinra says, after Tifa states they know those sounds to be from the weapons, and Bugenhagen says they are delusional and turns away, he states, yes, that would do them some good. It seems as if he's talking to somebody. Do you think it's Seto, the Gi, or Minerva? So two things there that we're going to bring in. First thing, why do I think he gets upset about it? I think he's offended by it. Like somebody's coming to my house and telling me how my house works, bro. Like, come on now.
It challenges their beliefs.
And of
Yeah,
course,
you're
yeah.
not used to being challenged here at all.
And
Like,
what
he's
is
a figure of
what do
authority.
they say? Somebody says in the seminar later on, we're gonna hear is like keep questioning your
yeah.
beliefs.
Yes, I
Yep.
got this exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
If you stop doing that, the answers will forever elude you, which ironically is exactly what happened to Bugenhagen.
It's exactly
Like,
what's happening
on
to
the
Boo.
nose.
It all comes around, man. The writing in this
Yeah.
chapter is amazing.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's
It's really
that's why
good.
it's fascinating because anytime you have a collective teaching ideals, it's always fascinating how those ideals change and reflect the individual who's teaching them. Bugenhagen's the oldest individual at Cosmo Canyon, I can only imagine. So,
Mhm.
if not confirmed, he's the oldest. So, of course, he's probably very stuck in his ways, as opposed to these younger mentors who have had time to reflect on the changes that the world had in their lifetime. Where with Bugenhagen, I feel like it's just one of those cases of not to say all old people can be ignorant, but it's one of those cases of an old person who is ignorant. He's just
Well, he even admits
he's
that.
stuck in
Like,
his way.
yeah, he
he's-
even admits
which
it.
is-
Blinded by
that's
his own
part of life.
ignorance.
That's part of life. You get comfortable with what you know. So when you have to challenge years of belief, it can be scary and hard. So, and I think that's even what he says about the weapons. He feared it
Yeah.
because he didn't want it to be true. And now that the evidence is pointing to it being true, it's like, okay, how the hell do I accept and believe that? So,
Yeah.
Now,
this is a really
I
cool
want to say
chapter for
something
him.
real quick, because like everything that we've said so far, I feel like is everyone's first reaction. Like, why is Bugenhagen going so hard in on this? But what's interesting is that the exact thing that he says to Tifa is something about seeing a doctor for Mako-induced delusions. Because basically, she just told him we were at 2 reactors, and he's basically like, okay, that explains it. It's not as clearly stated, but it is there between the lines that he's looking at them like, oh, you guys got way too close to the Kool-Aid, and you guys are just messed up. Like,
I think it's crazy she didn't mention more in detail how close she got to the weapon.
I think she would have. I think she would have if he would have.
He didn't give her a chance.
Shut her down so fast. Like
that's where Tifa and I are different, because she got shut down. She's like, all right, I guess I won't tell you. Whereas I'd be like, bro, it literally.
Listen, I was inside of it. I was inside of one. Like
you're gonna tell me it wasn't real?
It was wild, bro. Like I was inside the belly, and then it materialized me. Then I got materialized, man. I was like this is crazy. Materialized.
Yeah, your materia is fake, bro. What do you know about materialization?
Man. Yeah, so tell me, is he just happy to see me, or is that materia hanging out the bottom of his?
Oh my god! Yeah, I don't know what this
some
thing
better
is.
Orthopedic underwear. Keep that ball up.
Yo, listen. All right, don't call me weird. Don't call me. I don't want you to call me weird. But I totally broke the camera, and I went under that. I was trying to see if he's got legs, man. I want to see if he's got legs, man, and he doesn't. It doesn't have it. I want to know, is he kneeling on it? Is he sitting on it? What are we doing? I want to know these things. I don't know if it's necessarily something that I need to know.
Where are his arms relative to his body? Like I always just
they're inside. They're inside of the sleeve.
Like,
he does have arms. I did break. I broke the camera
where you can see his arms. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he's got arms.
Wait, is he short? Is Buganagan short? Because he's tall when he's on the orb.
I feel like he's sitting on the he's sitting on it cross legs and stuff, or he's kneeling on it. I don't know what he's doing, but there's no way he's standing on it. You know what I mean?
No, I like the idea that he's standing on. He's just like three.
He's got really numb legs.
He's a little guy standing on.
Dude, we're about to see. God, my best rebirth. This is my best rebirth for the for this game. This amazing cutscene done so well, man.
It should have been mine. I had trouble with this, like making my rebirth, but this honestly might be mine too.
Yeah. Dude, this is just too beautiful, and like it's super faithful to the original game. It's just remade super faithfully, and I think. It's just so beautiful, man. I love it. Now, Bugenhagen explains that the spiritual energy is what powers man's machines, destined to be used for machinery and then fade away. Another thing that Tifa is questioning his beliefs and Tifa says, what if it doesn't fade away? What if it returns to the planet in a different form? Dude, this question that Tifa asked just seems heavy, loaded, bro. It is loaded.
Yeah, because she knows a little something and she wants to see what he's gonna say.
Yeah,
you know.
I feel like there's so much to dissect, man. I feel like there's so much to dissect about that, because what does Tifa mean? What could it mean? And what prompted Tifa to ask the question? Like where are we at with Tifa right now that she's gonna ask the question this heavy and this loaded? Like, what is she talking about when she says, what if it returns in a different form?
Yeah, so like, did she die when she rematerialized? Is that where you're going with it, or did I?
No, I'm just trying to because it says it's used as a machinery, like used for machinery, and then Tifa is wondering if it comes back to the planet in a different form, which is an interesting, like, it goes against the whole thing of like Shinra sucking up the planet's lifeblood and then it just goes away. It goes against that to say that it does come back to it, but maybe in a different form, is what Tifa is implying here. And if we don't have answers, that's fine, because then we could just throw it over to chat, throw it over to comments. You guys take it away. I feel like the question wouldn't have been asked not by just Tifa, but like by the writers. I feel like they wouldn't have asked the question if they didn't want to ask us, the players, the question, or like at least make us think about it. So, anyways, thought that was interesting on why she would do that. Now, Cloud asks if it's possible to avoid. Oh, now this was a good one. Cloud asks if it's possible to avoid the planet dying out by making spiritual energy stronger. Dude, this entire time, like this entire podcast series for a long time, even back on like the Prof Noctis show, I've been talking about Sephiroth taking energy, the spirit energy, and making it stronger, 5 times stronger. I go back to that quote where it takes 5 positives for every 1 negative, right? So that's right. For every 1 negative, 5 positives. So if Sephiroth is taking the spiritual energy and putting it back in stronger as negative energy, which I think that's what he's doing when he turns it to Lifestream Black, then we are preserving the life. And what Cloud is asking is like, can we avoid the planet dying out by making the spiritual energy stronger? Sephiroth's like, yeah, bruh, I got you. I'm doing it right now. So I thought that was interesting.
Through suffering. Yeah, it is interesting.
Mm-hmm. Also, shout out to Subtext Video when he makes the reference of Cloud feeling like he wants to be stronger. So like I think that is something that comes into play, especially if we look at the characters. I'm loving this analysis series because now I'm looking at all the characters and how they almost all add up to a Cloud. Like they have little bits of personality of Cloud. So Red 13.
I feel like I said that earlier.
Yeah. I feel like we talked about it earlier in this podcast, but like Red 13 being the one who's like insecure about his strength, and like that's Cloud, insecure about his strength. Yuffie with her air sickness and car sickness. Cloud has that, right? That's all we're gonna get from Yuffie. No, I'm just kidding. You can dive into it a whole lot more. There's so many like different like relations that you can bring it back to like the sum of what Cloud is. All roads lead to Cloud. All roads lead to Cloud. So I just thought that was cool because we're getting that strength, that the aspect of strength where Red 13 is going to find his in this chapter. So, all right, we're about to move on to the storeroom. Do you guys have anything to say about what we just got here?
I wish Barrett was in this scene, only because he has talked about looking at, like, he's been so invested in going. Now, it's funny, when I first I forgot how much Tifa challenges Bugenhagen and vice versa in this scene. So when we were going up to this scene, I actually said to Jackie, I was like, man, why is Tifa here? It's like, I'm always happy for Tifa being in, but then I realized, no, she has to be here. Like, based off the dialogue and her experience with the weapon being as intimate as it was, I'm like, no, that makes total sense. I just wish Barrett was here. My only gripe with the scene, because I feel like we built so much up about him wanting to come here and experience this, so it would have just been really fascinating to see his reaction. But other than that, I don't know, man. Great scene. Great cutscene in particular. Yeah. The animation's beautiful. It's one of the most visually striking parts of the entire game. Music's awesome. So I have nothing but praise for the actual scene and everything in here. It's funny at times, when you're going up looking at all the devices, then you get the whole planetarium cutscene. And this is one of the best moments in the entire game. But yeah, that was my only like minor gripe was just that I just wish Barrett was here to experience it, given how much he's been looking forward to this the last 2 games.
I mean, that was I get like we're trying to recreate the OG because Barrett wasn't there in the OG. It's like, but like, I agree, man. I kind of feel like that was Barrett's moment to be there. But East Blue Drew says we might get something in part 3. And then like I also want the campfire scene is what East Blue Drew says. We were kind of robbed of the campfire, but we were given a different version of the campfire, and we'll talk about that in a second because I actually really like that. So storeroom, we're going to go to the storeroom now. And in the storeroom, well, if you look at the pictures on the wall, we see some pretty cool stuff, right? Yeah,
those are some cool photos, man.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, all right. Well, I love the family portraits, and I love that we actually see Cub Nanaki and Cub. How do you say her name?
Danae.
Danae.
Yeah,
I always said Danae, but seeing the portrait of Danae in particular, and I had to look up again as to why we don't see her. Apparently, she's. I wish I wrote it down. She's at like an altar or something right now, and she's like posted somewhere for several years, which is why we don't see her during the events of the original story. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping that we maybe get to see her in part 3. I don't know. I would love to see her in part 3. Mm-hmm. Am I expecting it? No, but it would just be, cool. So especially since we got a little snippet of her here. seeing her portrait was such an unexpected surprise, and you know, I think it's just cool, especially since, I mean, we don't know for sure, but like, I am under the impression that Danae is who is the mother of the cubs that run with, you know, Nanaki later. I mean, she's the only other non-relative female of the species that we know about.
It's confirmed in On the Way to a Smile, right? Like, isn't that the book that it's in?
Is it? Is it confirmed? Because I looked at the wiki. I didn't read the book.
I thought it was On the Way to a Smile.
Maybe it's not. I feel like the wiki says that it's just highly speculated.
Oh, okay.
It's like all but confirmed. But
yeah,
even still,
dude, there's so many like cross references out there. Like, there's so much stuff to gather. But yeah, I feel like it's been confirmed somewhere, but maybe it's not.
It would be cool to see her. That's my only like major takeaway from it. Or maybe get flashbacks with Seto and his mom. If we could see like little snippets of the childhood.
I have some pretty cool like a thought for where we could go with part 3, but we're gonna get to the end of like Red 13's like when we get to Seto. We'll get to Seto. All right, so going through there, you also see a crystal megaphone is here. I always like to associate the items you pick up, especially in purple treasure chests. I feel like there's something important about that and why it's placed there, as they're most likely weapons. The crystal megaphone is here, and is it a coincidence that is Kate Sith's weapon? Maybe Reeve was here. And it calls forth the equipped summons ability, so there's a definite connection to the planet there as well. So I think maybe Reeve was here learning about the planet. Maybe he was feeling like maybe doing the reactors and stuff like that might not be a good thing. Maybe he was doing some research, whatever. But in my mind, my head canon or whatever, I like to place Reeve here because the crystal megaphone is here. So Yuffie says none of the materia is even real. And then we're going to go over to the seminar. So, approaching the seminar, we get, of course, the most, like, everybody's heard it now. The dialogue said at the seminar. Now, I've had this thing written down in so many documents. I've written so many scripts about this, including this freaking thing. So if you guys want to take it away and give your interpretations, I'd love to hear it.
For prosperity, could you just say the quote that we're talking about?
Yeah, let me bring it up. Do you have it, Excalibur, or do you want me to read it?
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Well, I'm trying to find it, so if you had it, that would have been good.
I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. So
you know what's interesting? This is one of the ones where I just kind of assumed one of you guys was gonna cook on it, and so I didn't write that much.
I want to cook. I want to cook, but I got so.
I just want the quote.
Look, I'm scrolling through my 10-page script right now that's focusing on this stuff, and I'm like, I'm not gonna give that away right here. I want to make that into its own video. So I have several theories on this, and they do kind of tie back into this NPC. And I'm working on videos, so if you want more on that, everybody watching, hey, subscribe. And, stay tuned to Final Fantasy TV as I will, I'll post about it. But basically talking about how, the spiritual energy, like, what if our hopes and dreams like live on, and the planet can't distinguish between what is our real lived memories and then, the hopes and dreams buried into our desires buried in our hearts or something like that. And this has so much heavy implications on future memories, regardless anyway. Like, we got to talk about that maybe later. So that would be a good time to circle back to this when we're talking about it in our theory cast. That's going to happen after chapter 14, everybody. It's going to be a theory cast to end all theory casts for Final Fantasy TV, right? Like, we're just going to get everything out in the open. Even your theories, I want you guys to write in with. So, anyways, we'll come back to that because this is so freaking, like, so many heavy implications in this dialogue that can be missed entirely. In fact, they almost do it on purpose because they got this guy talking beforehand how he's a burden on the planet for using up twice as much spiritual energy or whatever. But and it's a throwaway almost, and then like a pause, and I think the game expects you to go ahead and start the cutscene. But if you don't, this person comes in later. But we'll talk about it in a future video. So now we'll get into the seminar. So once we're in the seminar, Tifa is going to talk about it. She's going to open up and talk about her experience. And Aerith gives a little nod of encouragement to Tifa. I like that. Now, Tifa opens up about falling into the live stream. She doesn't say Mako Pool. She literally just calls it the live stream, which I thought was interesting. Like, she says she fell in a live stream. Feeling of kindness washed over me. Long forgotten memories came flooding back. I like the usage of water terminology here. Right? There's a lot of like washing and flooding and falling, or you know, yeah, whatever. Falling into the live stream, blah blah blah.
Waterfall, man. Yeah, you got it. Keep cooking.
I'm cooking. Yeah. Tifa's story about a war within the planet and seeking answers here rattles everyone in the circle, except for Aerith, who seems to be a little bit more either concerned or curious about what Tifa's saying, or not about what she's saying, but more about like for Tifa. Like she's kind of concerned for her, or like just kind of listening intently.
Maybe a bit of both.
Yeah, there's a look on Aerith's face that I just couldn't quite figure out what she was doing there, but I love that she seems like she genuinely like cares about what Tifa's saying here. All right, let's see. Maybe go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I think you were talking about the look of the other people and how it rattles them. And again, talking about what we said earlier, how a lot of this chapter is challenging the beliefs of planetologists. It seems a lot of their beliefs are getting challenged, especially with the party talking to all these different people. Now, I love the member here who's like leading the seminar because of what he says. He's my goat. I love that he says, we need to challenge our beliefs. But I thought it was interesting because later on, I mentioned her before, the woman who lost her husband in the Wutai War, and how she says that it feels like war's on the horizon again. I think a lot of people are coming to Cosmo because these all seem to me like tourists, obviously. Like they're engaging in a seminar, learning about planetology and the beliefs of Cosmo Canyon. A lot of people, I think, are coming here for answers. And they're looking for guidance. Mm-hmm. And so they come here, and you have Tifa now, who not only does not help enforce that guidance that they're looking for, she actually probably makes them feel worse.
Yeah.
Not intentionally, of course.
Right,
she kind of points that out. Like she, we know she had trouble connecting with people. Sorry if you see me turning around, it's because my PC said it was about to die. So I don't want to be, left on the stove mid-cook here. But anyway, so, no, I think that what we're looking at is just people who are seeking guidance and some sort of answers for a lot of the problems that they're seeing in the world right now. Yeah. And what does Tifa do? She kind of just makes things seem worse. And then you have Aerith.
There's a war within the planet.
Right.
Like a fight for survival, and like the planet versus its enemies, and like, it seems more dire, and everybody's like, oh my god.
Right. And then you have Aerith, though, who, being part Cetra, I think hearing Tifa explain this might be helping her, because we also learn later in this chapter, she doesn't fully know a lot about her ancestry. Like, she doesn't know a lot about what they believe and how they actually go about their beliefs.
And it circles back to this. Keep challenging your beliefs. Stop doing that, and the answers will forever elude you. And there's a moment where Bugenhagen says, the Cetra would never, they don't pray to, like, worship gods. They don't believe in that anyway. And, like, Aerith was like, I didn't know that. Like, she doesn't, like, okay. And so she's even kind of questioning it a little bit, even with the Gi Natak telling her things, and she's like, oh my god, history, what does that mean? And then she, where did we find her? Well, I guess we found her the second time, but in a church, right? Like a place of worship. Like, so
she even says future memories here in chapter 14. When you're walking up to her at the, she's praying. She's like, I don't even know how to pray. Like she goes, my mom never taught me. I think the face she's making here, it's everything that you said before, but I also think that there's almost this level of validation and confirmation about things that she doesn't even fully grasp or understand yet.
Yeah.
She's more in tune with it on a physical level because she's a Cetra, so she's tied to the planet physically. She can feel when the planet is in peril. So hearing Tifa explain something from an actual experience, I almost look at this as she's getting validation for things that she might have been feeling but didn't know how to express or truly understand up until sitting here and listening to her friend talk about her experience. And then my goat over here is just like, yeah, keep doing that. Keep challenging yourself because no, like I think I looked at this as just, just everybody here took away something except for the people who came here looking for answers.
Yeah.
They walked away with even more questions.
Yeah. So your homie there, your goat, that looks like the same dude that's in this quest coming up, the side quest coming up, Absence
Caesar?
of the Sign.
I think it is Caesar.
Yeah, I think that Hail Caesar, right? So I got some interesting notes on that kind of go in line with what Tifa's saying, but we'll circle back around to that. So
all right, yeah, because we're gonna do the River of Lights. Yeah. Because once we do the River of Lights, well, I guess we'll get to the side quests almost at the end of this analysis.
Most of the side quests are at the end, except for the Shani one.
Shani like a melody.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to do it.
Remix.
I
was trying to say, got the gee like na 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 ta.
Na 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 key. No, wait, no.
Na 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 talk.
Oh, yeah, you got the switch up in there. You can go either way.
Got the gee like na 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 talk. All right, so we got the River of Lights. You can hear a little subtle live stream music playing here as well, which is cool. So Yuffie says when you die, you return to the planet. That's a bunch of crap. She doesn't believe in any of that. And Kate Sith calls these people fatalist idiots. Whoa. And then
I think it's really funny that Kate says he spent his life. Now I don't know if that's Reeves coming through or if this particular Kate Sith just spent his life trying to disprove beliefs of planetology. It's like, bro, didn't you work at the saucer? Like, what were you doing? What were you doing there, dude? Like,
if it was Reeves, it makes sense for him to be at the like headcanon, like his weapon was up there.
I'm about to say he dropped off that crystal megaphone.
Yeah.
It's just but I like the idea more of Kate Sith just entertaining at the saucer, and then after the show ends, he goes, "And that planetology shit's a crock of shit.
Fatalist idiots.
You're a planetologist. Oh, I got news for you, you fatalist idiot. What? You fatalist idiot?
Oh, good little accent there. So Barrett also ends up like, this is kind of crazy, man. Barrett also kind of says that a mentor told him it was foolish to think he could save the planet. The planet decides her fate. And like even Barrett was kind of like, or like I think you can reply and say, yeah, we're gonna step up and we're gonna change it or something. He's like, no, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, everybody's kind of like you came here like Lee said, you come in here for answers, and now you're coming in here like thinking, hold on a second.
What that seminar feels
it's not
like
what I wanted to hear, type thing. Yeah.
Everybody came here for answers, and if anything, they almost walked away with less.
Yeah.
Because a lot of what planetologists, are talking about is it's almost like a resignation of just it's going to sort itself out. Which is it's a nice sentiment, but that challenges everything that the party's about. They are take action people, and it's I even here at the ceremony, you hear the person, you can hear that person talking about Avalanche. I said it before, but they say it again here. Originated as a group of passionate youths that left Cosmo Canyon years ago. And also, interestingly, some people, I think that ceremony guy says that they would be welcome back no matter what they've done. I thought that was nice.
Yeah.
But besides that, it was just the reason I bring up the Avalanche thing again is because Barrett is like the peak representation of that. He is, he shows up here, and what is the mentor, telling him? It's just that it's presumptuous to believe that you can do this. And that's what Avalanche was all about. They left because they wanted to save them.
What's interesting, we're going to get to this later, is Bugenhagen says something different about that when he's asked about fate. And so his tune is sort of the opposite. Like, he doesn't believe. Like
It's almost like Bugenhagen and modern day planetologists are like on a totally different level with each other.
They say
Yeah,
I'm sorry, like in the World Intel, like about Cosmo Canyon, they talk about how the Cetra like were here, they lived in Cosmo Canyon and passed down their teachings, but through time and discourse and like those, it has spread. But I almost read that as in like, yeah, the original message is a little blurry now. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the original message might be a little lost from what the Cetra were trying to teach.
It almost seems like a very interpretive faith. Like
Yeah.
that a lot of it is just like, here's the through line, how you interpret it. But then that gets iffy with people like Bugenhagen, who I think are almost so devout, not necessarily to the ideals, but to their convictions. It's like his idea of what it is like end all be all almost to him. So, you know, whereas the mentors here seem to be more open-minded and challenging, and probably due to the fact that when we learned this later on the Promises to Keep side quest, that Bugenhagen says, oh, he doesn't really go out much. He's home a lot. Whereas I think the mentors, you know, I don't see Bugenhagen as the type to be leading a seminar.
There's a side quest called Promises to Keep.
I believe so. Isn't that not that's the
one with the gi.
Nanaki one with the gi.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff in there.
So anyway, going back for a second, Bugenhagen doesn't leave home much. So what I don't think that means Cosmo Canyon. I think that literally means he's like at the top of his tower all the time. You know what I mean? Whereas he has younger planetologists spreading the word and they're mentoring people, and it's cool because they're the ones who are dealing with the challenging of their beliefs more than anybody. Bugenhagen sits up there and probably just reads his beliefs over and over again. And
I love how like when
delves into history.
God, it keeps on coming back, man. This chapter is super well written in my opinion. I love how everything ties into a theme. But like with Red 13, the first thing that they say about Bugenhagen, he's like, there's probably nobody who knows more about our planet than this guy. Like he's like hyping him up, right? And he's like, yo, shout out to the voice actor for Bugenhagen, man. Awesome. It was everything I wanted him to be. You know what I mean? It was everything I wanted it to be. Like that voice, it was everything. This is probably one of my favorite scenes. I love these quiet, intimate, like personal moments, man. This might be my I don't know. I didn't actually give out any awards this week. I didn't actually write them down, but this might be my best berth. This might be the best berth. Like best new thing introduced.
Call this a rebirth or a birth because it is almost the campfire scene, but it's not.
It's definitely. Yeah. I feel like it's definitely not though.
I feel like this is a birth for sure.
This is definitely new because the campfire scene was more of like the party sitting around and talking amongst themselves and like where they need to go from there. Like from that moment, like what's driving them at that moment. Whereas,
do you think we'll maybe get that in part 3?
I mean, we are definitely going to get a moment like that in part 3 because we need to have them kind of go find their purpose, right? We need that right before the final mission. Yeah. But I don't think we're going to get it. I think this is our campfire scene. It's just completely new. And honestly, I freaking loved it, man. So Aerith gives a speech talking about her life as an ancient has been tough, under constant surveillance, ignored, held against her will, even hated. It's been a curse. She would never be normal no matter how hard she tried. So it's also been a blessing in a way, she says. It's brought her new friends into her life, and for once she's okay. Happy even.
Pretty sure this scene made me cry.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sad. And I think it comes down to the
hold on, let me finish it real quick.
Oh, no, go.
Yeah, let me finish it real quick because she's happy even. The pain was worth it to have friends that she loves in her life. Return their kindness and make the most of what she's been given is what she wants to do. I mean, that's just God beautiful. Go ahead, Lee.
No, I think it's just that this is the first moment we're really seeing her being uplifted for being an ancient.
Yeah.
Every time her being an ancient has come up, it's almost always been something tied to hardship, or this is a ceremony that obviously means a lot to the people, and they're uplifting her because this is a special occasion. We are able to have our torchbearer be of ancient, of Cetran descent. That doesn't happen often. So the people are looking to her and they're like, wow, like she feels special. And for once, it's a good thing to feel special.
Yeah, and like as you're walking, the NPCs are like commenting, like,
I'm
so happy that Aerith was here to share her story. I'm so happy that Aerith has people or friends like you guys. And like, so she's definitely welcomed. I think that's awesome thing to point out there. And then we get on to the lighting of the lamps, right? And we find out that Rapunzel is indeed the long lost princess. And
that's a great movie, by the way.
Dude, Tangled better than Frozen. I will take no further questions about that. I mean, come on, bro. Tangled is awesome.
Listen, I want to throw something in here real quick. So I feel like this whole scene, right? Aerith's speech, I feel like following on the heels of that conversation that she had with Cloud on the beach in Costa del Sol, and her knowing that something wild's getting ready to go down, and you get this sense that she knows she might not make it. It feels like in this moment, like she has her reason. Like now she knows, like, these are who I'm doing it for. I love these people. You guys have made everything worthwhile. Like, it's going to be worth it in the end. And I feel like she was talking about what she knows or feels on some level that she's going to have to do, even if she's forgotten the details of what happens. So I feel like, for me, it felt like she in this moment has her reason to be, the sacrificial lamb. So yeah, so to speak. So anyway, that's the main note that I had that you guys didn't touch on.
This might be
I agree.
This might be the moment that got me when, all right, so the lights, they go up, they start turning green. It again, I don't know how either metaphorically or figuratively or literally is this the fire of the planet? I don't, because this, it represents the planet's life, because it never extinguishes and all that other stuff, from based on the NPCs. But the fire, or these lanterns, are being lit by that fire, and then they turn green into life stream energy. So I thought I thought that was interesting there. What do you got, Lee?
There's an NPC who says, once a year we gather the souls that have drifted to our veil and return them to the planet whence they came. So
how do we gather them? Is there ashes in there? You think there are ashes in there?
That's what I honestly thought to some extent. I mean, I know obviously this might be a gameplay versus cinematic element, but when we do kill enemies, we see them manifest in a similar live streamy kind of way. So I wonder if this is almost, this reminds me of when people do ash related ceremonies, like if somebody is invested in nature, some people will go out to, if somebody loved the ocean, they might go out to sea and drop the ashes out in the ocean or in the woods that they might have walked the most. To me, this might be just something like that, where I don't know if it is necessarily ashes, but that was my interpretation of it, that it might actually be people's ashes that's now returning to the live stream or something.
That's a good,
they put them in these lanterns and send them off.
That works. I mean, either that or Yuna's in the background doing the dance. She's doing. I got you.
yeah.
I got you. Don't worry.
Chapter 13, bro. That's chapter
13. We'll come back to Yuna references.
So
send them.
I think I don't know if that one random NPC who I just happened to catch say that.
Yeah, no, that could be it, man. Gathering, it's interesting. How do you gather somebody's soul?
Especially since people seem to. I mean, but they also don't. We know Aerith has a body when she passes away. Cloud, is holding it, so not everybody seems to do that. So again, that's a gameplay versus cinematic thing.
There's something there, though. Yeah, that's
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's how the body returns or not, but I almost thought that maybe in some way a physical part of their body, whether it is ashes, cremate, whatever, might be in those lanterns, and then when it's finally able to return to the live stream, it burns like that, and you see that live stream
Yeah.
kind of
Material.
That was my interpretation.
She says, sappy. Meant every word, though. God, bro. That was the moment that got me. I'm sorry. Dude, that got me. Like, when she said that, and then, like, she was like, sappy, huh? Meant every word, though. And I'm like, oh. Like, this moment, one of my favorite moments in the game. And I love that line delivery, too, by Brianna White. That was just so good, man.
You know what's the hardest part, I think?
Just knowing what's going to happen.
No, well, I think the hardest part of this scene is what she says.
Yeah.
So we were just talking about how this is an uplifting moment for her. That she, being an ancient up to this point has pretty much just been a hardship that she's just had to accept and deal with, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now she's saying that, like we were just saying, she kind of finds her purpose, and this uplifting moment's now presenting itself for us to see, like, wow, the glimmer of hope. I mean, I wrote down some of the things that I just thought about with her. It's like she loses her mom, her love interests, her, with Zach, and then later with, Cloud when she does actually pass away. And that's where I'm getting to, is that her chance for a normal life, her friends, this is the part of the story where she is getting all of that. She has, she has an adoptive mother now. She has Cloud as a new potential love interest. She has, like friends and
Tifa.
a sense of normalcy. Yeah. And it's a shame because that glimmer of hope that she's feeling, we know by the end of this game is about to get snuffed out again. It's like the
scene
that her, and it's because she's an ancient. That hardship never really went away. She just got to have this one moment where it didn't feel so hard. And I feel like that's the most tragic part of this scene.
You go ahead, Wiley.
No, it's just sorry.
Yeah, I see the thing.
Oh no, so the only thought I really have on this whole lantern thing, so I can't really speak to if it's ashes, if it's actual people returning to the live stream. The main thought that I have is like, so it seems it's like an homage to like a lantern festival, right? So like the lantern festival is usually like a New Year thing, and it's like a letting go of your past self and embracing your new self. Yeah, 100%. And if you look at what Aerith says, right, everything that in her little speech is basically talking about her past and how messed up it was, and she was hated and mistreated and didn't have friends. And then she talks about everything that she found. And obviously what I took out of it is sort of this promise, this reason for her future sacrifice. And so I feel like there might be some lost symbolism on Western cultures that don't have this lantern festival that might be like super obvious if you grew up in an Eastern culture. But it could be just as simple as this is sort of like, this whole thing is representative of Aerith's moment of renewal, like letting go of the past and moving into the future. You know what I'm saying? So, but what are in the lanterns? I don't really have an answer for that one. I
don't think there's ever going to be an answer.
I like the symbolism. All right, we're gonna go over to Bugenhagen. So I thought this was interesting. Maybe I'm reading into it a little too much. But are the developers speaking through Bugenhagen here when he says, "What did you think of the River of Lights? Moving people and connecting them through the experience." And then replace the River of Life with the actual video game that we're talking about. The developers wish to parlay their emotional response into a deeper intellectual curiosity. And that's what we're doing right now. Hey, we're doing this for you, devs. We did it. Yeah. We did what you asked.
Yeah.
We're taking a deeper intellectual curiosity. But it's like he's like, I love moving people and connecting them through the one experience. But we would like to parlay their emotional response into a deeper intellectual curiosity.
Wait. Actually, I just want to point something out because this is a Jackie's journal note.
Oh, Jackie's journal.
No, but like I think this is. Oh, yeah. I'm glad that she wrote this down because it kind of ties into what we were talking about with Kate and Yuffie earlier. I just caught a glimpse of this. Yuffie and Kate, the two most skeptical in the group in the beginning, seemed the most excited by the lantern spectacle. And I thought about that with what Wiley was just saying about maybe not understanding Eastern culture. And because one of them's not a living being, and the other one, is from a different culture altogether. So you're just, when you said that, Wiley, it made me think, oh, maybe that's, part of that is sort of translated there, that people who don't understand the cultures but can still appreciate them. I feel like if you try to look deeper at the lanterns, there is something to be taken away, or it's just a really pretty scene, like following a very nice moment. So I just wanted to point that out because I saw that. I'm like, it's a really good point, actually, that they're the two who are the most excited about it. Like I remember that they run up and they're like looking at the lanterns, like, whoa. And meanwhile, Yuffie's just like, when you die, you die.
You die.
That's
it. Go ahead, Wiley. What were you saying, man? Yeah.
Oh no, nothing, man.
You had something you were going on. You were about to go for. Am I okay? I'm not bad. All right. So you got something?
I mean, I'm good, man. Let's
okay. I'm rolling through. All right, so now we got back to the cyclical nature of life and how humans bear witness to it every single day, yet they show no appreciation for it. Another message that the developers are trying to get across, the writers are trying to get across in this game. So Bugenhagen just kind of dropping this stuff on us right now. It takes us to the sealed door, a trial for Red to undertake. So Nanaki's parents, we talk about them a little bit here. His mother fought with courage. His father ran like a coward. At least that's what Red believes. That's what Nanaki believes. Cloud would render this trial meaningless, so Barrett must join Nanaki. Han Ford says, what did you think of Cloud not accompanying Red? And I think that it just makes a whole lot of sense, right? Like, he looks at Cloud and he's like, all right, soldier, ex-soldier, we're not going to send you along with them. I did feel bad for Barrett. Like, I was just said Barrett. He's not worthy. he's not as good as you.
I didn't take that interpretation at all.
Which one?
I feel like the reason it had nothing to do with Cloud's skills. If I'm being honest, that's not
really
what I thought.
You didn't. Where are you going with it?
No, I think it has to do with the relationship, the dynamic between the two.
100%. That's what I thought too.
And this goes into what the end of the trial is about. It's taking one perception of someone and totally flipping it to another.
Yeah.
So,
taking him out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, Nanaki
is a big part of
Nanaki and Cloud immediately steps up and says, "Yeah, I'll do it." So clearly, A, Nanaki had no objection to it, and B, it's Cloud. We're seeing that they're getting closer, and maybe yes, he is very skillful, so there's not much reason to doubt his capability. But Barrett and him have bickered. They've not seen eye to eye entirely. We kind of view them through the bro lens, but they probably don't view each other from that. I think, Nanaki probably finds Barrett, maybe like loud or just obnoxious and not somebody he wants to talk to, whereas, he views, Barrett views Red as just kind of just odd, not really easy to communicate with. So I think that the reason Barrett is being put to, with him to do the trial is to challenge the idea of what he understands about not even just his father, but just people.
Yeah.
I like that.
Challenging him.
That's cool. That's a deeper meaning than I got out of it. I just was like, oh, okay, it's a freaking soldier, ex-soldier, then that would, it's kind of useless to have an ex-soldier with you. We're trying to challenge Red or Nanaki here. So you need to have a witness, not a freaking bodyguard. You're just having,
which maybe there's some merit to that too. But no, I think I think there was a very meaningful reason as to why it was buried, and it's because
I feel like he chose the guy that he has the least emotional connection to or the most friction with, because he wants him to go through it. He wants to pick somebody that's not going to carry him, whether he's capable or not. It's more about the fact that he doesn't have the same level of emotional support. I dig
it. I dig it. That's good. All All right, so this is a place of deep sorrow. Bugenhagen explains that a fierce battle was waged here 45 years ago. Well, I mean, if Red is 48, that means he was just 3 when it happened, which is odd.
Yeah, so how old was he actually?
Yeah.
Like mentally, I mean, like
yeah, mentally, like he's a freaking
minutes
infant.
old.
Yeah, he's minutes old, man. This kid, he's still like, hey,
At least 3 minutes.
Where my dad? He's not even talking like that. At least
where my dad?
where my dad? You coward. Where?
Where my dad?
So also, if you look at
a vocal Tim, thanks, Dan. I'm gonna be saying that all. Jackie's gonna hate me after tonight. I'm gonna keep where my dad.
Where my dad? Where?
Anyway, continue.
So also, if you look around at the environments and everything, I love the callbacks to the OG with these massive spider webs. I thought that was, because in the original game, you had those massive spider webs you had to take down. Didn't have to take any down in this dungeon, but it's cool that they were there. If I have to hear Barrett say, I only got 2 legs, bro, you don't have to say that every time I go up a wall. Like, and then he's, you know what I mean? Like, I only got 2 legs here, Oh my God.
Jackie said something that made me crack up when he said that for like the 6th time or whatever time. There, I've only got 2 legs here, Jackie, more than the amount of arms you've got.
Jackie.
Oh.
Jackie. I knew it was gonna happen.
Oh, man, that made me laugh so hard. It made me laugh so hard. It's like, damn.
Jackie.
Damn.
He says that and he says one other thing I can't remember. Where'd you run off to? I'm like, just stop. Let me go do this thing real quick. I just want this. There was to a point where I was like, I don't want to get the treasure chest because Barrett's gonna yell at me. I don't want him to do it.
Well, this is why he was chosen.
This is why he was. You wouldn't hear Cloud keep on saying, "Hey, I only got 2 legs here," like multiple times. This is really testing his mind and his body. To really endure. His mental fortitude needed to be tested.
Bickering old man.
A bickering old man.
35-year-old.
Ripe old age of 35, yeah. My goodness.
Hey, I love how if you listen closely to the music, you hear subtle notes of the live stream, like that little boom, boom, like that, whenever you're near a live stream font. You hear that subtly, and then before it goes into this twisted, like reversed, like, I'm like, oh man, this music is really, really good. I like this. I actually like all of the Gi music. Man,
Same.
We get to that Minds of Moria Kratos edition, bro.
Yeah,
man.
No,
it's so good, man. Yeah, as we say,
I think it's so good because it's so foreign sounding.
It is.
It's not similar to anything we've. Granted, I mean, obviously this game's soundtrack jumps all over the place. Like, Gust Funk doesn't sound.
We just had
like
an amusement park. Yeah, we just had amusement park music. I was going through the soundtrack the other day, just like looking at the amount of music we've already heard, like up to this chapter 10, and the amount of music that we've heard and like nominated as our best music. Like all of those are like potential nominees, and there's so many of them missing that FF7 music, follow him. But just all of this music that we've already heard and how diverse and like interesting and crazy and like all over the place we are, and it all just sounds so cohesive somehow. Like it sounds like it makes sense. Dude, I love it.
That's why I think the Gi music, because it's so I don't know how to, like I said, foreign, almost like alienish in a way. Like there's something good. It really harks the point. But I don't know, man. I agree. The Gi music was probably some of the best music in this game, which caught me off guard because
That's cool.
I wasn't expecting it to be. No, I want to know what you guys did. We talked about how we like the Yuffie dungeon. Did you guys? This is probably my favorite dungeon in the game. At least for me, I enjoyed playing this one a lot. So
You know what I liked is that with the traversal, man, on hard mode, I think I made it through the whole dungeon without any encounters until I got to Gi and attack.
Yeah, you can run past them.
You just
I think that's why
taking
I like
advantage
it.
of everything. Yeah, it was a different type of fun than the first time through.
Right,
You know what I mean?
it's fun to revisit. Which I mean, not to talk down on the Yuffie one. I mean, that one you kind of get the spectacle and the charm because it's very linear in what you're doing with the grab. There's more to play with here.
Yeah,
there's more land to explore. You can kind of tackle it in a different way. Like Wiley just said, you can go through this on a second playthrough and not encounter anything.
You know what they're setting up right here is that Red Rocket League wall run in part 3.
Hell yeah! Come on, dude. That is a brilliant thing though. Like we got wall running. Yo, give me that.
Gotta change Red Rocket League.
Red Rocket. Red Rocket League. Red Rocket League. Oh,
hey,
man.
That's what it is.
They made a league out of it? Wow.
They made a league out of it?
Man, maybe he's just in a league of his own.
Oh. Yeah, I love the traversal in this dungeon. I think I probably nominated up there as one of my favorite. I almost wish, and I was playing it this time around thinking, I wonder if I would have liked it if they did go that direction. Almost like a Cloister of Trials from Final Fantasy X. I almost was wondering if I would have liked it to be more of like that, where it's more puzzle solving and more, trying to figure it out. I don't know, because the puzzles, let's be honest, super easy.
I think that's something about this game in general, though.
Yeah, everything is very, very simple.
I don't think the game's particularly difficult as far as dungeons and puzzles are concerned.
That's why
they feel kind of obligatory and not like challenging. They're just there to kind of like get you doing something a little bit different, but instead of a linear dungeon experience. And it does that, but it's not hard.
It's not hard at all, right? And I'm just like, I was playing it this time around thinking to myself, like, okay, what if I'm stopping here and I'm taking more time when we get to the next area where we have to place those the things on the pedestals, the statues on the pedestals. I was like, what if there was more of a challenge here? Like, what if there was more of a mental task to try to solve a puzzle? And I'm like, would it have taken me out of the experience? Would I have not liked it as much because I'd be in here a lot longer? Could they have condensed it down and made it more of a puzzle? I don't know, but I'm hoping that for part 3, like one major request would be like, listen, give me alternate dungeons like that I can find in the open world. Don't make them required. I understand the idea that you don't want anybody to get hung up. Although I think that is a bad mentality to have as a developer, just saying, because Final Fantasy X to this day remains as one of the best Final Fantasies, and people love it. And it's got some of the best dungeons in it. And
give us that ancient forest, with
somebody asked earlier about that. Right? Yeah, I think it was East Blue who asked about the ancient forest. Where's that at? Make it an optional dungeon that I find by exploring in my Highwind. I'm looking down, flying over Cosmo Canyon or Cosmo region, and I see a forest over here. Can I get to that? Heck yeah, you can, because in part 3, I want everything to be able to access. I don't want any fog of war on my world map. I want to clear that out. So it's like, dude, I'm going to go there. And then what if you walked into that and you had to solve some really like intellectual dungeons where you're dealing with the bugs and all that other stuff to solve the. Anyways.
Man, bro, I would love that, bro.
Yes. So there you go. So as far as the dungeon design goes, I did really enjoy this the best so far over the grappling hooks. And I don't know if you would count Gungaga Reactor with Tifa doing the mushrooms, or like that was doing shrooms. What is Tifa doing? Most fun she's had with shrooms since Mario Kart is what Excalibur said.
Maybe. Oh, yeah, I was waiting for him to say what he actually meant. No.
Whoa. A lady never tells, bro.
Lady never tells.
No, I just now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the Gungaga Reactor dungeon, just because it's different both times you visited.
I love that about it for sure. But this one, traversal is the best. Like I love running along the walls for this chapter. Like
this one's tone also is the best. To me.
Yes. Yes.
Just the way it feels being in here.
Oh, and by the way,
impressive.
one of the things that I was super curious about, now, who knows if it's, you know, how to take this, and I hope I wrote it down. I don't know if I did, but one of the areas is literally called the Pool of Blood or something like that, or Pools of Blood. Somewhere along I gotta find it. I gotta find the actual, but I don't know if I took the note. Anyways, it's implying that those red down there was blood, but then I think it's just red Mako, but because we even see it crystallized everywhere. But anyways, I was really curious if they were gonna add blood at the bottom. I know leading up to Rebirth, we were all very curious of like, what is that in the OG game? What is that river of red? Is that blood? Is it lava? What is that? Anyways, so
fruit punch.
Yeah, it's all fruit, but it's all part of the Kool-Aid, baby.
That's the code red.
The Sonic Adventure 2 reference. If anybody in chat's familiar with Sonic Adventure 2, Hell Chow Garden, and how it was a giant pool of blood and everybody didn't know what it was, so people would just call it the fruit punch pool, because it's a children's game and you got like a giant pool of blood in hell. And it's like, oh, what's that? And people are just like, oh, it's the fruit punch. I used to hear that all the time.
It's the fruit punch. Now we're going to understand the nature of Gi history here as we fetch artifacts. You obtain the Mystic Collar in this area as well. It is implied that the collar is one that either his father wore, like Red's father wore it. It definitely says it was worn by Watchers of the Veil. Its ability is Watcher's Spirit. So that was kind of cool. So you get the Mystic Collar. And then Materia is crystallized collection of the memories and knowledge of the planet, is what Bugenhagen says. Again, just reiterating what has been said many times before. The Gi have awakened from their sufferable slumber. Do not be so quick to denigrate your enemies or belittle their plight. Like that, from Bugenhagen. Let's see, the Nidhogg enemies are a fitting choice as the word is translated to hate strikers or curse strikers. In Norse mythology, it is a serpent that gnaws at the Yggdrasil world tree, and a threat to the cosmos. Fitting.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I go on a tangent in my notes, and then I not a tangent, but like I go on like down a rabbit hole. And then I literally have in bold, never mind, at the end of it. So, never mind. I'm kind of curious. No. This is what I do, man. This is why I don't post very many videos, because I write the script, I do the video, and then I proofread and like question if you don't question your beliefs, you'll never find the answers. You know what I mean? So if you don't question your theory videos, you'll never get a good one, and everybody will call you out for it. So I go back and then I say, never mind, I proofed it, did a different version of it. Anyways, you go statues and you put them on their pedestals. I thought it was super interesting that they were gems, like emerald and ruby. Oh, whoa, wait a second. And of course there was amber. Hold up. One interesting thing I noted was in this room, purple was already activated. And I went back and I played this over again, and I don't remember us activating the purple. You know what I mean? So purple, as we've seen, is Sephiroth and Genova's color. And it definitely has that life stream energy or spirit energy that's flowing towards the pedestals or from the pedestal to the statues. And every time you do it, the Gi say something about one of their emotions being quelled, right? I was going down this rabbit hole and I was like, oh, purple's already activated. That's despair, right? Like that's freaking Sephiroth doing the despair part. Then you come in and I had written down amber is anger, emerald is sadness, and ruby is rancor. But that's not correct. You can come back in here, and once you play it again, doesn't matter what order you put it in, it's always going to be the same like response you get.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's going to be in the same order of responses. So it doesn't have anything to do with it, but I was trying to connect it to the planet's weapons and like, oh, Emerald Weapon is the manifestation of the planet's sadness. It's in a ocean. It's a sea of sadness, which is Buddhism. And then like, and I'm like going down like Ruby Weapon is a manifestation of the wrath of the planet, and Gaia's wrath is Titan's ability. Oh my God. Nope. Doesn't matter. Now, that chamber. Never mind. In bold, all caps. That chamber was to keep the Gi in. The next chamber was for the Cetra to commune with the Gi. And this is, of course, where Bugenhagen says good and evil are dichotomies, as mutable as the wind and not set in stone. Sorrow takes many forms. And then here comes Gi Natak. So I skipped ahead quite a bit. Did you guys have anything to fill in before Gi Natak?
Looking good.
All right, cool.
Nah, we're coasting.
So we can kind of keep on going right through this. We talked about level design, so we really covered that. All right, we're here at Gi Natak. So if you look above Gi Natak, I know that not a lot of people do that. There's a lot of crystallization going on up there, just like when we go to the Mithril Mines and we see all of the Mako crystallizing. Well, it looks like this red miasma also acts as, in a similar fashion as that spirit energy, and it can crystallize. So I thought that was interesting as well. It's the color red. I don't know if there's any association with summon materia being red as well. But regardless, it crystallizes red. So naturally forming materia made from red miasma is up there. Okay. And the boss fight. Let's talk about the boss battle. I know that this is probably everybody's best boss battle. I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
I think the other option was probably I'm going to call it Wyvern forever now that Wyvern is Clive. I always called it a Wyvern.
Wyvern.
I always called it a Wyvern, but it's Wyvern. So that was the other option for battle, but I think Gi Natak takes it. So what did you guys think of Gi Natak?
Oh, yeah.
Well, what did we think, Wiley?
Come on, Lee. Tell us about the struggle, Lee.
All right. Dude, okay, so I told the guys this. When I played this the other day, I started around 7 just to start playing chat, and it was like 2 in the morning by the time I got to Gi Natak. I really crunched in the time, right? I think it was like 1:30 when I started to fight him, and the first couple times I fought him, I got my ass handed to me. And I realized, you know what? It's a late night. I've been at it for several hours. The fact of the matter is that I started fighting him, and then the minions did the instant kill on me because I didn't even think to worry about them. And I realized I'm
Maximum
going to bed.
Fury, right? And that that's the strategy on that one.
I was
Stardust Ray
when
too, man. Cooks 'em.
Stardust Ray goes crazy in this.
Oh,
and
good.
Okay. Maximum
Yeah.
Fury and Stardust Ray was my go-to. Just pretty much, whoever had more ATB,
Yep.
just do your.
You have to
unload.
plan it so they both have it ready.
Well, yeah, I mean, usually if one has it, then Stardust Ray is more stuck to a certain location, whereas Maximum Fury, barrel just melt one and then just auto lock to the other.
Yeah.
So, as far as that was concerned, it was just I was not in a good mood when I first initiated combat.
I'm sure it didn't improve.
No, but so I remember going to bed that night. I woke up like, this asshole's definitely not my best fight. Then I fought him the next day, and I had a lot of fun when I wasn't exhausted and agitated and coming off of several hours of trying my hardest, trying to get all these nice notes. I was mentally exhausted, so yeah, when it was like 1:30 in the morning, I'm like, dude, this fight sucks right now. I don't want to do this. But no, in hard mode, it's a very challenging fight, but it's a lot of fun. I think I beat him on my I don't know, it only took me like couple tries after I got close. I don't know if it's an RNG thing with him on what he afflicts you with. But Wiley, didn't you say he didn't afflict you with anything? on
He
your
never got me, man. I don't know if it was I just kept pressuring him or what, but he never got to get any of that stuff out, man.
That makes
Like
no sense to me. It makes no
I
sense.
was running like a Firaga plus HP absorb, MP absorb, and I had Barrett on like maximum overcharge. So I was using overcharge to fill his ATB so quick, just constantly casting Firaga, just spamming it, and then I would switch to red to build ATB. Then I'd hit him with the synergy, and I would just keep looping back through. And red would cast mana wall. Or if somebody went down from a big hit, I would cast the rise with red, and he would also cure. But basically, I just stayed on him, and it was close. But I pulled it out, skin of my teeth, the first time on hard mode.
Yeah,
which was like 3 days ago.
Here's the thing that sucked in my for I don't remember how I didn't count. I mean, the first night I don't even want to count almost because I was so tired. I'm like sitting there like this.
Yeah, no, that's no way to play.
Right, like the second day was when, and it only took me like a couple tries. The thing was though, this threw me for a loop. I pressured him. Post pressure, he goes into that thing where he afflicts you. I got all the afflictions besides Doomsday, and I told you this story, Wiley. Like he halved my MP, he like started ruining my ATB, and he halved my HP. I'm like, what do you want me to do, sir? I'm like, is there anything more you got? And then I started attacking him. He's like, Doomsday, and I'm like, why?
Oh,
Why
man.
like me with everything?
Yeah.
He threw everything at me. It was like the exact opposite experience for you.
You see,
you just have to stay super aggressive.
You see what Spartan said? Spartan said, my first time getting past the soul summons on hard mode, I died to Doom between the second and the last hit of Bloodfang. So like in the middle of using Bloodfang, died through Doom, and like it probably would have killed him. Oh my god, that is soul crushing.
This was a very on my second day when I had so much fun.
Yeah, this boss battle is super intense. Even on normal mode when I was playing it like for the very first time, I remember this boss battle being a challenge, like even on normal the first playthrough. Or I guess
I played dynamic.
I played dynamic. Yeah, it was
dynamic. It was the same thing. I feel like this is the first wall, at least in dynamic, where there was a sudden shift in at least boss difficulty. I don't think there was any boss for at least dynamic prior to this that felt too challenging. I mean, Dyne for me personally, because I don't really use Barret much, so naturally, hey. You don't use Barret much? Let's give you two Barret-centric fights relatively close to one another.
Man.
You're gonna learn today.
You didn't like him before. You're gonna use him now. You didn't like using him before.
You're gonna learn today. East Blue said I had him low on HP and I healed red instead of me. Oh man, classic Final Fantasy messed up. Classic Final Fantasy. Using heal on the wrong person. Because you get all nervous. I love this fight. I think it was awesome. It's gonna be really fun when we do the Afterbirth Award show, and we it's gonna stick. The name sticks. It's the Afterbirth.
It's stuck already.
It's the Afterbirth Award show, bro. It is
stuck in my head.
Get ready for that. Like Shawnee. It goes back around.
Like a melody. I got you.
I have to throw it in now just because we're talking about it. This is somebody in the comments said, I imagine Cosmo Canyon was all your best music. Actually, this was my best music. This fight.
Ooh.
I was stuck between this Cosmo. There's a handful of songs in this one, but we're talking about the game music and the fight music in this fight. Oh, I don't know, man. There's something about it that's so like it pumps you up.
They're all good, bro.
They are all good, but I get similar vibes from this that I do with Duel with the Divine, which is my favorint battle track in the entire
So you were amped when you were just totally amped, bro.
Doing that, and then the part where like the like
bro, that's why you died. You couldn't even focus. You weren't focused on the game. We were like bouncing off the walls, bro.
Dude, that one part though, I think it's whenever like the minions pop up and the friggin' like voice are like, I love that part. I like every dude, the song is so good front to back. I remember writing you all the stuff, Dan, and I'm like, best music. well, shit, man, it might be this guy. And it was. I really had to think on it, and the Gita Talk music might actually be my favorite of this chapter. It's crazy.
I can
It's
believe
crazy
it. It
good.
was really, really good. Ginatak is defeated. Bugenhagen comes in and says, "Form evanescent, rancor everlasting." So basically, just form is ever like it's just mystifying. It can just kind of become what it wants. Bugenhagen shows Red his father. Here we are at the moment, one iconic moment from the OG. So I have to ask you guys what your thoughts are on this recreation of this scene. But basically, let me just set the scene. His father is set in stone, who has defended the Veil with his life. Red wants to stay and protect the Veil like his father did, and now he's recognized it, accepted it, and Bugenhagen tells him to go with his friends, and that when he first heard them speak, he did not believe them. A little naive here for Bugenhagen, and we talked a lot about that as well. So Red charges up the mountain and exclaims that he is the son of Seto, which the petrified Seto sheds a tear, and Red howls. And even Barrett is seen sniffling and putting his glasses on. There
So
you
good.
go, man.
Yeah.
Right, Wiley, I saw that hand because I feel like you and I have a similar thought on that.
Yeah,
But
bro. I got a lot to say.
I got some notes
here.
too, but you should go first. I feel like I've been jabber jawing about Gina Talk for a bit, so I'll let you.
Man, okay.
that's me
So,
after
well, first of all, I love that Bugenhagen admits that he was wrong to dismiss Tifa's warnings. And that you get this. I mean, he says he thought he'd seen it all, right? And if you were like me, you were disappointed in his reaction to her, like earlier, like super disappointed, right? Like he was totally filled with hubris. And I feel like that was a very bold choice because I was really looking forward to getting some answers about the whispers from this guy.
Right.
Like
Yep.
waiting for years, thinking like this is my moment, right? And so the devs clearly wanted that reaction from us. I feel like this scene is evidence of that. So it looks like Bugenhagen has been set up for a growth arc.
Yeah.
Just like all these other characters, he's going to come full circle in part 3. We know we have some great moments coming from him, and so they set him up. This is part of why I'm confident about Sid, my guy. We'll come back to that later.
My guy.
But
Yeah,
right,
was that me?
so yeah, that's you, Lee. So Boogie, right? Like many of the other characters in Rebirth, he's not given any resolution, right? They're denied their moment of apotheosis or peak heroism, right? They don't get self-actualization. So this leaves the door wide open for that climatic moment in part 3, and I think he's going to get it. So, we all wanted him to play some role, with the whispers. We wanted some insights, and I think he's still going to. The side quest that's coming up.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say
we're going to talk about that.
But we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, he doesn't. But the way that side quest ends, okay, we're gonna.
We'll get there. We're gonna get there. We should focus on my boy Nanaki and his big impactful scene.
Let's get his moment here.
I think.
Excalibur brother is frozen.
Am I back?
I know
he's back.
Okay, all right. So what I would say is it's the unexpected character failings, right? That give me optimism for Sid in part 3. Like, don't think he's gonna be this clean cut guy, right?
No, I'm getting that impression from him too.
So then we got Bugenhagen tells Nanaki to leave before he becomes accustomed to his own ignorance like he is. So, and then he says, in my stead, seek the truths of our world. So this is basically an admittance that there are great and hidden truths to be uncovered. And so, when we return to Cosmo Canyon and speak with him in part 3, I think we're going to get some juice. Forgotten Capital, the death scene. There's so much opportunity, and I could just keep cooking through the whole scene. But I feel like you guys have stuff you want to say at the part we're at, so go ahead and jump in.
Man. Keep
Dan, you
cooking,
mind if I throw
bro.
in some?
Go ahead, man.
Okay.
No, because I got something I've been thinking about here because, first of all, he's in disbelief that his father ended up being, a hero, and it's because for the last 40-ish, 43 whatever years now, he's believed that his father was a coward, right? But what's interesting is we find out that the reason that he doesn't know or he never knew this was hang on, where was it? I had this written down, but then I totally lost my point. Okay, Bugenhagen says that, more or less that he was too weak to know the truth, because to go through the trial, he was physically too weak, right? Like, he wouldn't have been able to do this at such a young age.
Right.
But he says, okay, yeah, you would have gone after your father. So, we had to protect you and just sort of not allow you to do so. But I also interpret that as he was too mentally weak. And I don't know if at such a young age he'd be able to comprehend the sacrifice that his father made.
Yeah.
I feel like being a young cub, he probably would have just been upset that his father threw away his life. Yeah, like he would have been bittered by it. So ironically, it's like instead of setting him up for being bitter his entire life, we had to peel back the layer now when he was more matured and emotionally ready to process it.
Yeah.
What's funny though is that Bugenhagen still fails him and says, "You failed the trial." And I think it's the reason he still says he failed the trial.
Yeah, I think that's tongue in cheek.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I know it is
him
tongue in cheek,
right?
but I think that there's a deeper meaning to that too, because at this point, now he knows the truth, and he is so fired to become the Watcher of the Veil. He's proud. He wants to be like his father. But Bugenhagen knows that now he's still not totally done with his emotional journey.
Yeah.
Because if he were to have succeeded with the trial, he would have known that, hey,
I see what you're
duties
saying.
To complete. Yeah.
You're not saying that he fails him. Like, you mean he just gives him an F on his report card. Like
he gives him an F.
Like Bugenhagen didn't fail him as a person, like as a mentor. Like he failed him as.
That's not what I'm saying. He failed.
Oh, okay, for a second I thought you said Bugenhagen failed him as a mentor. I was like, whoa.
No.
I get what you're saying.
He says that he fails at the end. But I thought it was funny that he failed. Like he says, "Oh, you failed," which I look at it as a tongue in cheek. Like, oh yeah, like.
Yeah, you gotta.
I need you to go.
You're free to go. Go save the world. Yeah.
But at the same time, we see it later with the Promises to Keep quest. He's like very inspired and ready to take on the Watcher of the Veil role. Mm-hmm. So in a way, as tongue in cheek as it is, I think he did actually fail to some extent, because now he is so invested. It's like he's like hyper fixated almost. He's ready to take on the role of the Watcher of the Veil, and that's not where his story needs to be right now. He has an allegiance to save the planet and his friends, something that Bugenhagen himself, upon seeing them all enter, wasn't ready for him to accept. He was like, oh yeah, there's nothing to save. Oh, the weapons, they don't exist. Like, he's just like, oh, you need to learn.
Yeah.
And I think in seeing Nanaki tackle this trial, he realizes he can't stay here either, because he just end up like me if he doesn't get pushed out and experience the world.
And that's what this whole chapter's been about.
Yeah.
So that's why
failure is about against failure is what it is.
Yeah, really. It's like the failure that he gives him isn't so much like an actual. It's more like, if you don't do this, then you'll truly fail. You failed the trial now because you're not done with the trial. The true trial isn't where learning the truth with Seto. The true trial is, understanding what it really means to be a Watcher of the Veil. You're not just a Watcher of the Veil anymore. You're clearly something greater. You're like a Watcher of the planet. You gotta see your story through. Anyway, what were you saying, Dan?
So Wiley's got one thing to say, and then I'm gonna close out the Seto part, because then we got the village of the Gi coming up. So go ahead. It seemed like you had something you wanted to say, Wiley.
Okay. Yeah. So when I played the original, right, I was a little unclear on the tier moment, but this game gives it a lot of clarity. So the way I understood it this time is he is alive. He's in a
Yeah.
permanent state of paralysis, but he's not dead.
Mhm.
And so I'm going to come back to that in just a second. So I'm going to comment on, so Barrett is crying when he sees Seto's tears. Barrett has seen what a father will do for their child. First with Dine, now with Seto. He knows what he would do for Marlene. He's doing it right now. And then he puts the shades on before he turns back around because he doesn't want anybody else to see that weakness. I felt like that was a really, it's crazy how they could communicate so much stuff with like 5 seconds with his back turned. You know what I mean? It's like you're still getting pieces of what's been set up for him and every other character throughout the whole thing. I thought it was a great moment. And then so Guy Natak says, "O brave and noble Seto, I beseech you once more, hear the urgent pleas of my people." And he pauses and he says, "My thanks, Seto. You are as magnanimous as ever." Meaning that he heard a reply. He's communicating with him. Now, here's what's interesting. So the implication is that Seto's alive, not in the live stream. The Gi don't have access to the live stream. So Seto is in a sort of an undying state, just like they are. He can't die because he's encased. Or maybe he's dead, but his life essence can't escape because it's encased. So either way, he can't go back to the live stream. So it's really interesting the parallel.
I made a note of that on the side quest. How the Gi and Seto parallel each other. In their plight, and how that they're like between the living and the dead. Yeah, I agree. I was kind of unclear on what exactly was of Seto's fate. Is he dead? Is he alive? It's almost like he's in purgatory, which is worse.
Okay. So that's my next note is kind of like that. So I didn't say purgatory, but the subtext or the thematic undertone that I'm picking up on here with Guy Natak pleading with Seto being alive, unable to die, is that Seto is basically like a bridge between the living and the undying. Or phrased another way, between like maybe the planet and those outside of it, which is the Gi. So that's sort of that purgatory you're talking about. He's in the space that's like perfectly positioned to communicate with both.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's interesting.
And another thing we talk about this chapter being themed around the cycle of life and death, and how, in like eternity breaking that cycle and all that stuff, how the Gi represents that, not being able to join that cycle. We also see Seto petrified, and like you guys were talking about, he's unable to return to the planet. So part of me was like, part 3, I feel like needs to address this. It's something that the original game didn't do. But we need to have Seto either return to the planet or have him reunite with his father, which would be it might be an interest. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about it to where he unpetrifies and then he's like get a nice little family reunion, Nanaki and Seto together. And I feel like, that could be super emotional and it could be a really nice uplifting moment. But I feel like it would be like to be able to say goodbye to his father would be better.
Yeah, I would hope that if he does like unpetrify him, it results in him dying.
Like he has
messed up as that sounds. It results in him there's a moment for them to exchange like a proud moment between the two, and like if the theme of goodbyes. Yeah.
Like if the core aspect of part 3 is going to be, if it is going to be called return, like to like return to the planet or like to and there's going to be a lot of that stuff happening in part 3, then I think it makes sense for Nanaki's story to continue, because like in the OG, this is kind of where it starts to plateau a little bit.
Pretty hard here. It does pick up slightly when you later, but I agree. This is a very kind of tight end, and his journey really consists of being there for the group.
Well, they've already set it up now to where he has a purpose now. Like they gave him a purpose, and we're gonna get to that in side quest. But
that's what I was.
I just wanted to say, like, real quick on that. Maybe the promise that he makes in that side quest, he says, "I don't intend on giving them the black materia, but I do intend on helping them."
Right.
And maybe Seto could be the key to that. Like almost like unpetrifying and allowing him to die might be able to let the Gi release.
Yeah.
I don't know.
mean-
I'm not saying one way or the other, but maybe their fates are tied. So releasing the Gi, finding an alternative, might also in turn release Seto.
I don't know if that's going to be the answer to it, but I see where you're
I'm not
going
saying it's
with
going to be
it.
the answer
Yeah.
necessarily, but it could be cool if they're somehow connected, or it's a part of the Ki.
I think there's a possibility that if he's able to get them released, their parting gift to him is going to be a conversation with his dad. And then
I like that.
I think it'll be something simple like that. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of possibility there.
Nanaki acts on his promise to release the Gi, so the Gi in turn release Seto. That'd be like.
I was gonna say if it's the poison arrows from the Gi, I don't know how all that works. It turns them to stone and stuff. If the Gi don't exist, does the poison run out? Like, is it like does the petrification last forever? Can we use some soft? Can we use some soft? Give him some soft. Just throw some soft on. We get him to come back. I don't know. I do think part 3 should address this though, because there's a lot like it seems like the theme of all of this and where it's going with Sephiroth wanting eternity, with the Gi being here to show us that it's not something to be desired, but there is this loose end of Seto who is petrified and stuck in this eternity right now where we need to let him go. We need to let him have a moment, and I think part 3 should come back to this moment. So yeah, the red miasma gathered in a spot. Gi Natak appears and praises Seto. And as I like what you said there, I didn't put that together, but he says, "I beseech you once more, hear our pleas," and then it zooms in on Seto, and then he responds with "My thanks, Seto."
Yep.
Interesting. That's really cool. So he's communicating with him. I didn't put that together at all. So. Cool. So Bugenhagen says this is an exciting turn of events, and that might be an exciting turn of events because it's a turn of events from the original. This is exciting turn of events. This is not how it goes. Bugenhagen is just the developers speaking to us. I've gotten. All right, so yeah, I mean, this is an exciting turn of events here, and Barrett harkens back to the 2000 joke that's been going on through it. I like that. It's, nice little callback. I like callbacks. Cloud sees...
Cloud drops it, though. Like, once he sees Sephiroth, he's like, all right,
yeah.
This is an illusion that once again appears only to Cloud, just like in the last chapter at the Gongaga reactor. Only Cloud sees Sephiroth. There's no whisper or no robed men to turn into. The only thing that I found interesting about it, and I don't really know what to make of it, there's the purple energy, but Sephiroth is also kind of got some... No, okay, it's just purple. Okay, I thought I saw red. No, so Sephiroth is here.
Too.
You saw red?
You're right. Yeah, okay. It's like an orangey purple flame mixed. It's like the orange and purple swirl.
So I was like, yo, is Sephiroth somehow tied here to the Gi? I don't know. Like, I know that he's got the same situation going on. I guess he can't dissolve into the live stream. He's, or at least he refuses to. Genova just straight up can't do it. So anyways, we'll come back to that in a minute. That's too much. That's too much future memories. That's too many future memories. We got to talk about that in the theory cast. Now, Cloud sees Sephiroth. Yep, we already saw that. So he's ready to follow, and he just shuts down the 2000 joke. Yuffie just straight up mentions that she's here to steal materia to save her homeland. Yep. So, and that's in italics.
He also says Gi Natak is nice.
Yeah, Gi Natak's too nice. Barrett say he may act nice, but who knows what he's planning. Probably a lesson that he learned from trusting Scarlet and Shinra. So he's like, yeah, they might appear nice, but he knows about deceiving. This is clearly a direct inspiration from the River Styx mythology. This right here, this is the River of Souls. I think subtext, somebody pointed it out in chat, was like River of Souls, River of Lights. But this is literally the River of Souls. I mean, it is the life stream. So to get into this boat, the ferryman taking him across the River of Souls, I'm like, yo, this is direct. And we given like Greek mythology and the inspirations and the roots and everything from MJ Gallagher's book that you can absolutely buy on Amazon and everything like that. So Greek mythology is just deep. and all Norse mythology deep. All of these mythologies are deep into Final Fantasy VII. So if you want to learn more about that, go check out MJ Gallagher's books.
This chapter might be the most visually, one of, if not the most visually striking collective.
Man.
Yo, the scene where they were like that wide shot. That wide shot.
I took a screenshot of that while I was playing.
Yes.
So you have the green and the red.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that this might be the game's prettiest chapter. Like through. I think that there's a lot of really neat uses of color, awesome shots. The planetarium cutscene's beautiful. The festival or the ceremony.
I wanted to use this as the thumbnail, but I was like, nobody will know what it is. Nobody will get it. But,
could you have broke the camera for this section?
I did break the camera. So this effect is kind of just like a lens effect. So if you go up and above it, it goes away. But I want to point out that there's a red, and then there's the purple. So I always associate the purple with Sephiroth Genova, the red with the Gi, and then of course you get the live stream. This is the conflict right here. This is the cycle of life, and like this is it. In an imagery with colors, you're seeing everything right here. Which actually kind of makes me think. I wonder if Part 3's color scheme will be purple, because we got like the live stream green for remake. Then we get the Rebirth red, which is, I guess, this stuff, and as well as, of course, red is a common thing going throughout the game. But I wonder if the next one will be purple.
But it's very tied with the Gi, especially the black materia.
Yes, so there you go, with like Rebirth being the Firebird, so like Phoenix and all that other stuff. So like it all makes sense.
It's funny too that you mentioned how that's almost like a visual representation of conflict. I mean, one of the things on this boat ride, when Ginatak is giving some exposition about the Cetra to Aerith and why he's okay with her, because she's only, Cetran by lineage, not really by like culture or by her traits directly. It's funny that he says that the Cetra are not a tolerant people.
Yeah.
And that's a very big theme about this chapter is nobody's tolerant of one another's belief. Like the planetologists don't seem tolerant. Like, Bugenhagen doesn't seem tolerant to things that challenge their beliefs. And both Bugenhagen and the Gi have a lot of doubts about Cetran beliefs. I mean, when we learned about what Bugenhagen thought about the weapons, he's like, oh, they're from Cetran tomes. I didn't really, think much. Like, he just almost dismissive of Cetran belief. Mm-hmm. You're talking about the visual representation of conflict. It's like, it seems like a big through line here is that almost everybody is intolerant to one another when it comes to their core beliefs.
I will say, and then Ginatak took me by surprise of like how
he's awesome.
Yeah, he's actually he is kind of being really nice, and like he's happy that they are there. Like, oh, lend them your ears. Just they haven't had an audience in a long time. Yeah, and like he's even like talking really nice. And he's like, yeah, you're one of them, but only by lineage alone. So there's a lot to talk about when it comes to the Cetra and what we think is going on here. Lionheart writes in with a survey. There are a lot of theories on this one, but curious to hear your thoughts on the history of the Cetra and why Ginatak calls them intolerant people. Do you think they were not as good as they seem to be? What are your thoughts on that? I know, because he says that the Cetra's past was fraught with horror and sorrow. Of course, we know that when the Calamity fell down, Genova comes down. I mean, Genova was taking the form of people they lost, like deceased loved ones, deceiving them, becoming them. When we talk about horror and sorrow, that's what the Cetra had to go through.
So are we questioning the legitimacy of his belief on them? Like, could you potentially think that a lot of the negative perceptions could be Genova influenced perceptions? How much do we know? Like
that too. I don't know. I mean, the Cetra, he explains it that they were communing with the Gi. They were trying to figure out a way to make it work. Like they were actively working with the Gi because I guess maybe they felt for them, like yeah, you can't return to the planet. We understand that because we talk to the planet and we know that's a thing.
Maybe this is
they even established a home here in Cosmo Canyon. If there's a side quest that explains it, I don't know right now. I don't really remember it, but
we know exactly why the Gi aren't of the life. I'm trying to remember. It's been a bit.
We're gonna get to it because he talks about this stuff. Yeah, those.
Well, I know they talk about it here, but was there like a very clear answer?
Yeah,
like
pretty clear that the reason why.
I want to make sure.
Maybe which I'll talk about. Yeah, I'll bring it up. So like. When it comes to the Cetra, they established a home in Cosmo Canyon. They were trying to commune with the Gi. They were working with them. I suppose, now catch me if I'm making a mistake on my history here, I'm missing something. But I guess when the Cetra found out that the Gi had developed a materia that would end the world, they were like, we're going to need to take that. And then, like, so they took it from them, and I guess that's when the Gi got really upset. Like, you know, you betrayed us. You took our only hope of salvation from us. But I guess that makes the Gi kind of like, yo, you were about to destroy their planet. So, I mean, I don't. That's where I get a little iffy on it. Like, so I see the Cetra as they were working with them. I still think they're good. I don't think their history is muddied on, like, they were, you know, bad people or like they're not as good as they seem to be. I think they were just trying to like, yo, you can't have this materia. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the impression I got as well, man. I feel like it's a different perspective to hear their side of it, but I don't think that they're justified in their perspective. Right. It's, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I get their plight, right? You get their plight, you understand. Yeah. But that's why I think there needs to be a solution in part 3 that doesn't result in the end of the world for them to. They have to solve this mystery now. Like, that's the thing. They have to do this. Either the Gi just go straight up evil and like you have to battle them as well, or we can find a way. And I don't think that would make much sense. I think we can find a way for Red to be able to live up to his promise. For the Gi to be able to dissolve into the life stream or find some sort of salvation that doesn't result in the black materia. And I think that has a lot to do with the clear materia. Like, I think there's going to be some things there. That would probably be the video I'm working on where I'm talking about that clear materia. But
they have to be rejected. So, I mean, I know they're rejected.
Yeah, man. Live stream.
Like, yeah, so
this is tricky, man. Like, with this is pure theory at this point, like pure speculation. But I mean, like, they have so many different avenues to take in part 3. I mean, for example, Vincent has very little story. They're gonna flesh him out. I know they are part 3. Mm-hmm. So I would not be surprised if they used him or Chaos or something like that.
That's another person like
back
that,
toward the Gi or something. You know, like
yeah.
I see a lot of possibilities, but I don't think there's any way to get clarity on this right now. So,
and we're talking about Vincent, like bringing in Vincent to this. That's another person that actually needs to have resolution in part 3. Like, if we're talking about eternity not being a good thing, we need to get Vincent. We need to get him breaking that curse. Like, he needs to.
And Vincent and Red have a really strong connection too. I mean, they visit each other, you know, in Midgar every year after everybody's gone.
Yeah, on the way to his mom. I was gonna say that.
But even Vincent was going to outlive him. Like, Vincent's going to live forever, which is not. That goes against everything that this. Well, at least everything that I think the game is trying to set up, where it's like Vincent is living Sephiroth's best life. You know, like, this is what Sephiroth wants. I mean, you've achieved it.
And even then, he only says that to Nanaki because he wants to comfort him. Because Nanaki's the one who's scared about outliving everybody else.
Yeah.
He'd go in the book. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'll visit you once a year at Midgar."
Yeah, and then I'll go to sleep for 364 days. I'll wake up, come see you, and then I'm gonna go back to sleep in my coffin.
I'm curious what they're gonna do with the Gi because. Yeah, like, I mean, I know we know that they're like aliens or whatever, but what I don't know is, are they closely tied with? They have some sort of connection with Genova, clearly or questionably. Clearly?
So Farthers brings this in. Given the black materia summons meteor, I wonder if they were the ones that summoned the meteor that brought Genova.
That's what. Okay, thank you. That's.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
No, that's
if you
something I
guys
almost
would listen to Final Fan TV videos, if Final Fan TV wasn't such a small channel and you guys knew who I was, maybe you'd watch some of my videos. Okay?
Did you say that in a video, Dan?
Man, like years ago. So anyway, I made a video.
Was this before I knew you?
They're holding the black materia, and it says, "This is the key." You can go watch that video. I don't know how dated it is now, like with the information and all that other stuff, more understanding of what's going on. But basically, I say that the Gi summoned Genova, or like, did the Gi summon Genova? And then I also imply that the black materia began to stir because Genova was coming in, that was at last we were so sure that this was, this is our moment of blah blah blah. So I put together like a timeline in that video of how I think it all went down. Again, not sure how that's changed since then, but like my mind has changed. But go check that video out. Also, Guy Natak sounds very, very similar to the 2015 reveal trailer, where he was talking about the reunion that is at hand. It's literally the same exact tone and delivery as Guy Natak, to the point where it cannot be coincidence. That is way, way, way too similar. So I really, really am proud of that video. So go check that video out. But I can confirm, like, I have a reliable source that told me they're two different voice actors. So take that how you want. It is confirmed that two different voice actors, but the delivery and tone and the way it's written, way too similar to not be like something to consider. But yeah, go check that video out, man. You know what I mean?
I got it.
Gotta see Final Fan TV, so small. Like, I got great ideas.
Who the
and then
hell is that?
I just put them out there, and then they don't go, and it's something. It just becomes everybody's idea.
Hey, man. Hey, man. You got a great channel here, bud.
Hey, thanks, man. No, it's all good. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding, fathers. Thank you so much. You go check it out. He said, I think I watched that video. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. With each fond remembrance, we knew the reunion, that for one day they would return. Oh, return? What?
Yeah, there's another little Easter egg from that teaser in a Gi side quest here. I'll get to that when we come around to it, but
ooh, okay.
Yeah.
So let's get off Zach. Let's go off Zach.
Let's get Zach on track.
Zach on track, or let's get off. I'm trying to say let's get off track with it. Because we're getting off of the track to get to Zach.
Get off track. Get with Zach.
Get off track.
We're gonna stop talking about.
Let's go.
Gi. We're gonna stop talking about the Gi because we're just gonna throw in a Zach sequence, and it's all gonna make sense in just a moment. But we are going to go over. And we're going to catch up with Zach here. Now, Biggs describes his final minutes as he was dying, bleeding out. The wind picked up, and it felt like his soul was being tugged right out of his body, which could be exactly what was happening. We see a slight rainbow effect before it transitions into a different world. See that rainbow effect? And then it came.
I did.
Yeah, a little slight rainbow effect there. So his soul could literally be being pulled out of his body. Now, again, there's going to be a theory cast. We're going to go really deep and heavy into this stuff, but we can analyze it for what it is right now. That's what we're going to do.
Yep. Let's do it.
Zach also describes his experience in a similar fashion. He was saying he was feeling every bullet, and then we see the rainbow effect envelop the bullet as the whispers redirect it. We see the rift in the sky as the cutscene unfolds between Biggs and Zach. They kind of show this rift in the sky on purpose. And then it goes to Biggs, who says, "Why in the hell did fate pick me?"
Yeah. You notice they both commented on the wind. They both felt the wind. Yeah.
And that's going to come back around in this this sequence. So you go take a walk with Biggs. The objective is called. Do you guys know what vagaries is? What is that?
Yeah, vagaries.
Vagaries.
It's vaguenesses, different things that are vague.
Okay.
Vagaries.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the vagaries of fate is the name of the objective. So it's not clear what their fate is here, and that makes sense because he says, "Why the hell did fate pick me?" So a lot of NPC chatter here that is worth noting.
Oh man,
You got some stuff too? Yeah, like I mean, I don't want to take it. All right. I'll name them off. You cook them. So I'll prepare the meat, man. You fry it up. All right. So how many partings and reunions has this station seen? Promises made and kept.
Yeah,
That's good,
man.
right? That's a
Dude.
Tifa and Cloud reunion at the train station. And then if somebody else says, how many dates has this place have seen, and Cloud and Aerith?
Yeah.
Did you catch that so the little sweet seller there is the same lady selling the same stuff from Cloud and Aerith's Chapter 14 date with Terrier stamp chips instead.
Ooh.
I don't know if you guys saw that. The same lady, it's all the same stuff you could pick.
So
She's
that's
right there. I know, bro.
Man, oh my god. My mind's gonna glitch like Cloud. So
she's right there as you're going through.
this is okay, never mind. We're good. Okay, everything's kind of going back. I'm like, all right, Aerith, the white whispers are putting the memories back in my head. I got things happening right now. All right, Biggs is from the timeline from Remake. Like, this is Biggs from Remake. All right. I feel like there's people that appear to know who Cloud is, but definitely Big knows Cloud from the Remake. We've experienced everything we experienced with Biggs is what we experienced with, like, this is it.
It's 100% clear. Yeah, he talks about the bombing of Reactor 1, and he's like, how long ago again was that? Like, they comment on how their internal clock is busted. They're both sort of out of time.
Yeah.
Right? And, so that right there is a huge hint that this is not just some ordinary, this isn't just a different timeline. This isn't just an alternate, reality where everything works the same. Stuff is totally different here. These guys got dropped in ways that their personal timelines don't overlap at all. They don't, because Zach even is straight up like, are we talking about the same Cloud? Like, when would he have time to do this?
I love how Big suggests that he becomes a merc like Cloud. Like, it's like, it's like, well, funny you should mention that.
Same guy, yeah. So these in my mind are pretty big clues that this is not just like another physical reality. Something very strange is going on here, right?
Yeah. So and I do want to think. All right. Remember the whole thing about time. Yeah, we're gonna come back to that in a second because I got something else to revisit about time stopping and like stuff like that. So time is all wacky here. So we also get somebody saying the live stream is fading, drying up as we speak, and should our great mother fall, so too shall her children. But it will be the ending that we deserve, our just deserts for our terrible ignorance. Do not dare revert your eyes. See mother's despair. Our mother's despair. I didn't get Sephiroth remnants on you. See our mother's despair inscribed upon the heavens. Her words. Lamentations, yep. Echoing from sea to sea. Time grows short. Soon our planet will breathe her last. That was coming from the one of the Cosmo Canyon brethren that were found here. And then somebody says, these days, every time I sleep, I dream about all the things I wish I would have done differently. So I just noted that because I thought it was interesting that people can still sleep and dream in this world. So dreaming about all the things, like every time I sleep, I dream about all the things I wish I'd have done differently. And that's kind of a purgatory, right? In a way, if I'm going back to that. Now, pregnant, this one's kind of hard. This one's kind of harsh. A pregnant woman and her man give their unborn baby a name. God, there's so much despair happening right now.
Yes,
it's almost like this is a world of despair.
Is certain that they're going to die.
Yeah.
Or has just experienced death.
Yep.
Which is another big hint, in my opinion.
And and also another big hint would be the literal theme that's playing is called "The End of the World."
Yeah, that's a big one.
We got, so we
Mine
got
is too.
another guy saying he did something he's never done before, went to the church and prayed. So I kind of was thinking like, oh, I wonder if that's intermission tied in, but no, it doesn't make any sense for where Zach and looking for Aerith and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I got thoughts on that. If you want me to drop them,
Sure,
real
go
quick.
ahead. Yeah.
Two sentences. So I think it's very likely, okay, that the intermission scene with Zach is literally just a red herring. That is not this Zach. It's not any Zach we've seen so far. It's basically showing you that this is the type of thing that happens, and that's it. And that is one of the worlds where Aerith's already dead. Sephiroth already came in, he already got her, and he left.
Yeah.
And this is just giving you a little hint that is what is happening.
Yep.
And because we see that later in this game, so I think it's not a stamp universe that we know. It's just a separate one. It was basically just to get everybody's noodle cooking. It is a canon event, but it doesn't matter because it's just one of many.
It's just one of many multitude of worlds that the planet encompasses. Thank you, Sephiroth.
That's my thought.
Somebody says, I feel like I'm stuck in a nightmare. Like none of this is real.
Yeah, it's dreadful, bro. I would hate that.
Awful.
The rift has also gotten bigger, so the rift grows. Is what somebody said.
I want to say it's interesting that people are pointing it out.
Yeah,
I didn't know people would be able to see it. Like I wasn't, because in this story it's very unclear sometimes who's able to see and process what. So I have one note written from a random civilian says, I don't know what it is, but something about that light, it scares the hell out of me. And the kid Oates from Remake, I forgot exactly how integral he was, but he's there, and he also points it out. He questions if the thing in the sky is getting bigger.
Yeah.
So clearly, it's not just a Zach or a Biggs thing. Like, people here are able to see that.
Somebody says Shinra's going to try and attack the rift.
Ooh.
Shinra's going to try and attack the rift, which is very...
That checks out.
It's reminiscent of Meteor. Like, all of this stuff is very reminiscent of what NPCs from the OG talk about the Meteor. Oh, the Meteor's getting bigger. It's a lot of despair going on. Shinra's going to attack the Meteor. Like, all of this stuff is very reminiscent of that. This one's kind of depressing. All the people that would remember us are going to get wiped out too, huh? Damn. So, like, nobody's going to be around to even remember you.
All the that's almost like... And
memory is the live stream, so the live stream wouldn't... Yeah.
That's what I was about to say. It's like, what if the rift is the live stream being destroyed? Like, I'm not going to delve too deep into this, but if it's the live stream being destroyed and it's... like it's almost dried up. So the rift is that cracking apart. And when somebody says something like that, it's almost like breaking that dimension. It's saying like, the live stream is the manifestation of memories that those who pass on live within and dwell within, the memories of the world and the people. So like the live stream gets depleted.
Hopes and dreams.
So if the live stream gets depleted, those people in whatever, like, I almost want to call it hellish, but like not necessarily, but almost like this like hellish existence. It's like they go, and it's you almost question, what's worse, being forgotten entirely or having to deal with this but still exist to some extent.
Oh, here's a quick little thought that just jumped into my head. So if the live stream is memories, but also hopes and dreams and things like that, we do have an explanation then for why Elmira and Marlene are here.
Mm-hmm.
Because they shouldn't be here. They're not dead. But what do you have? You have Elmira and Marlene waiting for people to come back. Mm-hmm. So that is the manifestation of their hopes and dreams in the live stream as themselves. Not as somebody who's dead or passed on, but waiting.
Oh man, yeah, and like, well, you got Zach, who is literally the manifestation of hope. Like Zach is the walking hope. You inject Zach into these worlds, which
So, yeah,
with
both of them
Aerith,
seem to.
like they talk about who, right? They talk about who, which I thought was super interesting. Like who brought us here, not what brought us here. What about who brought us here? And then later on, they talk like Zack goes up to Aerith and goes, "It was you, wasn't it? You're the wind." So this is kind of what we talk about with Aerith taking them to different. God, I don't want to go into this yet. But like just if Aerith is moving Zack, which is hope, like literal hope, moving hope into these worlds of despair and trying to save them using Zack, because now we have Biggs who is in need of saving. Like his soul needs saving, and we're gonna bring in Zack to help that out. There's a lot going on here, and I don't know if I want to get into it, but just think of Zack as the walking, like literal character represents hope. Like he is hope. I think this is very funny that Biggs says he prefers a minor role because he's the voice actor of Balthier, who is the leading man. And, he was like, "I'll never be cut out for a leading role." And it's like, yes, that's funny. I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Poetic irony right there, man.
Yeah.
Man.
Biggs checks in with Zack on Cloud's condition, and like, obviously, definitely speaking as if he knows Cloud. We already talked about that from Remake, and then describes him as like freaking brave and bold. All of a sudden, like Zack is like, "Are we talking about the same guy? Like what?"
Yeah.
So. Let's see, we already talked about time being internal clock is not working for both Zack and Biggs, as Biggs doesn't remember how long ago he met him. He just knows it was before Mako Reactor 1.
I want to throw something in on Biggs real quick. I feel like Biggs, you're talking about like Zack being like a manifestation of hope, and then we also have like like Biggs. I don't know if it's a manifestation of survivor's guilt, but he's definitely showing like this sign of it almost seems like he's trying to justify his existence, and by doing so it feels like he's trying to lead to a path that might, like, I don't want to get like too dark, but like connect him back with Avalanche. Like in this existence that they're in, it's like they're gone, he's the only one left, and I feel like what he's seeking to do right now is just This is a crazy thought that I don't know if we want to, like, it's uneducated or unbacked up theory or whatever. Do we think that this is Biggs' dream world? Like, is this Biggs' world? Like, this is his hopes and dreams, or his whatever, his bubble, this world in the live stream? Like, if it was, why would Zack be here? Well, Aerith moved him into Biggs' world, maybe. Okay, now I'm not trying to be like, but why? I know, but like, yeah. Well, no, that's good, because literally that's what I would be doing if I'm writing a script. I would be like, but why? Yeah. What does that mean? But anyways, I don't want to get into it. But it's just kind of like this is Biggs. It feels like Biggs' soul, like as he's looking for a higher purpose. This is him trying to justify something. It feels like, because so in actuality, he didn't. He should have died. Like, as we know it, he dies at the pillar. You know, so what if this is his soul and he's trying to work something? It's like, what is he trying to work out? Is it trying to save a soul? He's gonna die with survivor's remorse, or he's gonna die in despair that he's not good enough. He's gonna die dying with survivor's remorse. If we go back to Aerith and like the livestream White, who has to go to these each souls in between the OG and Advent children, I'm telling you, that's what's happening right now. Is like where Aerith has to go to each one of them that is entering the livestream and has to like have them accept it. But they've been entering the livestream at such an excessive rate with so much hatred and despair and sadness that she couldn't keep up with it. So if this is her using Zack to help out right now, like, here's a soul that needs saving. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, here's a soul that needs to find acceptance here, and I think Zack actually does end up doing that at the end of this. So, all right, Biggs is disappointment that no one disappointment. He is disappointment
Biggs is disappointed that no one showed. He's not the leading man, blah, blah, blah. He is not able to inspire change or bring hope. But thankfully, Biggs has the literal embodiment of hope with him as Zach thinks back on Elmira, Marlene, and Oates as they all walked away with despair. I feel like I skipped some things. That was back when they meet up.
Ties to what we know about
Yeah.
Biggs and
I can
his
throw a
connection
couple
with
things
children.
in
Okay,
Like,
Yeah, I was
That's
about to.
what I
That's what I'm
think
about to
about.
say.
Biggs is
So-
like a role model and something that
Mhm.
you know. You were saying he's not the leading man, which is probably true.
But
to
he
a
has a
certain extent.
purpose.
He's not-
Like he
But he has a purpose, and he
People who
is a
rely on
leading
him.
figure to the children at
Yep.
that orphanage. So when you're looking at, like, I thought that was really like a poignant point to make. Like, who is it that flashes when Biggs is walking away hopeless? It's children. It's two children that
Well,
we're familiar with.
And well, it's not even just that, bro. Like he was part of the Leaf House Orphanage. He was given
Mhm.
money to the Leaf House Orphanage while he was in Avalanche.
Yeah.
Like he is
We learned about that in
deeply
remake.
connected.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's particularly relevant that you walk right in front of all these people right here, right after they're talking about Zach's talking about future's not set in stone, we're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
I love that
Hopes
line.
and dreams, you
Mhm.
know, got to hold on to them like your life depends on it. And we're talking about, you know, strong hopes and dreams, and he walks right past the Leaf House Orphanage, man. I just want to say real quick, it's funny that in this particular world, let's call it, that you got Miss Folia there with her little honeybee hind sticking out, when in remake she kept it secret from the kids.
Uh-huh.
So I thought that was a bit ironic. But like,
It's the end of the world. Who
yeah.
cares?
Yeah, basically, right?
Let it all hang out.
Yeah, so it's like all of this stuff feels really connected.
Mhm.
And I feel like the devs are really cheeky, like having Zach quote all this, like future's not set in stone, hopes and dreams, all that kind of stuff. Like, you know,
future memories on
like-
that. Like Aerith says exactly the same thing. The future's not set in stone. Like,
Yep. That
Whoa.
yeah. So when you make that connect to Aerith, you know, maybe potentially shifting Zach through here, right here, that could be, you know, if he's her mouthpiece in this moment, that would make sense, right?
or when she
So-
touches, when Zach touches her hand, and then she looks like she got some memories, like she got something
Yeah.
flooding back in.
Yeah.
So maybe she picked that whole future's not set in stone up from Zach. We'll see. But like, I mean, like, you know, like could be the opposite.
Interesting read
Where
on that,
Zach
yeah.
says it, and she's like, "I like that line. I'm going to say it because that's a good line. I won't credit my source though." But you got to always credit your sources, man. So we're gonna move on to this is when they meet up. They basically. Do you guys think that Biggs made the poster, or is Biggs answering the poster? Like, I don't know. For some reason, I got the sense that
No, he did not make it.
Okay.
I think so. When we go up here, we're going to see Kyrie's waiting for them.
yeah.
And well, okay, so Zach is basically like only an idiot would show up, right? And that's basically, or is that what Big said?
And
One
Big
of them
says
that.
Big says the world needs idiots right now. So
The world needs idiots, right? And so when they show up, Kyrie basically says the same thing. She's like, "What kind of?" And I came here to see what kind of idiots would show up. And when she leaves, we get a little sneak peek behind the boxes, and we see what looks like Mirie's pack. So the Angel of the Slums is actually the one, in my mind, that put this poster out and is trying to see who is sort of like, you know, on the level or whatever.
Yeah,
So
I was a little
that was
confused
my
about that.
thought.
All right, that's cool, because I was almost saw that as like she was ready to go, but then I was like, why would she not like go with them?
If there was only two people,
Yeah, but I
she's
mean,
not-
like one of
she's not
those
the
guys is
bravest-
freaking Zach Fair the soldier, but
right, but listen,
But I
like
get
strength
it.
in numbers. I don't think Kyrie is just gonna see a soldier and
yeah.
not. I don't want to call Biggs a nobody. but
Oh,
like a
whoa!
soldier and-
Are you trying to say he's not the
Yeah.
leading man? What is he like?
Well, that's right, but
Is he not
that's
good
sort of what
enough?
we're challenging here, the notion
Yeah.
of what he is and isn't, and
Yeah.
like from her perspective, it's like, okay, you got a soldier and this guy.
Yeah.
Like, if I guess the question is like, if another 10 guys rolled up in with them.
Yeah. She'd be like,
Would
all right,
she
cool.
say-
It looked like
Like,
she
all right,
had her
what's the-
things
what's
packed
the
and ready
plan?
to go. Is what I was like. That's what I thought it was. I
Yeah,
interpreted.
I think it's Marie's.
Marie's?
pack.
Yeah, okay.
I'm pretty.
Or
Yeah,
Meryl.
Marie. I don't remember what her name is. But
Meryl,
yeah,
I think it's
her
Meryl.
grandma.
But yeah,
Wait,
so
isn't that Tifa's landlord?
this, yeah, she's the angel of the
No,
stars.
no.
No.
they're not the same
Meryl, I
character.
thought is.
Yeah, Meryl is
Marl?
Tifa's landlord.
That's it.
And Morrow, and then Murray is the angel of the slums.
Yes,
which is like her
okay.
grandma or
Thank you.
something
No.
like that.
I
Yeah.
knew they were different.
It must be time for the
We said
remakes every
Meryl.
chapter in review as we go through. All right, let's move on through this one, and let's see. We got basically Zach saying the future's not set in stone, and what matters most, what's important, hopes and dreams. All right,
Hopes and
y'all.
dreams,
I'm
yeah.
gonna keep on emphasizing that, as that is going to be extremely important. All right. Oh, also something I noticed. Take a listen. Well, you can't. Sorry. Sorry.
Take a
about that.
well-
You guys can't listen, but I'm gonna play it for the audience. There's an odd reverb only in this world that echoes, not just an echo like it's bouncing off of something, but like a significant delay, and like when they say something and then you hear it again, the echo.
But I should have known. Nobody could be that stupid. Anyway, I'm out, losers.
You can't even hear it. Sorry, I had this stuff blasting in my ears, but there's like, anyways, I'm out, losers. Anyways, I'm out, losers. Like there was like a significant delay if you turn the volume up and you listen to it. So I think that is an indication that we're trying to convey that this is different. Something's different here in this world. Let's see. You know what's very interesting, when Zach is going home, he calls it home, and like repeats it too. Home, huh? It's a homecoming after all, or homeward bound. Let's just call it a dream. Elmira and Marlene both say, "Welcome home." And like the most creepiest kind of are you guys picking up some creepy vibes here? Where it's like, just like, "Welcome home." And then like,
Well, it's unsettling. This whole thing is
unsettling. And then she drops some like really unsettling thing on a little kid. "We'll be home with them soon," or "We'll be with them soon, Marlene, soon enough."
Yeah,
like
that genuinely like creeped me out. I think
Yeah.
that
Yeah. She said we're all headed to the same place.
exactly.
We'll see your daddy and Tifa
Because-
again. And I'm
We'll
like,
see him
So-
real soon.
ignoring the dream aspect, and I know that's like a weird thing to say, like ignoring the dreamy-ish like landscape that we're in right now.
Mm-hmm.
Elmira's an adult. Marlene is a child.
Mm-hmm.
Elmira and everybody else have seen the Avalanche wanted posters, I have to imagine. You know, like the posters with everybody X'd out, meaning
Yeah. Maybe Marlene hasn't seen
There-
that.
that's what I'm getting at, is that
Yeah.
Marlene probably hasn't. So when Elmira says this, the dark undertone to me is like suggestive of something really, really unsettling, because she's saying that.
Mhm.
And now I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, so you're withholding the information if you know the truth about the fate of all these people Marlene is concerned about.
Mhm.
You're withholding that information, and on top of that, you're now saying, yeah, we'll be there.
Yeah.
We'll be
Yeah,
there,
we'll be there
soon.
soon.
Like it's like
And
it just makes
this
you wonder,
usage-
what do they know?
The usage of the word home is like, just call it the live stream. All right, like home is the planet. Like we return to the planet, we return home. So like every time we hear Zach say home, huh? Or I should probably head home. Elmira and both Marlene going, "Welcome home," like at the same time. It's just, there's a lot going on here to where it's a homecoming. You know, it's homeward bound. But let's just call it a dream for now, because this is a dream. Dream world. That's what I'm picking up on this. Elmira said, who already said the really ominous stuff there, my goodness. The camera rushes. My goodness. The camera rushes outside to show the flowers are not growing. They're all dead. And then we take a look at the sky where the rift is. And then we come back into the second story. Like, we're intentionally showing you, like, hey, we'll be home soon enough. Take a look at this. This world is dying. You guys are screwed. Let's go back in. And we go back in. We see Cloud and Aerith just knocked out.
Yeah.
They're still in a coma. This is when Zack goes, the wind. That was you, wasn't it? Basically confirming that Aerith is in control of these moving people around. She's the rainbow effect. Okay? She's the rainbow effect. That's where I'm going with it. But what does kind of make things a little weird is that if it was Aerith that moved Zack, this was before the White Whispers. This was the regular Whispers from Remake. So it kind of implies that the Whispers were Aerith in Remake? But I don't know about that. That's just me thinking out loud.
Watch part 3 have some like Back to the Future 2 stuff where you play as Aerith going back and like forcing the events of the previous 2 games. Like, bro, my brain.
Yo,
all right,
check this out.
Get Zack on track.
Veto.
Zack.
Veto. Yeah, right.
Zack touches her hand, like holds her hand in the dream world. I mean, that is a look of like, what the?
Yeah.
Like she's getting. I feel like she's getting a flood of emotion or like a flood of memories right now. Like she's starting to realize things in this moment.
Yeah.
And the fact that she's got her hand in the live stream, and the fact that it's like the game is trying to tell us that these worlds are not a multiverse. It's trying to say it's not like your typical sense MCU multiverse. We're not actually talking about Gaia 616. We're talking about this is all the planet. And when she's got her hand in the live stream, Zack touches the hand because Zack is in the live stream in a way. But there's that boom. Aerith gets this like rush of memory maybe, but she's like, look at that eyes. Look at them eyes, bro. Like, what the heck? Like, I feel like she's starting to learn something. She's communicating. Tifa's like, what was that all about? Anyways, we have arrived. We are here in the village of the Gi. We must get our precious materia. You know, it's
not as good as the. But like, it's
from the purest of materia, we placed our hope and faith. All right, so
Man, like,
I don't know who Gina is in my notes though. You got Gino. I was talking to text, man. All right, go ahead, Excalibur. What's up, man?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, did anybody else get like major Bone Village vibes right here?
Ah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, but it's like there's a lot of stuff that just made me think like this feels like it gave me Bone Village vibes.
Oh,
and obviously we haven't seen that yet. I'm hoping it's in part 3, but this is the closest thing we have to it in Rebirth, and I didn't think about it the first. It is a Village of Bones.
I broke the camera
the first time.
Looked at it. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I didn't catch the first time. It was the second time, right, where I had that thought where I was like, "Oh,
yeah,
interesting."
Built around a spine as well, and like I did a lot of research. I've been looking around all over the place, and let me tell you, I saw something that had something to do with a spine, and I dismissed it. All right, and then I was like, I continued on with my notes, and then I was like, "Yo." This whole thing this is the freaking spine. This is the freaking, where was that information? And I go back, I can't find it. So if you guys chat, comments, somebody who's watching this, like if you can find the connection to a spine, somebody's name, like I looked up, what does Natak mean? I found like, hey, yo, drama. I'm like, yeah, you got that right. But like, I was trying to find it somewhere along the line. I found something about spine with my research on this chapter. So, but anyways, I broke the camera free, and let me tell you what, man, I love playing it on the PC because you can just disable fog, and I can see clearly now. You know what I'm saying? Like you can see everything, and then also with Cosmo Canyon disabling the fog, that vista that you were talking about. Oh, I went Bugenhagen there for a second. Oh,
Yeah, you did. Bro, you went supersonic. Only Red 13 can hear that. You peaked.
Is it really peaking? Do I need to do
Yeah.
something with this mic? I don't know. Like maybe
We heard the first who, but we didn't hear the other two.
Oh,
You don't have to do
Yeah.
anything because I find it really funny when you peek.
oh, thank you. My wife does too. And then
It's really
owls
funny,
and
especially when
eyes.
you're very expressive and you're just like, and you're just like still
Yeah.
going. But
Yeah,
there's no
I am very
Yeah.
expressive when I peek. Yes, it's true. It is true.
All I'm saying
Peak
is
of expression.
all the owls in the audience have no idea how that sentence ended. They heard the first two, they didn't hear the second two.
Did you know that bunnies can hear the frequencies that high? Yeah. Thank you, Walmart
Shout out to
Radio.
all the bunny viewers.
Yeah, it's all that. Hey, shout out to the Easter Bunny. He's coming up. Yeah. He can hear that. He's listening to the podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. Yo, disabling the volumetric fog. Great stuff, man. You get rid of that stuff, and you can. It's beautiful. Really makes this place look like. Imagine all that fog is gone. It's crazy. It does take away a little bit of the atmosphere, but it's cool. Anyways, back on track. Not on Zack, but we're back on track. The exchange between Yuffie and Kate Sith is pretty much the core. I don't know if it's called an antithesis of Sephiroth's plan or like whatever, but Sephiroth's plan is to live forever, and it's telling us that eternity, I don't know if that's something to celebrate. It's a fate worse than death, is what Kate Sith says. Now, cast out from the cycle of life and death into a purgatory eternal. There you go. Maybe that's what Sephiroth is creating. A purgatory eternal. Interesting stuff. The Gi call the black materia the materia of peace.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Not what
For
I'd
them.
call it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Freaking
so. Peace
weirdo.
for them, right, is rest
Is it-
from a deathless
Right.
existence.
Mhm,
So,
exactly.
but yeah, it's a
It's their idea of it, which is funny that they seek eternal rest because they can't enter the life stream. But then it begs the question: if there's no live stream, can everybody on Earth or on Gaia seek rest?
This is where things are going to get crazy. All right, I
Yeah.
saw people saying they're aliens. Somebody says they're not from this planet. But what if they are from this planet? Let me begin. All right, they say they're forsaken by the Cetra. Their wish is not to exist, but their wish is not to exist, but not to exist. And that is their ultimate salvation. In the purest of materia, we placed our hope and faith. Another way to say that hopes and dreams. They placed their hopes and dreams into the purest of materia. That's a little teaser. The purest materia no more, with pain and spite made black. Cloud hallucinates Sephiroth once again. Now, this is important stuff here. This is where I was going with it earlier. What if they're from the same planet? With the passing of eons, the star we called home began to wane until it was at last subsumed by your own. Now, we have known a star isn't necessarily the sun, because
Right.
in the Cosmo Canyon teachings, it seemed like they were referring to the planet as their star. So,
Bugenhagen did explicitly for sure.
right. So if the planet is the star, well, their planet began to wane until it was at last subsumed by their own, which means it became part of this world, right? The new world overtook their world. So what if their life stream died out? Their life stream was gone, a new life stream arises, and now it is a new world, a reborn world, in which the Cetra don't, or the Gi don't belong to that. There was only a few survivors. So, and
Checks out.
here it comes. We've come to learn that through Bugenhagen, we already talked about the star. I don't need to repeat that in my notes. The Gi didn't come from a different planet. They were here all along until the planet suffered a chaos and calamity. So chaos and calamity hit their world. This could also be what Sephiroth is doing at this moment, trying to cause another calamity that would see the life stream depleted and reborn. That might be something to think about. So where he would become like the Gi, where he doesn't belong to that new life stream. He can live for eternity, whatever. That's just something that I'm just throwing out there in my mind right now. Let's get back to it. The reason why time stopped for Zack and Biggs, those worlds, time ceased and are about to be hit with a calamity. And that's literally what Gi Natak says. Like, time stood still before the calamity hit. Let's see. Live a new light stream, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, that's where I'm going with it, where I'm thinking that the Gi inhabited this planet, and then, or where this planet is now. The planet's life stream died out. It was hit with a calamity and chaos, where their seas boiled, and I feel like this was a callback to Final Fantasy 1, where it's like the seas boiled, the sky, the winds raged, the seas and all that other stuff. Yeah. Everything happened, and then their planet was done. They're doomed. And then a new planet subsumed this one. That was the wording they used. Subsumed, which means
absorbed.
Overtook.
Yeah.
And then only a few of the Gi survived, him and his tribe, but they were not welcome with the new life stream that sprung.
Yeah.
That's where
one cannot return from which one did not arise. He says that straight up.
Yeah.
That was going to be the line I threw out to be like, well, what about this? But you know what? It works with everything that you said. And if you go back to that scene that we love in this chapter, where Bugenhagen takes him up in the planetarium, shows him all that. Isn't there a moment where where Aerith says what happens if it runs out and then touches the planet and it falls apart?
Yes.
That could be literally what happened to the Gi.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be it. And I don't know necessarily. And like we even saw like debris heading into a black hole.
Yep, we did see that too. Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because like I don't know. I know it disintegrates, but for some reason I'm like picturing like a new life stream like sprouts out somehow. I have no idea how that would work.
Because it's for it to be absorbed, it would have to be different imagery.
Yeah. Right? So it's super interesting, the word subsumed that he uses. Now, I know I say it again if you're just tuning in or whatever, but please go back and watch my video about did the Gi summon Genova, because that could be the thing. When they create the black materia, it brings about Genova. Endless dream is what he calls it. An endless dream is what Gi Natak refers to this as. A lot of dream things happening right now. Cloud backs up Kate Sith in this moment, in a moment or later on, talking to Gi Natak.
Thought that was cool.
Yeah. And we're going back. He says, we can trust him. That's something, they've been building that up a lot with Kate Sith.
Yeah, they have.
And Yuffie. Like, we can trust them. We can trust.
I feel like he trusts Kate almost more than Yuffie in a weird way. I feel like I've heard him speak more to Kate's trustworthiness, which is strange given that Kate's only been around for a little bit, and like Yuffie wasn't around much longer, but long enough where I feel like, and also she's human, whereas he's
exactly. That's funny.
Like he's a robot cat, but. I feel like they're doing that narratively so that it stings harder when he betrays. Because I feel like in the original game, in the original game, it's more like a festered like anger to it feeling, because you're just like, damn, like you totally screwed us over. He also, when he does betray, it's like more messed up because he's like threatening you with captives that he's taken. Whereas like in this game, they're kind of just making it more of a it's more of a burn. Yeah. It doesn't feel like, like it's like, oh, we trusted you. We're building you up to be trustworthy. Cloud's vouched for him a couple times. Later, we see Cloud defend and even protect Kate to a certain degree. He catches him when Vincent throws him. So this is the beginning of, this is the beginning of setting Kate up to be a trusted member, only for them to rob it from us when the time comes.
A lot of trust. They are discovered. The life stream engulfs the screen and it goes white. They are transported back to the cliff near Seto.
So what does he mean when he says that? It appears we've been discovered, and then he disappears. Any thoughts on that?
The live stream is always listening. So the live
Yeah, he
stream...
does say that earlier. You got to be careful what you say, because whatever you say goes to the live stream and it gets back to the Cetra.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
So. I mean, I guess the question would be, I guess the live stream's here to like, yo, break this conversation up. We don't want you finding the black materia. That could be it. But yeah, I think the planet's listening is where I got from that. Time to break this conversation up. We found you. Let's see. And then of course, if the planet hears you, it will reach the ears of the Cetra. And we know from On the Way to a Smile that there are still some Cetra in the planet. Planet's flow that have not given up their form quite yet. All right, so I think we are. Yeah, screen turns to white. So the live stream engulfs them, which was like, I always talk about whenever the screen dips to white, then it's live stream white. Like you're in the live stream white. That pure consciousness. It transports them out of here back to the, like, I don't know how that works. But yeah, we're back to the cliff where Seto's off in the distance. And Cloud,
it's not even nighttime anymore. Hours.
It's the morning the next day. Morning,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. There's some time elapse there. Now, the Cloud lets the party know that Sephiroth's presence was there. And he's probably looking for the materia. Nobody else detected Sephiroth, but only Cloud there. And it's safe to assume that he's also looking for this black materia. Now, Boogie, lets the party know that the Cetra never believed in God, so they never did have a place of worship. Maybe somebody ignorant in their history named it the Temple of Ancients, but, Aerith says, I didn't know that about the Cetra. So even Aerith learning new things, and again, this is what this whole chapter seems to be about. Cloud lets the party know that... Nope, I already said that one. This was another one, a little foreshadowing. The Cetra were a star-crossed people. To follow in their footsteps would surely lead to tragedy. And then it shows Aerith on screen. It cuts to Aerith.
Real subtle, guys. Real subtle.
Real subtle on that foreshadowing. A robed man shows up at the entrance of Cosmo Canyon and says Nibelheim. Nibelheim. Kate Sith says there's a terminal there, and you can trust him. So,
and I'm very trustworthy, and I'm very trustworthy.
There's no bad intentions. All right, and so at this point, we are going to talk about some side quests, and I feel like these are some pretty good side quests. For this, I know Excalibur was cooking. I don't know what kind of notes you got there, Dragoon King, but I will straight up say that I am going off of memory of my first time playing. I did not have time to replay the side quest this week, so I'm going to let you take it away.
I'm just going to say, are we going to talk about Proto Relic? Because it's the only one I don't have anything on.
Yeah, I got it.
He's got it.
So good. You got that because I
didn't
get
the Proto Relic is
it's important. It's very important
stuff. So why don't you take it away with the Proto Relic? Because this is when Chadley pops up, and Chadley's going to straight up tell you, the very first thing that happens right after this robe dude. Chadley's like, "Yo, Proto Relic, Cloud, let's do this, man! Freaking love world exploration."
All right,
go for it.
So I'm pretty much.
No.
Yo, the whispers, they swooped in. They were like, "You about to drop something." Oh, he's about to drop something real good, man. The whispers have interrupted. Whoa, dude, just straight up took you out of this.
Holy shit.
They have found us. It appears they have found us. The live stream has found us. Conversation's over.
Dude, you were about to drive. So basic.
Oh man. Okay.
Oh my God.
I ain't mad at that. Okay, so
Take it away, man. So
Twin Man
basically,
said I cooked too close to the sun.
you cooked too close to the sun.
You had the skillet on the stovetop and a solar flare came off of it.
Oh man! All right,
All right, go
so
ahead,
this
cook
is
it.
This is gonna be the quick edition. I'm gonna try to blast through these points.
Okay.
So Avalanche HQ basically speaks on Wedge's fate, and they talk about how he accompanied them to Shinra Tower, Shinra HQ, right? So we learn how the different teams are led by people named Lucia and Matt. Very interesting details, as these are the names of the P0 type soldiers that worked with. Yeah, from First Soldier. These are Glenn's buddy pals, right? So they're working with Avalanche, and if they're not dead, then they still are. And yeah, so that's going to be coming back around. We find out that Avalanche was heading up to take out the president. So basically, they say, "Hey, when the plate fell, the rules changed. We're going to take him out." And so I just want to say real quick, is showing them go up the Shinra Tower. Shout out to Wedge, bro, climbing all those stairs. Like, Barrett could barely do it. Wedge made it. I don't know how he made it, but he made it. And then, of course, he gets up there and the whispers. Yeah, he was. And then the whispers throw your boy out the window. Like, after all that. So
yeah,
good.
I'm happy we got good.
Good.
I'm happy we got resolution on this, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I didn't want him. I was so upset with that stuff anyway, so I'm glad that he got it.
No, I agree, Dan. Like, I'm glad that.
Good.
But I thought it was interesting that they left it kind of ambiguous.
I know,
at the end of remake, and then I'm actually a little surprised that this game not only confirmed he died, but actually kind of showed it. Like, not because the game's afraid to go dark or anything. It's just I feel like this. What the remake trilogy is kind of doing is like they're setting up a lot of subversions. So it would have just felt more. I was expecting there to be some crazy exposition, and Wedge might actually be like, okay, and it's like, no.
Man, I wonder.
No, dude died.
Honestly, yeah, I think it's good that they kept the canon that he went down the way he did.
Yeah.
I think so. We got to see
between him
that.
and Biggs. It just would have been too much to kind of deal with. I mean, we don't know what's going on with Biggs exactly, so just to have Biggs, putzing around in the live stream, and then Wedge potentially living in, the in our current telling of the story. Like, it just, I think that they would have overextended themselves, and it would have taken a lot of the narrative impact away from the plate fall.
I think they did a good job with the scene. You see what happened, and then when it cuts back in to Barrett in the present, you hear Wedge, you hear his voice, and he says, "Don't worry, it's all good, bro." And Barrett's like, "Did y'all hear that?" And they were like, it was just the wind, or you're just hearing stuff. The live stream does funny stuff. But obviously, we as the player know, because we had the subtitle, so we know. Sorry, spoiler alert. Wedge said that. So moving on, you're obviously going and checking out these different locations, and you're getting more info. So one of the next scenes you get is the origin of Tifa's Cosmo Canyon drink.
Yo.
So they're at Seventh Heaven. Jesse is drunk. Wedge shows up with Cosmo salt. And they have this conversation about how the Cosmo salt gives the drink like this kick, right? And they talk about they want to take a trip to Cosmo Canyon to stock up on the salt. Wedge has a bunch of it that he brought, but they decide they need to go there, right? Barrett shoots down the idea because their books aren't looking too good. They don't have a lot of money, and then they make him taste the drink, and he's like, "Oh, we got to go." He changes his tone real quick. And the scene ends with a toast to Barrett. And then when it cuts back to the present, he's sort of reflecting on that. And he says, "Look, guys, we made it," since they were all going to take a road trip to Cosmo together. And it's just him and Tifa now.
Man.
Yeah, there's some hard-hitting scenes in here, bro.
That shot of and I didn't get a chance to rewatch on hard mode. I can't replay the Proto Relic quests to the viewers, so I'm not able to replay the Proto Relic quests if you're unfamiliar with that. I didn't get a chance to rewatch this one. I was a little busy, but the shot is like permanently etched in my brain of Barrett and Tifa standing at the cliff.
I got
like,
a picture of that.
Looking,
Yeah, I
it's
screenshot it. Yeah.
one of my
Yeah.
favorite shots from the game. Just them having that kind of like silent moment together.
Yeah,
because I love their relationship. I think it's great how far they've come together as people. So them coming from where they started in their journey together to here, it's just really cool.
So sorry if you had said this. Sure. I was trying to catch up with the video for what you were talking about, but like the whole Cosmo Canyon salt thing that from this is called back to Calm, right? Isn't it when like Tifa was like, put a little bit of salt around the edge or something. Yeah. So she got it from Wedge, right?
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Sure enough. And he pulls out a whole bunch of them.
Man,
and it's like, well, we're still going to run out. And then they plan the little trip. But it's a great scene, man.
I mean, like, listen, Gears and Gambits wasn't really that big of a deal for me. Like, I didn't mind it. I know. Like it. I was gonna say a lot of people had issues with it. It seems like I didn't. really
I heard a lot of negativity.
Yeah,
it was cool.
But this is my best side quest, hands down. Like this is what I needed to see. This is what I needed to see because like remake, I didn't like what they did with Avalanche. I was not a fan of seeing.
Really.
I was not. Well, I wasn't a fan of them seeing them survive. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know Jesse died, but like, it was just all seemed like, oh, here's the whispers, and everything just like seemed so not certain.
Yeah.
Where, and then of course at the end we see Biggs alive, and I'm like, oh man, what is? And like Wedge survived his fall. I'm like, come on.
It's a weird double-edged sword. Yeah. On one hand, they gave us a lot more character to work with, so in theory, them passing should hit way harder.
Yeah.
And then by the end of remake, we have one person that we see alive.
So we finally get that.
Well, we saw them.
We finally get it. Was a whole game later, and it's in a side quest. But hey, you know what? I finally get what I wanted from that, and this is so beautiful, man. Like the acting, the writing. Everything about this cutscene feels like it should be part of the main game, the side quest feels like it should be part of the main game.
So much catharsis with this whole thing.
Oh, and also like, reuniting with our with our people from Intermission. That was cool, man.
Yep.
Gosh, I interviewed them. It was awesome.
Oh yeah,
yeah, man.
Yeah, it's all the Avalanche HQ dudes. Yeah.
That's cool.
So, okay, so we're about halfway through this. So in another scene, we have Jesse pressures Wedge to share something he's been keeping to himself. And he basically admits to the group that he sometimes feels like dead weight and he wants to do more for the team. Mm-hmm. And it's really kind of sad. And Jesse jokes like, who said that? Who said that? Was it me? Was it him? Was it Barrett? And everybody's like, what? And he's like, no, like, none of that. And it's kind of sad. And then when it cuts back to the present, Tifa and Barrett reminisce about like how hard he worked. And Barrett he's really sad. It's just straight up. I mean, he says literally, if only he stuck to looking after his cats and enjoying good food. So you really get the sense that Barrett feels responsible for him dying.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the poor dude, wanted to be more involved, maybe even than he should have been, and that whole piece right there is going to feed into the next part too. There's a lot of everything carries through in this whole series of scenes. So
it's a very layered statement too. It's like saying, if only he stuck to taking care of his, cats and eating good food, especially after coming off the heels of Wedge saying that he feels like dead weight. Because I don't want to say he's necessarily validating Wedge's sentiment by saying that, but there's this almost like sad realization that his heart was in the right place, but maybe he wasn't fully cut out for this, and that Barrett should have perhaps, recognized that sooner. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, see, I see it as like, I 100% get what you're saying. I took it like more like Barrett was saying like, man, I wish he was dead weight. Like he wasn't, but if he
I can
actually
see
were,
both
like,
sides. Yeah,
maybe he'd
No,
still be alive. You know.
if he was dead weight, we could have cut him. But at the same time, it's like if he wasn't
So
Yeah.
good at what he did.
well, it's
Yeah.
like, but no, that's just what the point I'm getting is like, oh, if he was, what Wiley say, if he wasn't dead weight, we could have cut him.
Mhm.
But if he wasn't, like, not behind, but if I was more honest about maybe just letting him focus on the easier things in his life, maybe he wouldn't have been in the position that he was at the end. I feel like you could almost interpret it either way.
I could see that.
I don't know. Like that's when you say that. Like that was where my mind went. It's fascinating that you went the other way.
Yeah, well, it'll be clear why, because the next piece kind of leans into that a little bit.
Okay.
So he's talking to the other three here, Billy Bob, Nao, and Polk, and they want to join with the group because they haven't heard from HQ, and they're like, "You're out here making a difference." They say that to Barrett, and Barrett's like, he gets mad. He's like, "People not willing to die for the cause got no place with us. Your hearts are in the right place, but you have to walk a different path, one that's your own." He clearly does not want to watch anyone else die. He doesn't want to see anybody die in his watch. And man, this is like the thing is we all know where the game is going, and so it feels like if you're looking forward to that moment at the end of this game, all this stuff hits so much harder because he's gonna have to watch another person die under his care, and he's not going to be able to do anything about it. And so all this stuff is just feeding into the same. So here we go, the final flashback. Barrett gives his speech to Avalanche Splinter Cell about taking down Shinra, even if it costs his life. And yeah, so yeah, he goes on about this for a minute, and yeah, I'll let it breathe for a second here. You guys can see.
Yeah, I can.
It won't stop
Yeah,
until
and
Shinra goes up in smoke.
So after his speech, it goes back to the present,
But I ain't stopping.
and obviously he's thinking about all this stuff with the heavy heart. Tifa comforts him, and he says something like, "We got to stop living in guilt and regret." And Tifa agrees, like they wouldn't want that. And then the sequence at the end shows the party releases. And this goes back to our little theory about what was the lantern thing. The party releases 3 paper lanterns, obviously in honor of Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse. And then the sequence ends with Barrett telling the party, today's a new day, so let's not waste it. And they move on. But you get a lot of closure through this. Like it feels like you and Barrett get to process this whole thing, and Tifa. Let's not forget that she is too, but it's way more focused on Barrett.
Yeah.
And you get resolution with all of it. And I feel like this is like a really great way to put a bow on, that ellipsis that they left us with Wedge in the previous one, and we know what's going to happen, with Biggs. Did I say Biggs? I meant Wedge. We know what's going to happen with Biggs later down the road in this one too. So it's interesting to get that here. This whole.
Also, not even with the Zack interlude, but you also know, during Aerith's performance in Chapter 12, Biggs is there. So, the closure moment with the 3 Avalanche Splinter Cell members sitting at the table, fading out. It's just another moment of just sort of like closure and their story here too. So what were you saying, Dan? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just gonna say also worth noting that Barrett doesn't put his glasses on here as he's being very vulnerable and open with Tifa. And I mean, it's been said, maybe it's in the Ultimania, maybe somewhere, I don't know. But Tifa's dealing with the same stuff as she feels responsible for Sector 7 plate dropping. And so this moment was so good. I really, really like this stuff, dude. And great analysis, great breakdown of all of that. Is that the end of it? I mean, we got, of course, you go in there and you get in. Gilgamesh stuff doesn't really matter that much. It's good.
Oh yeah, I didn't get into that. We can watch it real quick because I don't remember this bit. I was focused on the story part.
It's just goofy.
It takes a back seat to the real emotional weight of what just happened.
Yeah, exactly. All right, you do a little fight with Gilgamesh. But all right. So what do you got for the next? What's the next side quest?
Let's go with. We can do Aeriths or we can do Reds. Red has 2 that
I
we
would
could
do
back to
Aeriths
back.
because Reds,
Okay.
yeah, as I say, the Reds are
Go back
1
to
and then
back.
2. So you're better off going with the picture one.
Okay. So Aerith side quest is called Absence of a Sign. And basically this quest is all about, like, I don't know if y'all play Fallout, but it's got those giant red scorpions you got to go fight. They're basically believed to be portents of ruin and have been observed on different occasions in times since long past, is what it says. So the idea is that once the crisis has been averted, comets will grace the heavens, and you're supposed to get rid of these scorpions and then, take pictures of these stars, these falling stars is actually what he calls them, which I thought was interesting. Obviously these falling stars are sort of a not so subtle reminder of what's coming in part 3. Even more ominous when he calls them falling stars. As you move from location to location, Aerith wants a selfie with Cloud, which is cute. Kind of makes me wonder if memories like these are going to show up in part 3. Like, not that it's going to track your side quest data, just
Wish
like
it
moments.
does. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean, it'll just be cool to see like little moments or mementos like this where he's looking at a picture, the selfie that he took with her or something like that in part 3 when she's gone. So it just has cute moments like that.
Well, Final
It would
Fantasy
have to track
15.
it. It would have to track it to some degree because
wait.
if you didn't do the side quest, like what?
how's
That
it
moment
work?
wouldn't really reflect on you because it's
Well-
like, oh, I don't remember taking a selfie to get.
Didn't they do something like that in this game already where they made an allusion to something where it was written in a vague sort of way that if you saw it, it would make sense, and if you didn't see it, it would still make sense? Like, when did you have time to do that? I feel like we commented on that in the Costa del Sol chapter, but I can't remember what it was. So
Yeah, I don't remember offhand either, but
either way. But yeah, it makes me think about stuff like that.
This isn't something that's like major. It was just one of those like things. Maybe it's because this game was made this story was made in the late 90s, and then obviously this is like a modernized tell. Eric saying selfie sort of threw me for like a weird loop. I'm not gonna lie. Like, did you just spit water?
Yeah, bro, she saw through it to the Final Fantasy VIII live stream, and she saw a selfie, and she was like, "Oh, that's it."
No,
It wasn't. It shouldn't have been that funny, but he said something else. Earth saying selfie was funny, man.
No, like it just sort of threw me for like it's one of those things that. Like, how do I put this? Because I don't want to make it sound bad, but it made me realize I was playing a video game. I was like, huh, why do you know what a selfie is? Like, it just was
Man,
weird.
there's all kinds of pop
It just
culture
kinda
references and stuff
like,
in here, but yeah, I get what you're
a
saying.
reference versus like a term that don't get me wrong, obviously like this is a world that has cars and photo cameras and other things, so real world things can exist here. It's just selfie feels like such an such a real world term, if that makes sense. So it was just one of those things where I'm like if she just said, oh, you want to take a picture together, and it ends up being a selfie, I feel like that would have just been fun. Again, this is such a stupid thing to hark on. It was just one of those things that kind of snapped me out of the moment for a second.
Take a picture? Did you guys take a picture of Aerith? Candid picture?
I did.
Of course.
Did
you
know
have to in order to get the selfie.
But did you do it Did you do it because you had to, or did you do it just because you were like, I want to take a picture of Aerith?
I wish the game.
Yeah.
I wish the game didn't tell me.
I was like, I'm gonna take
do it.
We just having a good time. I'm gonna take a little picture, smile, And then it was like, oh, hey, look, achievement or something like that. I don't know. Like it did something right.
On the first photo that you could take of the stars, you don't the game doesn't prompt you to take a photo of her. I did it anyway.
Yeah, it
on my
doesn't.
first
I like
playthrough, I did it my first time, and then the second time, the game prompts you to do it. I wish they just didn't do it, so that if you were like me and just at any point just snapped a candid photo of her, you would have been surprised by this, as opposed to say, oh, you can't, here, we're gonna suggest this because it makes the cutscene better. Instead, just kind of throw it at me if I thought to do it.
Look at this.
Yeah,
nice
the selfie thing. It's not that deep. It was just one of those things that I feel like for me, her saying, "Let's take a selfie." I was like,
Yeah, look at that.
This is not a boiler moment, right? Not a boiler.
No, yeah.
moment.
Where's
let me
the
go on
public
selfie
water
tangent.
supply?
Freaking domestic water line, Dan.
Did you get
Where's
did you
my
get any
domestic-
juice out of this, bro? Are we milking this thing? Are we milking? What are we doing with this side
I did
quest?
not like that gesture.
All right,
You don't like that?
let's move forward.
What-
So when you turn the quest in,
I played that. I played
see-
1-2 switch. Just a little
what?
1-2 switch, the video game on the Switch. You know, where you just have to move your hands like this. You know, just melt the cow.
I'm gonna pretend I know what you're talking about because it's better for my mental health.
Really
I know
sad
what
we're
he's
not getting that
talking
1-2
about.
switch too. You know, 1-2 switch too. Where's it at?
Oh man,
It's bad for my mental health. All right, we're getting late into the podcast. Give me the juice,
all right,
bro.
all right.
Give me the juice.
All right. So, all right, when you turn it in, dude says our planet is as strong as she is beautiful, no matter the calamity. That's the word choice he uses. We have no reason whatsoever to fear her demise. Oh, is he in for a surprise? Then he says there are more comets than we previously observed. The planet is now more robust. And we also get a scene where Aerith looks up and wishes on the stars to protect them from harm. And everybody in this scene is about to get a surprise, bro. Nothing's going to go right for any of these people. Aerith ain't getting their wish. This dude's just wrong. Like, it's very, very ominous, man. It's called absence of a sign. So there you have it.
You
Like,
know what's funny too is that the statement that he says almost sounds like it could be loosely associated to Aerith. Him saying, quote, "The planet is as strong as she is beautiful. No matter the calamity, we have absolutely no reason whatsoever to fear for her demise."
Yeah.
Which he's wrong on both. Like, if you compare, so if you take what he's saying about the planet, it's like that's not true. We do have to fear for its demise because meteors going to be summoned. And if you compare this to Aerith, then you still have to fear for her demise because we know what's going to happen.
100%, bro. 100%.
I listened to him say that, and I'm like, okay, it has almost like a double meaning to it because Aerith's fate and the planet's fate do share a lot of similarities, except we learn from Aerith's fate to to protect the planet, if that makes any sense. And Aerith's fate is tied to the planet in multiple ways because it's her prayer and being able to enact holy from the life stream that saves the planet. So I just that quote to me felt very multi-layered, and I remember, like reading that, and I actually wrote it down and I read it over like multiple times, and I was trying to think of every angle for that.
I blacked you guys out. I didn't even hear a word you said.
I said this question is cool.
No, don't worry
Appreciate
about it. Don't repeat it for me.
You'll see it later on the VOD. It's fine.
I'm sorry. Do you think? Did you guys answer? Do you really think that's what Aerith wished for? Do you think she actually wished for the stars to protect the planet from harm?
Yeah, actually, yes. I know what you might be alluding to. I did in this case.
I'm just I gotta feel like maybe she didn't, and then Cloud was like, right, of course. Like it's like you know, Miss America. I wish for world peace. It's like, okay,
no,
cool.
I say she did
so.
because of what she's been through this chapter.
I know.
Like she listen. She got elevated for her status for once. Being an ancient is a good thing. So I feel like she's getting more in touch with her roots. So I do actually believe that she wanted to wish for peace and health and all that good stuff.
Peace, world prosperity, and world peace. Yes.
I wish for
Man, if I know Aerith, her wish is for everybody else, right? It's everybody else's safety and protection, not her own.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, everything you said was on point, Lee. Like I feel like this side quest marries very well with the lantern scene from earlier. It just connects with it perfectly. It's showing the trajectory of where everything's going from here. So.
Yeah, and it marries well with the sentiments that planetologists have been saying in general. We were talking earlier about how what they're saying ties with the overall narrative of the story, and the overall narrative of the story ties deeply to Aerith's personal story. Like her
Yeah.
journey's end mirrors the game's journey's end at large. Like even though what happens to her is the midpoint of the story, and and then also everything that they like those three things, the planetologist, Aerith's story, and the original game's narrative, all tied together for what we were just way earlier in the podcast saying. How that ties to geostigma and all that. Like everything here is being married into a way where the fate of the planet and how people interpret it are connected. So
Nice.
I thought it was a cool quest. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So-
Yeah, I liked it as well. And then we get to from whence life flows.
Yep.
From whence life.
I did
is,
not
uh,
like this one as much. I'm just gonna be honest. This
Oh,
one
this
kind
is
of
Boogie, right? In the life
This is
stream
the
phone?
first part.
Mhm.
The second, like the quest that follows this is awesome. This one's fine on a narrative standpoint. It's just
Yeah.
the map.
Narrative is what I'm focused on. So
The map. I'm just gonna say it. The map was not good. The map that they
Nah.
give you
Oh
for
yeah.
this,
No, I actually liked
is-
it.
it looks cool.
Mhm.
It just doesn't. It doesn't really look like the map. I don't know if I'm alone in this
Yeah.
sentiment, but I remember looking at him like this doesn't.
I
really
remember it
convey
being
the
like
information I need.
challenging. Like I thought it was challenging. Where
Challenging is
yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
It just
challenging.
it didn't convey enough information. Like there's a difference between challenging and just not
Mhm.
presenting enough information for me to actually.
I'm gonna say I felt exactly like that when I first looked at it, but there was a moment when it clicked, and then I was like,
Yeah.
I see what they did, and then it was.
If I clicked, I just sort of walked in the general area and wait till I saw the gates health bar.
Yo, real talk. Real talk.
That was the click.
Mario Kart kind of changed the game, man. You guys see that Mario Kart World mini map? It's literally just like it. Like they just placed the camera above, and you can see literally the track. But I'm like, that's a mini map right there. That's awesome.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
We got to implement that more in more games. This was like
Big
I
fan,
remember
yeah.
playing this one and coming up with some theories. I wish I would have been able to play it before the show. But I know that like seeing these live stream fonts being kind of dried up was an ominous sign. You know? What I mean?
Yeah,
So
it is.
What
So-
did you find on this one?
All right, so you got the life springs are withering up, right? Each location basically shows the same thing. Their life springs have suddenly stopped producing Mako. So eventually you get to one where there are whispers actively interacting with one of the life springs.
He literally said whispers. He said whispers, and then he got shut down. Dude, I mean, is this a I
And,
think
and
at
so
this
that
point we gotta
is why
believe
this is the great side quest.
At this point, we gotta believe whispers are here. I mean,
Yeah, dude.
he said the name. We got to one of them, and whispers are actively trying to done. Oh my
Man.
god,
Oh my god,
that was
really
wild, bro. All right, go ahead.
crazy. Yeah,
Well-
make sure you save that for
Yeah, that's gotta be.
That's for the whisper.
Yeah.
Man. All right. So, okay. So they're obviously interacting with the life springs. The question it poses are they feeding on it, right? The implication is pretty clear that they're connected to it drying up. So you continue investigating, and Red asks Bugenhagen about fate, because obviously in Red's mind, whispers, fate, it's all connected.
Mm-hmm.
So we ask him point blank, old Boogie, don't believe in it. It's a salve we use to soothe disappointments. We are the masters of our lives. And he just kind of leaves it at that. And it's like, okay. So they continue. They're doing these readings on life springs. It's showing a shift in the flow of the life stream itself.
Oh, real quick,
And
going back to that, he looks directly at Cloud and says, "Wouldn't you agree, Cloud?" That was kind of interesting, like to kind of like single him out like that.
For sure.
he almost like peer pressured him into it because Cloud almost
You agree, Cloud.
yeah, I guess.
Where's Tifa?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
sure.
get her to agree too.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if it just went down the line. It's like, yeah, wouldn't you agree, Cloud? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, what about you, Tifa? It's just
And what about you, Tifa?
No, I would say so. But you
still hung up on that weapon theory of yours?
Bro. So yeah, they keep reading stuff. There's a shift in the flow of the live stream.
Mm-hmm.
And so Bugenhagen asks, was this shift natural or the product of an external force? And obviously the big, we're all looking at the external force here is the whispers. Mm-hmm. So he confirms something is happening with the planet and it's changing on an unprecedented scale.
Man.
So yeah, go ahead.
I mean, Bugenhagen just straight up does a Maz Kanata on us, man. Like, a question for another time, and then just walk up. I'm like, whoa, bro, we won't ever get to that.
Doing that.
We're going to get to the third part of this trilogy, and we're never going to address it if we go that way. Like,
it's coming. It's coming back. It's coming back. When we get to the end here, you'll see.
I'm fascinated by the fact that this is his first encounter with whispers. To me,
yeah.
I mean,
well,
I don't know. It makes sense to a degree, because we were just talking earlier, it's like he's a homebody. He doesn't really leave home. So I don't know what at Cosmo Canyon would possibly cause them to show up for him to see them, but I feel like we, and maybe this is not necessarily a direct message, but it kind of fits the theme of, misinterpreting a history, or what we see isn't always what we get. But, like, I feel like we expect Bugenhagen to be the type of guy to have all the answers and know
100%.
all of what's going on.
Oh, yeah,
and so when he doesn't, it's kind of jarring. Because, the Whispers are a very prominent and mysterious aspect of the story. So we were almost hoping to get some sort of answer or more conclusive information from him. And what does he say?
I learned a lot.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I learned a lot. And he also goes, wow, I'm surprised that you were unfazed. This is the first time I'm seeing this.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, cool. Our sage is unknowledgeable in this.
Yeah.
Cool.
So he was
harbored
doubts, and now he concedes that you were right.
Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, so he refers to the whispers as a malevolent energy. He's never seen such a disturbing phenomenon, and he comments, Nanaki's unfazed. He finds that very interesting. Obviously, he knows something going on here. But for now, he's just going to quietly observe and hope to unravel the mystery. He promises to let Nanaki know if he uncovers anything. So that's obviously pointing to part 3. This is the last interaction that we get with this dude. Well, no, it's not. There's a little tiny bit in the next one.
But I wanted to say something real quick.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, did you have to, I just wanted to...
It's just this moment here where Bugenhagen says, I've never seen a wellspring dwindle this fast in this short of a time. So it's kind of showing how fast the planet is depleting, like how fast this live stream is depleting.
Unprecedented. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think this is a huge setup for part 3. This goes back to what I was saying about him earlier, where I feel like this is the middle part of the arc in part 2. And part 3, we're going to get character resolution for him. It's going to be his opportunity to step up and go, all right, guys, this is what I learned. And I learned a lot. And I think he's going to bring some stuff to the table like what we were hoping for here. I think that happens in part 3. So, yeah, that's pretty much sums up that quest right there in terms of what I would say about it. If you guys have any other thoughts.
I did, and then I lost it, so I guess we can move on. No, it's all good. I had something that had something to do with fate and what Bugenhagen represented with that, and then I totally lost it. So if I remember, I'll touch on it later. Otherwise, the only other note I have on this is that Bro's first name is Geisel. We learned that.
The guy that made the reader, yeah.
I forgot if that was said in OG, but I completely forgot, and I completely forgot again. From my first playthrough and my other playthroughs to now, and every time it feels like it sneaks up on me, and it makes me laugh every time. That
it's obvious, like rip Geisel. On Geiger, like Geiger count or whatever. The Geisel.
I just thought it was funny that his name's Geisel. Actually, I know we didn't really prepare for the Chocobo Cavalry, but that's the password. I'm dropping it.
Geisel?
Geisel.
Yeah. So dropping the Chocobo Cavalry password here. It's Geisel.
Geisel.
So Geisel, if you guys
Here they come. Here goes the Chocobo Cavalry. I don't know. Clayton, thanks so much for equipping a subscription. Clayton. Yo, Bugenhagen also says that in the grand scheme of things, we are inconsequential to the planet and the live stream. The roles we play are inconsequential, but that is a far too reductive way to look at things. So, after all, we are, after all, part of the planet, and the planet is part of us too.
Which is interesting. He says that, but also says that we're the masters of our own fate. Like, we're inconsequential.
That would mean that if we're the masters of our own fate, we're also the masters of the planet's fate, right?
Yeah, but that contradicts everything about planetology.
Like
planetology.
There's a definite.
I've learned a lot today.
I learned that I don't actually believe in my own ideology.
Everything I've known is
Man, this last 2 days have been real eye-opening.
This has been an eye-opening experience. Peeking. We mustn't forget the smallest of ripples can gather the strength to become the greatest of waves. Come on, baby. Come on now. That's a line. Sometimes I want to make sure I write down like quote of the week. But we're too far into this.
Man.
We're too far into this.
I think I missed that somehow. That's a great line right there.
It's a really good one.
He has another really good line in the next
wait, and then it says, it is incumbent upon us to do all we can in the time we are allotted to not die a ripple. Come on, baby! Bugenhagen. Boogie!
Wait, I thought that was I thought that was in the next quest.
I mean...
That's a... Yeah, because you know what that quote reminds me of. So you said that it is thus incumbent upon us to do all we can in the time we are allotted to not die a ripple. That quote, I actually wrote down another quote next to it, and it's from Lord of the Rings. It reminds me so much of what the exchange between Frodo and Gandalf. So right after that, I wrote their quote. Frodo says, he's talking about like the journey that they're on, and he goes, so do I. Wait, hang on, no.
Talking about dark times, right?
Yeah, no, so Frodo says, I wish it need not have happened in my time. And Gandalf responds with, so do I, and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. And that reminds me so much of what Bugenhagen said. I actually had to write both quotes back to back.
Fire.
I love Lord of the Rings.
Bugenhagen totally feels very like he has a very Tolkien-esque edge to him. Powerful, old, whimsical, but not necessarily like all-knowing. I think that's sort of the beauty in a lot of
so listen, right now he's Bugenhagen the Gray. He'll be Bugenhagen the White. Come back for more details.
But no, I think it's cool that this is what they're doing with his character in this game is like deconstructing the mentor trope. We're taking somebody who should be having all the answers, and instead we're solving our own answers through his lack of answers. Almost like we're learning more about things that we initially, I think, came here. Like you said earlier, one of you said earlier that Nanaki says that nobody knows more about the planet than Bugenhagen, but it almost feels like every time we've questioned him about something we need answers on or bring it up, he doesn't know, or he denounces it. He denounced the weapons. He doesn't know about the whispers. He doesn't and that's fine. Because it's in him not knowing, we're learning more. Maybe
I love that, and I'm just gonna throw a little hook in there as well. Whereas I do think when I was taking my notes, I was like, see, when Bugenhagen says that's not a weapon, For some reason, I'm
Yeah.
still stuck on that. Like, listen, this is not the weapons that are written in the books. Like, there's no way. But, yeah, I love that what you just said, deconstructing the mentor, like just bringing it in a reverse fashion. This guy should know everything, but he's actually learning along with them. And he even says that I've learned so much today.
Yeah, we're mentoring ourselves.
Yeah.
It falls right into what he says, like we're the masters of our own fate. As far as a mentor figure goes, we're almost supposed to look into what they say and build upon our own journey through their guidance.
Did
but
they?
We're not doing that here. We're guiding ourselves here. We're mastering our own fate as he suggests we do.
Mm-hmm.
So
now
that's his biggest piece of advice. Sorry,
the
Dad,
Gi have reached the surface. Did they ever say how they reached the surface? Is the door left open too long? Like, what's going on?
Well, Buganaga does say,
Boogie forget. I should probably close that door. But oopsie, I forgot.
Let's see if I have a note on that.
But a little skeet.
It doesn't look like I have any notes on how they
it just
got
takes
out.
over some skeets. Yeah, so we got some Gi out here. They refer to him as Seto. He's like, I'm not Seto.
Yep.
It's weird that they give exposition on Seto later being turned to stone. So they knew that Seto was turned to stone. So when they see Nanaka here, they don't question it. They just think it's him. So that implies that Seto could be alive, because if they're seeing him here now, they're not questioning how is he alive. But later we get information from these Gi about Seto being turned to stone. So I look at that, and I'm not saying that I want Seto to return in part 3 as like a living being.
Yeah.
But the implication I'm picking up from this is that if you knew that he could be turned to stone, but you just saw Nanaki here now and believed him to be Seto, does that emphasize some hope in Seto being able to be, revived or turned out of stone? I could just be reading too deep into it. Might honestly be a slight oversight on their end for them to be able to give insight on Seto's condition and confuse him, because it doesn't really make sense unless there is hope for Seto to be undone, at least from where I'm sitting on.
Yeah, but we do like the fact that they are, confusing him to be Seto. We do get some really interesting Seto lore. Here.
Of course. No doubt on that.
Take it away, Excalibur.
So, let's see here. Yeah, so basically the lore, and you can hop in if I miss something. So, they say that Seto agreed to bring them the black materia. Obviously, Red corrects him, telling him he's Seto's son, and they say that Seto ventured to the caves to speak with them, and they entrusted him with their desire, the return of the black materia, deliverance from their purgatory. And so they basically felt betrayed, and that's why they shot him up with arrows. And but he I guess was as unmoving as the stone he turned into. But basically yeah, go ahead, Dan, if you got something else. But
no. I'm just watching it as I go. Yeah, you're getting it right.
Yeah.
So this is implying that Seto made a pact with the Gi. I guess, do we have a little more clarity on that? What's going on? Because was he doing that to? Why did he do that?
He might do the same thing that Nanaki's doing right now.
Yeah, exactly.
It seems like it's sort of a combination out of compassion for them and protection of the veil.
Yeah.
So Red wants to fulfill the promise to them and not bring back the materia, but he basically convinces them he's going to do that and to go back to their cave and wait for his return. And their final line, the final line of the Gi, and this is that interesting little callback to that 2015 E3 teaser.
Yeah.
They say, and thus the promise has been made, which mirrors at last the promise has been made. And then they go. And so after they leave, Red confides in Cloud that he will not return to Black Materia, but he will not stop until he finds a way to stop their suffering. So Red's basically just a good dude. He's gonna set out to do what his dad couldn't do, but he's not giving him the black materia because he knows he can't do that.
We know that his dad couldn't. We don't even know if there's a conclusive answer to whether or not it's possible to do what he's to achieve. And I think that's this whole chapter really delves in the idea that different groups of people have very different opinions on one another. The Gi view the Cetra as intolerant. We don't really have the Cetra besides Aerith, who obviously has no real ties to her culture. We don't really have the Cetran opinion, but what we know about the Cetra doesn't fully align with what the Gi are telling us. Then you have the Gi saying that Seto failed on his promise, but at the same time, was it not the Gi who were forcing their way to the Veil when Seto and the Watchers, like Seto and his wife, had to stop them? So if Seto went to go fight, I feel like what we're getting here is a lot of information that is purposefully vague enough where you can't really form the truth. That there might be truth in what the Gi is saying just as much as what the planetologist, just as much as what the Cetra, just as much as
seems to be kind of a running strategy they got going with these games, huh? Just give you just enough.
Yeah, but this feels different. I know what you're talking about, like the theory, but this feels different. This honestly feels like how real world history works. I mean, they always say like history is written by the winner and so to speak. Yeah. But the thing is that the loser in this case is a folk who like are bound to the planet until they can find some sort, like the Gi, like they can't leave, but they're like festering for a long time waiting for some sort of resolution. I feel like what we're seeing here is just multiple accounts of the story, and I don't know if any single one is close enough to the truth. I feel like you could cherry pick each, you could cherry pick each of the stories that we're getting here and find the truth somewhere in that. That perhaps the Gi were the Gi seem to almost, and they seem to almost like put the blame on others. The Cetra were intolerable. Your father made a promise he couldn't act on, but they still treat him with respect.
Yeah, they definitely treated Seto with some reverence. Like they appreciate him, like his will adamant. He's freaking awesome, man. He's up there taking arrows, and we just lost.
They're like
will.
a warrior people.
Yeah,
I feel like they respect. They can respect the warrior despite the fact that they don't respect him, his decision. Maybe it's just to me, I'm looking at this and I don't think that this is one of those cases where they're just like, oh, we'll let the fans run away with this. I feel like this is honestly a pretty deliberate intention of like, hey, the truth isn't what any one of these people are saying. The truth falls somewhere in the middle. What the Gi are feeling could be just as valid as what the Cetra or what Seto or the planetologists.
Dichotomies as mutable as the wind, as Boogie says. And this sets up both of these side quests. At the end of them, Boogie says that I'm going to set out to learn more about our planet, and if there's anything I come across, I'll let you know. Which means like, hey, I'll see you in part 3. And of course, we're going to see Boogie in part 3. But then the promise has been made. And Red has made a promise to find an answer for them. There's got to be an answer out there somewhere, and I'm not going to stop searching until I find it. That's a setup for part 3. We can't leave that hanging. That's got to be a setup for part 3. So, 2 really cool setups for part 3 story-wise here. I did bring up the video I made because I know it starts off with the voices. Now, you guys won't be able to hear this. How do I get you guys to hear this?
Well, I have the live because I'm having trouble seeing the comments on the side of the screen today.
Oh, did I make them too small?
You might have. It's okay. I've had the live stream of this entire time, just volume down, so I can mute my mic if you want to play this, and I can. Okay. I'll be a few seconds behind, but I'll be able
same. I can do the same.
All right.
Yeah, so I'll just give you like a thumbs up when I'm able to. I'm stumbling over my words.
You're good.
When I am done listening to what you want, I'll give a thumbs up.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to figure out what I think the beginning of it. All right, here we go.
Long
calm, there are now the beginnings of a stir.
After an eternity, the materia began to stir.
Major spoilers.
It has ever been our sacred duty to protect our planet
To please
against
that
any
booty.
They who came from without were one such threat.
Those not born of the life stream can never join its flow. From the planet, we claim the greatest of materia, a most sacred treasure, and imbued it with our desire for freedom.
The Gi, who with bitter prayer
So convinced were we that our prayers for release had not been in vain.
so foul was the orb's magic that we knew at once it must be hidden, that none might ever wield its terrible power.
Yet the loathsome Cetra trespassed upon our lands and stole the treasure that would grant us deliverance.
Long ago, we looked upon a foreboding sky.
Long ago, a wound marred the northern lands. For the planet did we lay down our lives in battle, and in death returned to her embrace. Yet our adversary did not, could not.
All right, here comes more of
Thus did it
the
fall into a deep slumber.
2015.
One cannot return to that from which one did not arise.
The memory of the star that threatened all burns eternal in our hearts. In its wake came an age of silence.
And in the long silence of its sleep, it was given the name Genova.
Yet with each fond remembrance, we knew those encountered were not forgotten. That someday we would see them again. Perhaps it was no more than wishful thinking, but after the long calm, there are now the beginnings of a stir. For they are coming back.
Therefore, we ask that you retrieve it. The black materia, key to our oblivion.
This is the key.
I trust you will return our materia to its rightful home.
Heed well our warning of that which is to come.
At last, the time has come.
The reunion.
The reunion.
The reunion. When worlds merge. My fragmented mother.
All right, it goes on. There's a lot going on in that video. but yeah, basically, oh, yeah, there's some more of that.
Bring joy.
Here it comes.
It may bring fear.
A confluence of worlds and emotions.
But let us embrace whatever it brings.
Come on, promise me.
Fine. I promise. I will stop Sephiroth. Trust me.
Damn.
You promise?
Promise.
I'll do everything I can to make sure you can rest in peace.
And thus, the promise has been made.
At last, the promise has been made.
And no promises away, that Jordy said. Crazy, man. That whole video was awesome. I'm very proud of that one. So if you guys want to see it, it is I'll leave a link in the chat, and then you can watch that whole video. After that, again, like I said, I don't know. I try to go through. I break down the timeline of what I think happened, and like they summon Genova, the long calm, the stir. I go through it, man. I'm right. Yeah, I got the whiteboard out, man. so yeah.
Nice.
You guys can watch that video after this live stream is over, because we're almost done. And let's see, because we already did all the side quests, and now we are going to move on to the last part of this, and we're going to meet up with Sid again.
My only question just about that it's on, well, maybe it is a deep question, but it's not, I don't think it's that deep. Do you guys think that there's any significance? I mean, I know the narrative significance, given that it's about promises and keeping them and whatnot, but the fact that it is the name of the song that Aerith sings, it just is crazy to me that of all places to connect that song to, they also chose this side quest. Do you guys think that there was something deeper about that, or is it just very simply it fits the theme.
Like at the end of that, at the end of that little montage where I was like, there were so many promises. Like that's why I put all the promises, but I feel like there was even more. Well, there's so many promises made, and then it's like, hey, no promises to keep. And like the fact that that is a side quest, which was really kind of, I was like, oh my god, I didn't know that's what it was called. Like that was really cool. But yeah, I mean, like he makes a promise that he's going to save the Gi, and I mean it. It's super cool. I like the connection there. I honestly don't have a connection. What do you think, man? I don't know. I think it's just saying that there's a lot of promises being made. And
so here's a crackpot theory. Absolutely crackpot. Just thought of this.
Okay.
That's why I want to throw this question out there.
I'm ready.
So
crack my pot.
So
stove's so hot it cracked the pot.
Crack the pot, bro. Crack the pot.
So let's jump all the way to the end. Final Fantasy VII, right? Jumping all the way to the end. So, the black materia summons Meteor. Okay, he's not going to give the black materia to the Gi. Meteor.
I'm just interpreting.
Meteor.
I'm interpreting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just interpretive.
You had an interjection already. I was like, man, what I do already?
No, I was like, no, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. Yeah. I'm just interpretive. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Go for it.
Okay. So the black materia summons Meteor. Meteor is supposed to destroy all life on Gaia, right? Now, what happens when the meteor is coming down on Midgar at the end? What color is over the meteor? Is it red? Is it red?
It
is.
It red? It is.
So you have a couple ways that you can look at this, right? The first is that red can't give the Gi what they want, and so they see meteor and they're like, all right, bet. Like, we're putting all of our energy behind this. Let's do it. The other is that maybe they're encouraged to do this because somehow, somewhere, Red does know the outcome, and they're all going to get cooked if they do that. And you have both. They do it out of spite, and they get what they want anyway, and it turns out to be a happy ending, even though they were dicks. So, I don't know, just a crackpot little, it ain't going nowhere, probably ain't it, but it could be because it's got the black materia, it's got the red, it's got the final outcome. I don't know, man, it just popped in my head.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Sometimes I think there's like really layered subtext to it, and then sometimes I think it is as surface level as it gets. You know, no promises to keep is the theme of the game, I guess. I mean, in the same way that Hollow is comparatively, you know, as far as like lyrical themes go. So the fact that we have a quest that is very closely tied with that song, which hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, you know, like it's interesting that that they do that because, you know, what we know is like no promises to keep. I mean, we knew that before even going into the game. We heard it at the Game Awards, whatever. But promises to keep is the first encounter we have with that sentiment. And then a couple chapters later, we get no promises to keep dropped on us. But the difference is that no promises to keep is a main story relevant thing, whereas promises to keep is a side content thing. Again, that's not something that I'm reading too deeply into. It's just one of those things where you know, I thought, hey, these are two themes that are very closely connected to one another, and I just thought it was weird though.
Yeah.
How very different they are, but they decided to connect them with this one through line. I
like where you went with it, with like this being kind of a theme of the game, like promises, lots and lots of promises, in this. All right, and here's the end of it as we go talk to Cid, and Cid, we get in there. We got to go to Nibelheim. That's where we're going. We get behind we start the chapter in the Tiny Bronco, and we end the chapter in the Tiny Bronco.
I actually didn't do this part because I thought that this would start. Like I thought
the next chapter, right?
Would pop up, on the screen when I hopped in. So I was like, oh, okay. All right,
this is still the same chapter.
Now,
you get to fly the Tiny Bronco twice in this chapter.
What happens
Got the
here?
Bronco.
Is there any dialogue, or are we just flying?
You just fly, and then you land over in the Nibelheim. There's literally no dialogue here either. So yep, you just fly and you land in. So now to conclude this podcast, we got to go over to our rankings. Don't forget about that. Now we get to find out where we all ranked this chapter. And once again, I'll send out the reminder here. Let's see if that worked. Yeah, it worked. Oh, chat's a little big, but that's okay. We can bring that back down. We can make it really small that you can't read it anymore.
Yeah, now they're even
chat. Let me know. Let me know. Was that really hard for you guys to read today? I can make the chat bigger. I just wanted to get your names in there because I
think it was hard for me because I'm watching it through your stream.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm wondering if chat's okay with it. If you're not okay with it, please let me know. I'll fix the chat. Make sure you guys are being easily. You can read it. So. This is our official ranking. Right now it's at number 3. And honestly, I didn't talk about this because I believe the fellow who's going to take the... One moment. One moment.
Go get him.
Yeah, he's coming back, fellow. Okay, my fellow brethren over there.
That jerk.
Yeah, he's coming back. He wants to come back. He left you guys with a mystery, a great mystery that he wanted you to think about the entire time. I know it's been almost 5 hours, but hopefully it's been.
The mystery is what he did with my crown. I'd like to know because he fucking took it from me.
It was so mysterious. I forgot what it was.
He'll remind you. You're gonna remind him. All right, good. Okay. The official ranking right now shows Watcher of the Veil at number 3. So this is the first time I look at the official rankings, and I was like, oh man, above A New Journey Begins though. Like I don't know because I really like this chapter. You think so easily? All right, let's take a look at it then. Let's go. So we're gonna go over to the Dragoon King, and you ranked it at number 4, below Fool's Paradise, above New Journey Begins.
This was tough. I definitely we've had some discussion about how my rankings might not be 1000% accurate here, but I will say this has got to be it's a top 5 chapter. I'm pretty sure for me. I love everything this chapter offers. It's it's got to be one of the best open world experiences. I like all the side content besides my gripe about the map with the one side quest. Otherwise, the side quests are fun. Best proto-relic quest in the game. Now, I'm a big Nanaki fan. I mean, he's behind Sid, and I love Cloud. I mean, I love all the characters, of course, but like behind Sid, as far as like additional party members go, it's Nanaki. So. This is a great chapter. I love all the themes that this chapter goes over. I really don't have much to complain. Like it's fun to go back to. It's fun to play. Gina Talk was a fun challenge to just throw at me. I completely forgot how many hacks that guy had. So I think it's cool how it builds upon the original lore. I feel like it does everything Rebirth should. It recreated great moments and great scenes and recreated this part of the world that we all love, but it also added a lot more.
Yeah.
So I was very pleased with this chapter overall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Now we go over to the Excalibro, who also put it at number 4. Below All That Glitters, Chapter 8, and above A New Journey Begins, Chapter 2.
Yes. And I am going to give a very long-winded explanation, but do it very concisely and just say, ditto.
Nice.
Hey,
the ditto.
Lee put it great, man. Lee did a great job of breaking it down. I mean, you can't have they all can't tie for first, right? So I had difficulty ranking the chapter, same as Lee. It's hard to put these in order. But it fell in 4th place. I love everything about it that Lee said. I don't need to add anything to it. It landed in the same spot. Our top 4 is different, but our number 4 is the same.
Which is funny. Because it's also my number 4. It's kind of crazy that all right, but see, I look at this, and like, this is why ranking at the end, it feels like we should rank them at the end, because talking about it, you get a better like appreciation of everything.
Yeah.
And we have talked about these rankings at length. Now, you guys think that we don't care. I know you audience. You think, oh, they just throw these numbers out there. They're just putting them out there. Whatever, I'll place it number 4 today. No. We think about this deeply. We care deeply. And let me tell you, when I tell you that after that freaking 3.5, 4 hour podcast ended the other week, we had a long discussion about rankings after the show. We didn't go to bed until like 3 a.m. And we're on track for that again. So the show was over. We just stay up and we start talking about rankings. We care deeply about these rankings, and how we rank them is important. I know this is a very narrative-based show because we're trying to like give you all the breakdown analysis of the story and everything, but we try to sprinkle in how we feel about the gameplay as well, and the music and everything. But we take into consideration all of what makes the chapter. Now, I look at, man, A New Journey Begins and Watcher of the Veil. That's where I'm at odds with myself. Because, like, A New Journey Begins just feels so good. You know, I just feel happy, you know, when I play that chapter. But Watcher of the Veil, I ditto on what both Excalibur and Dragoon King said. So I don't really need to talk about it. I love what you said. I feel like this is what Rebirth should, you know, this is what makes it great. You recreated iconic moments. You did a great job doing that. You added new things. And I'd say that Watcher of the Veil leans a lot more towards adding something brand new to this story. Man, so this is where I fell, and we might end up changing it. We might be able to make some adjustments too, because I want to make sure everybody is happy with their rankings, and it might get adjusted, but this is where I fell with it. And then the final fan rank has it at number 3, so pretty in line with what we got as our official rank, except for in our official rank, Dawn of a New Era is still at number 1, because we had that so high on our list. I think it's like number 2 for all of us. Yeah, it is. So at number 2 for all of us, it puts it at number 1. So, yeah, it's been fun to kind of look at these every week to see how the rankings shake out. We might be doing some adjustments, so stay tuned. And we got Chapter 11 coming up. That's Nibelheim, and it's the Nibelheim mansion and the basement that's beneath it.
I'm excited to dive into this one.
Oh, yeah. This should be a fun one. I can't wait to see it. But first, before I let you guys go, it's time to bring out the fellow, what's your name? Son of our great mother. Son of our great mother. He's coming back.
More like son of a bitch who doesn't want to admit I'm a king.
In so many words.
I you know, in so many words. I bet Yuffie's gonna get dialed up through. I'm channeling that Yuffie Barrett energy. Nah, he's a cool guy. I just wish he respected my authority a bit better. But you know,
not everyone has an appreciation for the Dragoon King, my bro.
You know, it's hard.
Yes,
I feel like Aerith right now. Like it's my lineage has been nothing but hardship. It's really hard being a king. Oh wait, he's back.
I'm back. Oh, the Chocobo Cavalry.
Yes! What king could not have a cavalry? Come on now.
Wonderful. The Chocobo Cavalry gets another moment in the spotlight. Silly Dragoon King. Silly to call yourself a king. It is silly.
What an unpleasant fellow.
I want to return back to what I was talking about at the beginning of the show. Now, I hope that you guys have been dwelling upon the question I asked you at the beginning. I'd like to discuss that now.
We dwelled on it really hard.
Let me go back. I want to ask you the question one more time.
What are you doing there?
I asked you guys before I left. I said to you, the bigger the hype, the brighter the light. Beware the shadow. And we heed this warning, and we ponder our next steps. Because hype is a construct of the mind. It is created in anticipation of something that we desire. But what if that expectation does not meet the result in which we receive? Does that not leave us with disappointment that will also live on within our souls and feed our great mother a hollow egg devoid of yolk?
What was the question?
So I wanted you to... I wanted you to ponder the sentiment that hype will lead to great sorrow, great disappointment, as we stand at the cusp of part 3, and we are anticipating its arrival. So I say to thee, choose to bask in the light of the hype. For it is better to have hyped than to never at all.
So what was the question?
Roger that.
The question was, the question was, is it better to hype than never at all? Okay, does hype lead to disappointment? Okay, as we build to part 3 is on the horizon, and a lot of people are going to start saying, hey, Danny, I don't want to get hyped, because what if I get hyped for a trailer that's going to happen in June and never happens, and I put on my clown makeup? I'm going to put on my clown makeup, and we're going to get those memes where they put their clown makeup on, and you're just going to be like, stop doing that. Stop making a clown mockery of yourself, a mockery of the hype.
Woosah.
And embrace the hype. Embrace it.
Woosah.
Embrace.
Yeah, I'm pretty hyped.
I could dig it.
Embrace
I like getting hyped. It's fun. Does that answer your question? I feel like he's gonna yell at me again.
Hey, fella. Cool.
So
he missed it.
There you go.
I said, cool.
Cool. Hey, cool.
Cool.
Trailer in August. Yes, Mr. Bigglesworth. We'll see. I believe it'll be at the Game Awards. That's where I'm going to go with. I set myself up for disappointment. I want part 3 reveal at Summer Game Fest. Don't look at it that way. See, that's what fellow son of a great mother was trying to tell you, is like, hey, if you want to be hype, embrace the hype. Let's be hype together. You think there'll be a trailer next month? Get hype. If there's not a trailer next month, who cares? Bask in it.
Then get even more hype for when it does
Get hype in the next one. Guess what? If you say there's going to be a trailer next week, and if you keep saying that, eventually you're going to be right. And eventually you can say I was right. All right? Speaking of saying you were right and calling it, all right, I was just going to go through the dictionary and grab every word that starts with RE, and I was just going to go through them, and we were going to rank them. We're going to rank what's the percentage. You know?
Let's go on tier list maker.
Yeah. Tier list maker. There is one, 10,000 different options. S tier.
Yeah, the RE.
Cool, but not interested.
Not interested. That's going to be the longest stream we've ever had.
Too bad April Fool's passed already. That would have been a really funny April Fool's.
God, this is a...
all right, we're gonna rank every RE title potential.
This has
starting
been
with Final Fantasy VII
Regurgitate, and then we have to defend it. Like, we have to defend it.
Hold on. We got to get this in the stream. Get ready to flip your hat. Final Fantasy VII Resident Evil.
Resident Evil.
There it is. We got it in the stream, guys.
Resident Evil, there it is. He's got the hat on. My God. Nobody referenced Resident Evil today?
Yeah,
Oh, we
chat.
got
What's
it.
up
We
with
got
that?
it.
There's
chat.
always that one guy in chat that's got to somehow,
Yeah.
rope in Resident Evil.
Refund. Ouch.
Ouch.
Oh,
How
man.
about
So my hype
yeah.
is 10 times in June. Okay. Set so low. Okay. Reno. I like that too. All right, y'all. This has been a great time. We are approaching the 5-hour mark. This might just be our longest one. And I honestly, going into this one, I was like, man, we knocked this out, dude. We're going to knock this out
Really?
tonight.
I thought this was going to be a long one.
You did?
I had a...
It's funny
dude,
because
I
thought Chapter 9 was going to be the long one. You know what I mean? I thought Chapter 9 was going to be, oh, dude, there's so much to unpack. And then it's like, you know what? Not really. It's like, not really. But with this one, there was a lot.
We got a good 4 hours out of it.
We did, we had a good one. There was people seem to like
I feel like you guys are sleeping on Chapter 5. We really missed 3 hours worth of analysis.
What was Chapter? Oh yeah, Chapter 5, Blood in the Water, bro. Come on, man. Did we turn Chapter 3? What was Chapter 3? Was that really long? Here you go, chat.
I think 5 was the shortest analysis.
Be sure to click that link and watch that video, all right? All the way through. Let me know what you think. But, yeah, and 13 and 12 are going to be the longest, is what Toolman says. Yeah. Those are going to be some...
Well, 12 I'm expecting to be a long one, if I'm being honest.
Well, see, Temple of the Ancients was long because of the gameplay, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if there's too much...
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we could... You
I mean,
could break
toward
down
the
the
end,
highlights.
there's enough to talk about for a couple hours.
That's true. I feel like the early, like you get into the temple, there's stuff to talk about going in.
Mhm.
Man,
Yeah,
there's also some side
There's
quests.
a lot. There's a lot. Oh god, that's right. That's where angels fear to tread.
Chapter 12 has so many side quests. You
Ultimate
get to
party
wrap 'em up.
animal.
Ultimate
my
party
God,
animal.
dude.
There's a lot of wrap up to do. Side
There
quest
might be a
wrap-up.
split. Is that going to be a split podcast? Like split the week up?
Maybe.
Ooh, I didn't think
That
of it
might
'cause
happen.
where angels fear to tread, man. That's a big one. That is a big one. Hey, everybody still watching some reason. I put out a poll, and I'm probably gonna put out another. Like, I put a poll on YouTube, so that way you guys see it instead of having to click a link. But after this is all over with, we're trying to figure out what's going to happen next. I'm like, hey, we can talk about Part 3 speculation and make those podcasts every week where we just pick a topic, and I'm just gonna like, hey, here it is. Here's the topic. We're gonna sit down and talk about it because editing takes a long time. Podcasting apparently takes a long time too. but with
That's all at once.
with the Part 3 speculation stuff, I'm hoping and aiming for an hour-long podcast each time, so that way you know it's an hour-long block. We're just gonna speculate and hypecast over Part 3. And then there's the idea that we do the same thing that we're doing now for Remake. So if that's something that you're interested in seeing, like with the knowledge that with all the future memories, where that's what that would be. It would be all future memories, going back and looking at Remake and kind of putting together what we've learned from Rebirth. Let me know. And then after Chapter 14, we're going to be doing a theory cast that will end all theory casts for Final Fan TV. So that's going to be like, hey, I want your theories. You guys are going to pitch them in. I was even thinking about having viewer call-ins where you guys call in, give us your theory live, like to us, and we'll react to it. We'll kind of like, off the cuff, and then cycle them in and out, man. Cycle people out with your theories. I think that would be a lot of fun. Final Fantasy IX remake discussion, East Blue Drew. Dude, you need not ask. It will happen as soon as we get a trailer or something. Something needs to happen because I tried to jump on the Final Fantasy IX because I know it's inevitable, and I tried to jump on it. It wasn't taking off. Like it wasn't. I don't know. It wasn't. It's not time yet. But as soon as they make announcements, I'll be there. So, yeah, Awesome. Big shout out to everybody who stuck around, watched this all the way to the end. I really appreciate you. I appreciate the Final Fan Party members, man. The Final Fan TV Party members, thank you so much for your kind words. Centurion, I'm going to call you out right there. Thank you so much for sending that video. It really meant a lot. And, you know, like, we got Block Sheep and you guys sending those theories and wanting to be on the show, which is really cool too. So thank you for your support. Really, really appreciate that. And yeah, everybody who super chat. I want to say thank you to Excalibro.
My pleasure, brother.
Thanks for being on the show, man. Thank you every week, you guys showing up. And thank you, Dragoon King.
Well, thank you, Dan. You know, I appreciate you calling me by my title as opposed to that other guy. That other guy, yeah.
Yeah, he told me he's not invited back.
I'm gonna get him out of here.
Get that, yeah. Take him out
Get
back.
out of my house.
I'll yeller his ass. Get him out of here. Take him out back. Take him out back.
Get out of here. Go walk into the Junon Harbor. Freaking.
Yeah, what is it? Take a long walk.
Go take a long walk off the pier of Junon. There you go.
The old salt ain't gonna talk to you, bro. He ain't saving you ass.
He ain't saving you. Yo, and then also, shout out to Toolman, who shows up in the waiting room hype and just sticks around the entire 5 hours.
Yeah, that's crazy work.
Holy
and he
crap.
comments the whole time.
Yeah. And yo, you guys are awesome. Thanks so much.
Bro.
All right then. And that will be the end of this broadcast evening. Take care now. Bye-bye then. Yes. How did it go? From the purest of material, we play Star